Hello, Alex. Hello, Michael. 67. Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming. Hi, Adam. Hi, Cinnamon. How you doing, Adam? I didn't know if I should be quiet or talk. Hello, Sheriff Alexander Quintanilla. Howdy. How is everybody? Should I talk? Should I not talk? I was close, wasn't I? Good. Nice to hear. Yeah, I never know. There's some folks like me to talk. There's some that don't. It's loud. There are a lot of bugs that insects. I'm very rural. Or do you mean the train? You couldn't. You might mean the train. But there's lots of crickets, cicadas, tree frogs. I didn't even check to see what the battery was on that phone. I'm too far away from a light to read unless I turned on my flashlight. One. I don't want my sound on my keyboard. What, little kitty? Could get my coffee. I am going to read a spooky campfire tale, I decided. Good night. Enjoy the sounds. The Lincoln Death Train. I'd been transferred to the Hudson Division of the New York Central System and was working the rails on the main line between New York and Albany. I was on the late shift, but that was okay with me since I was a bit of a night owl. After 6 weeks of stomping the tracks and mending the rails, I was feeling right at home in my new job. Then, just before midnight on a clear spring night in late April, we got a report of some brush on the track near our station. I was sent out immediately to clear it away before the next train came. I had nearly an hour before it was due to arrive, and so I didn't hurry as I walked along the rails. It was surprisingly pleasant and warm. Overhead, the clouds obscured the moon, but the light from my lantern made a cheerful glow in the gloomy night. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept over the rails with a whoosh, like a gust just before a thunderstorm. It was so strong that it nearly knocked me over. I staggered backward, swearing and windmilling my arms to keep my balance. I almost dropped the lantern, but I managed to catch it just as it slipped out of my hand. Shivering in the sudden cold, I squinted down the track and saw a huge blanket of utter darkness rolling toward me. It blinked out the rails, the trees, the sky, everything. Good Lord, what is that? I gasped. I leapt away from the track and started to run back toward the station, but the darkness swept up and over me. Before I had moved a yard, the lantern in my hand was snuffed out instantly. I stopped, unable to see more than a few paces around me. To my right, the rails began to gleam with a strange blue light. I staggered backward, my pulse pounding in fear and dread. What is going on? Then a headlight pierced the dark, thick. Then a headlight pierced the thick darkness. A train was coming, though no train was scheduled for that time. The headlight gleamed blue with white in the strange black fog. And when the train appeared, the rails brightened in response. A huge steam train appeared. A huge steam engine draped in black crepe approached, stacks bellowing forth a steady stream of smoke. The brass on the engine gleamed, and it pulled several flat cars behind it. I stared into the windows of the engine, but I couldn't see any crew. Just at the edge of hearing came the faint sound of music. I turned to look at the flat cars behind the engine, then gasped and backed up so far that I bumped into the trunk of a tree growing near the tracks. There on the train was a glowing orchestra of skeletons, seated in a semicircle. They were playing a nearly soundless funeral dirge on glimmering black instruments. A violinist played passionately. A skeleton lifted a flute to its lipless mouth. A lone drummer sat waiting patiently for his cue from the skeletal conductor. Then the orchestra was gone, and another glowing headlight pierced the blackness. I was trying unsuccessfully to pitch my body through the bark and into the tree by this time. Another black train was approaching. A funeral train, I thought. Again, there was no one manning the engine, which pulled a single flat car containing a black crepe draped coffin. Swirling in the air around the train were the ghostly figures of soldiers dressed in the blue uniforms worn by the North during the Civil War. They lined up before my eyes, saluting the solitary coffin as it passed. Some of the ghosts staggered under the weight of their own coffins. Some limped on one leg or sat in a wheelchair, legless. Their eyes were fixed on the flat car and the black crepe coffin. Then these phantoms were joined by soldiers from the Southern Army, and all those lads saluted too, honoring the one who had fallen. That's when I knew what I was seeing. This was the funeral train of Abraham Lincoln. I straightened up and saluted myself, having done my bit for the North many years ago. The steam train moved slowly away. and with it went the darkness and the chill and the clouds that obscured the moon. In my hand, the lantern sprang back to life. I blinked back a few times and brushed away a tear. As the world around me brightened, I saw the reported brush littering the tracks right in front of me. Mechanically, I cleared it away and made sure the track was safe for the next train. Then I went back to the station. The next morning, all the clocks on the Hudson Division were 6 minutes behind, and all the trains were running 6 minutes late. When I asked the station master about it, he shook his head and told me not to worry. It was caused by the Lincoln Death Train, he said, which had stopped time as it ran by in the night. Okay, that's the end. Sleeping Adam. Hi, Dart. Doing good. Hope you're doing good. Hi, John. So nice to see you. Scotty, I'm Susan. Good though. Hi, Scotty. How you doing? What are we reading? I was reading. I don't know if you can hear me. It might be too high. Maybe I have to lower it. Good night, Judas. Hope you sleep. Rest well. I'll just say I hope you rest. If you rest well, that's great. Should I lower it? I could lower it. I am reading from Spooky Campfire Tales. That was the story of. Oops, I already passed it. Since I already read it. That wasn't Vengeance. The Lincoln Death Train. Hello, Mountain Man. How are you? Nice to listen to you reading. I was quiet. I never know if people want it quiet or whatever. But actually, there were raccoons here earlier. But I'm going to lower this, so it's going to probably irritate some people. But that way you can hear me and you can still see things. There was an owl out earlier that's been coming down here sometimes. And some of the kittens are still about 4 or 5 months old. Anyway, you know how owls can be, or some people. So I thought maybe if I read or made noise, which it seems to have worked, that I'd keep the owl at bay. Ooh, I should get my lore book and see what an owl crossing. Maybe I'll go do that. Okay, let me see what everybody's saying. Excuse me, I'm going to clear my throat. Hope you're doing good, Mountain Man. How you doing? I'd have a story I'd like to tell. You gotta wait. Animal House, not Animal House. I keep saying that. Animal Farm. I got requests for, but I've had scary stories. I still have one more um, vintage horror stories to read from. Hi, John. Oh, it had good volume. See, I'm always late, and then I changed the camera anyway. Once upon a time, the end. Okay. So I take it that means you want me to turn it down. Usually people can't hear me, and if I'm telling a story, I'm doing good, thank you. Pretty good. I was kind of tired, but um, so actually, I want to go get my book on animals that cross along in your path, or totem animals and what they mean. And I'm going to look up owl and see what owl means and read it. So, how are you, John? I know I haven't seen you in a long time because I've been kind of missing in action. Hope you and Robin and everybody else in the family are doing good. How you doing, Dark? Let's see. I want to see what everybody else is saying. But good night, Judas. How you doing, Scotty? Do you have anybody else? Adam. Oh, Adam, you're sleeping. I was going to ask you if you were writing. Wonderful to hear. Me too, Dark. And as you see, I'm gonna read. Or I'm here. Did you wonder what was going on with me since sometimes I stream all the time and this time no, that I haven't been lately? Good to hear, good to hear. So, I'm glad everybody is doing okay or good. Some people, it sounds like maybe half the people are going to be sleeping. Maybe you're having popsicles. You want to hear another scary story instead of the owl? Do you want to? I could try the vintage ones. That one I haven't even looked at. I'm sitting kind of far away from the light. I do have a flashlight. These are a little easier to read. Let me go get the vintage one because I haven't pulled that one. I looked at it real quick, but it's vintage horror stories. You have to go in the front door. You coming out? Are you coming out? Okay, this will be Sousa's Imperfect Scary Story Hour. Although it may not go less than an hour, it may go more than an hour. Who knows? Maybe I'll never quit. Okay, so yeah, let me show you. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it or not. Let me turn the flash on. I'll show you. Since it's not like a... This was one of the new books I got. See? Can you see it? Vintage horror stories. I think I would almost pre-read it so that I could play characters, but I do good enough to read it halfway. First, I did not bring water, but I'll drink coffee and have a moment here. Let's see. It says short horror, horror stories, but you never know. Vintage ones. I think some of these I knew the author. I don't know. Should I just, let me see if they say how long they are. Ba, 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 ba. It's a pretty big book. It's only got 6 stories in it. Oh well. I'll just read the first one. But in a minute, it's called The Double Shadow. Old ones are the best. Well, we'll have to see if I can do justice to it. I was, one of the books when I was reading some, they had, they were older and they had like European names. I wonder if I looked through this one and saw, oh, it might have been where I'm just gonna, it's supposed to be scary. I need to change my laugh to a scary laugh. Hi, Okies Odin. Eden. Okies Odin, sorry. I was laughing. How are you? Oh, before you go here, let me, before I do, how you doing? I keep missing your live. Good to see you. Let me see. Now I already lost my train of thought. Go back to my own channel. I had it off my chat, so I'm just, for once, I'm looking at the screen kind of toward you guys, except for when I'm looking down at the book. How you doing? Okay, I'm gonna add you as a moderator. That way, everybody can click on your channel, or and you can click on other people's channels. Get primed for Halloween. Ooh. I still might try a Flannery O'Connor one night. Welcome. Okay, I don't always read, but sometimes I do. I guess reading's the same as me blabbering along and talking. Although blabbering along and talking comes more natural, that's for sure. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. I don't know if it's a mistake giving everybody wrenches or not. Just try to ask people to be respectful. And I do have a lot of people that come from all different kinds of communities and even international people. In fact, when I first turned on this stream, I had like 4 trolls in the once. And there was even a guy telling other people not to spam the chat. There was, so none of my friends were here. I just let them go on. They weren't being rude. They were just like, whatever. So, yeah, I'll try this vintage one and we'll see. Since the last stream I had at night was quite different, I figured, and it was quiet, I figured this time I'd talk and I'll keep the owl at bay. One of many dark weeks. No. Okay, so you're doing a nightlife from your pumpkin patch soon? Oh, interesting. That should be very interesting. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna read this one, and I do know this author. We'll see how it goes in How I Read in the Dark. The Double Shadow by Clark Ashton Smith. My name is Ferratron. Among those who have known me as Poseidonice, but even I, the last and most forward pupil of the wise Iodes, know not the name of that which I am fated to become heir tomorrow. Therefore, by the ebbing silver lamps in my master's marble house, above the loud, ever-ravening sea, I write this tale with a hasty hand, scrawling in ink of wizard virtue on the gray, priceless, antique parchment of dragons. And having written, I shall enclose the pages in a sealed cylinder of orcolachum, and shall cast the cylinder from a high volume window. That must be one of those round things you put paper and shall cast the cylinder from a high window into the sea, lest that which I am doomed to become should happily destroy the writing. And it may be the mariners from Lefara passing to and Nor in their tall, dry emeries. This is this in English? Can I find one a little bit less hard for at the moment? Let's see. Mm, I should see the author's ages because let me try. I was gonna say sorry, but no sorries in storytelling. This is a cut and a rewrite. Where does that one start? These are long stories. Okay, since about that double shadow. So we're gonna talk. Oh, some of you guys may know this name. Isn't Arthur Conan Doyle the one who wrote Sherlock Holmes? No, you don't need to. I didn't even notice, Cinnamon. Don't worry about it. Whatever you want to do. I wasn't even paying attention. Go ahead. Doesn't make a difference. Don't worry about it. Okay, are you listening? Okay. The Terror of Blue John Gap by Arthur Conan Doyle. The following narrative was found among the papers of Dr. James Hardcastle, who died of phthisis on February 4th, 1908, at 36 Upper Coventry Flats, South Kensington. Those who knew him best, while refusing to express an opinion upon his particular statement, are unanimous in asserting that he was a man of a sober and scientific type of mind, absolutely devoid of imagination and most unlikely to invent any abnormal series of events. The paper was contained in an envelope, which was docketed, a short account of the circumstances which occurred near Miss Allerton's farm in northwest Derbyshire in the spring of last year. Sorry, I don't think I'm reading very well tonight. The envelope was sealed, and on the other side was written in pencil, "Dear Seaton, it may interest and perhaps pain you to know that an incredulity with which you met my story has prevented me from ever opening my mouth upon this subject again. I leave this record after my death, and perhaps strangers may be found to have more confidence in me than my friend. Inquiry has failed to elicit who is Seaton may have been. I may add that the visit of the deceased to Allerton's farm and the general nature of the alarm there, apart from his particular explanation, have been absolutely established with this fort." I like the other one better. Can I switch books? Maybe it's not a reading night. Maybe I'll just keep the thing. Um, mm. Okay, I'm switching back to Spooky Campfire Tales. That one's the easiest of the three to read. Okay, so I don't know if this falls into hauntings, strange happenings, supernatural lores, what. Okay, I'm gonna try this one. Okay, ready? Who's ready? Okay, this one's called The Werewolf's Bride. She was a high-spirited beauty who was the toast of the regiment, and he was a poor foot soldier without 2 pennies to rub together. They should never have met at all if the soldier had not chanced upon her one day while making his rounds. Her dress had been caught by a briar bush, and she was endeavoring in vain to free herself. The soldier rushed to her aid, and when he had freed her, the soldier gazed into her deep blue eyes as she smiled and thanked him, and he lost his heart forever. To his amazement, the soldier soon learned that his affections were returned. At the next town social, she would dance with no one but him, and she invited him to dinner to meet her parents. For a few days, there was some jealousy and sour faces among the men in his regiment, but their attitudes changed when the men observed the powerful love that had sprung between the soldier and his lady. Now the soldier's beautiful girl had caught the eye of an evil woodsman who had sold his soul in exchange for the ability to turn himself into a wolf at will. One evening, the woodsman crouched down in the woods and waited for the girl as she was walking home. He accosted her roughly, demanding she elope with him. The maiden refused, spurning his love and crying out for someone to save her. The girl's cries were heard by her fiancé, who had come searching when she was late returning to her parents' home. The soldier drove the woodsman away with harsh words, threatening him with dire consequences if he ever approached the maiden again. The furious woodsman laid low for a few weeks, waiting for his chance. It came on the girl's wedding day. She was dancing happily at her wedding reception with a group of her friends when the woodsman, in the form of a wolf, leapt upon her and dragged her away. The enraged bridegroom gave chase, but the wolf and the bride disappeared deep into the thick forest and were not seen again. For many days, the distraught soldier and his friends, armed with silver bullets that could kill a werewolf, scoured the woods in search of the maiden and her captor. At one point, the soldier thought he saw the wolf and shot at it. Upon reaching the location, he found a piece of the wolf's tail lying on the ground, but there was no sign of the wolf to which it belonged. Months of searching ensued, and eventually the soldier's friends begged him to let the girl go and get on with his life. But the soldier was half mad with grief and refused to give up. And that very day, he found the cave where the werewolf lived. Within it lay the body of his beloved bride. The girl had refused the werewolf's advances to the very end, and it had died because of that. Once his murderous fury had faded away, the werewolf had tenderly laid the body of the girl he had loved and killed into a wooden coffin, where it would be safe from predators. The werewolf came to visit her remains every day. Enraged, the soldier hid and waited for his enemy to return. As soon as the werewolf entered the cavern, the man shot at it over and over again. Blinded by pain, the werewolf fled from the cave, but the angry soldier stayed right on his heels. With a howl of terror, the dying werewolf leapt into a nearby lake and disappeared from view. The soldier sat by the lake, cradling his gun, waiting for the werewolf to surface so he could finish him off. But the water was still, save for the little ripples blown by the wind. As the soldier watched, bloody pieces of the dead werewolf began to float to the surface of the water. These parts were quickly consumed by the ever-present catfish. When his friends from the regiment finally tracked him down, the soldier's mind was gone. He babbled insanely about a werewolf that had been eaten by catfish, and he sobered just long enough to lead the men to the body of his beloved. Then the soldier collapsed, forevermore into insanity. He died a few days later and was buried beside his bride in a little glen where they had planned to build their home. Their graves are long forgotten, and the place where the couple rest is covered with daisies in the spring. But to this day, the people of the area have a prejudice against eating catfish. No one remembers why. Okay, I just read that short stories for less risky. Anything can be risky with me. Two sentences can be risky with me. So how was that? Was that how? What'd you guys think? Mm, no applause, no booze. Everybody fall asleep. Now you want some catfish. Well, you go in the water a bunch. Everybody's just here to be in my company, aren't they? I know. I've been missing. Actually, you guys aren't even by. You just have a, you all have a spare phone you just turned on. It's not me. I'm not the only one listening. It was good. Sorry. You don't know, I'm a little different. Catfish with a werewolf spirit. Ooh. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. See, it wasn't that much easier than the other two books. You liked it. Thank you, Judas. You know I bought these books because you wanted scary stories. Other people do have been trying to get me to invent or tell my own tales, considering when I sit in the woods, right? And usually I whisper. So, yes, this book, out of the three, I think is much easier for me to stay focused. Some of the books I definitely should pre-read, and um, if they've got 3 or 4 voices, maybe learn them. Oh, I was working on a British voice. You liked it. I'm so very happy. I could read another. I could read the next one. Oh, where's OG? Where's OG? I don't think he's subscribed to my channel. Do you know why? Do you know what the next story's called? I thought it said crow's head. It's called cow's head. You should get a copy of the Wonky Donkey and read it. The Wonky Donkey. Okay, I'll look for somebody remember that and leave me a comment on the Wonky Donkey. Am I gonna get banned? I have to, after some of these scary stories, the next request was Animal House. And I don't think they come much, but there's a lot of people, I guess, that, not Animal House. I need to read Animal House, I guess. Animal Farm, they all want Animal Farm. Wonky Donkey. Adam. Adam went to sleep. Adam. We read it to your grandson. Wonky Donkey. I used to have tons of children's books. Wonky Donkey. I wonder if I could read it up. Okay, I could read Wonky Donkey. That fits, the title sounds like it would fit my personality. Are you saying are you saying because, I don't hardly know you, but that's funny. Because I'm having a hard time reading. I read a book for, I love it. That's fabulous. That's fabulous. I'm going to read another one, but I still think, well, Judas is still awake. I might have to read another scary story. And after that, I am going to read what an owl means because tomorrow I need to do cat inventory. That sounds terrible. Not cat inventory. Check on all my companions. What are you doing, little one? I need to pick up you last little ones because it's time to go to the vet soon, right? Most of you are not snip snip. Well, it's still a snip snip, just a different kind of snip snip. Does it sound in your place, Odie? Odin? Odie? I don't have my glasses on. The same like nights out in your pumpkin patch. Although you wouldn't want grasshoppers. Animal Farm. Lots of different voices. Make me practice that here. I know. Actually, maybe the best way to do animal voices. No, that wouldn't be fair. I was going to say, think of all of you as one of the animals. Maybe that way I could stay in character. Although you'd probably all fight about which character you'd want to be. Maybe I'll just be like monotone and be like, okay, ba 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 ba. Although I'm sure sometimes. Never heard of that one, Kathleen. Actually, I'm not sure if I've ever actually said that. Well, it's kind of like that. I used to do that all the time every morning because there's so many, and there hasn't been dogs up here lately that I know of, or coyotes, but there was on the wolf. I mean, on the wolf, on that hill. She used to name and do count call and roll call. Yes, I do, even at night. That kind of changed when the three dogs were the last year of their life, and they were more inside than outside because the front part of the trailer, front door is so take off the back porch, and that front porch is so far off the ground. Ramp was too steep. I know. I can't, well, I can still do, don't say that. A lot of the older ones that aren't here, yeah. Can't, I look at them. Here's Daphne right here. Here's Daphne. Taxi's around somewhere. I could do a cat roll call right now, but maybe it's better they sleep, especially with an owl. When I was looking for the owl a little bit ago, um, when I was talking, I didn't want too many to follow me out toward the road or out by. Uh, Last week I heard it up behind in this one tree where a lot of the vultures roost. So I was wondering if it was there, and then I heard it down the driveway port. Uh, I'm wondering about some of those trees that are all coming down. Wondering I don't know this, what's gonna happen with all the vultures this winter. So many trees down, and then with people the last few years, less and less. Okay, I'm gonna read another story. Do you hear that? Do you hear the gunshot? Am I allowed to say that word on the morning feed? Probably is a good time for that. It is, except for when I do roll call. That would usually be like, maybe that was when I'd be calling them up at night. I don't remember. That's about the fourth or fifth time tonight I hear. Okay, I'm gonna do another story. This one's called Cow's Head. So whoever's sleeping, good night. Or going to sleep, good night. Leaving, good night. Stopping by. Or talk to me when I'm on breaks. I could look in the middle and interrupt the story. I don't know if you want me to. You still here, John? Might be getting late for you. We have so much to catch up on. I didn't stream for like a week, it seems like. Okay. Or talk. That's what it was. All my streams have been quiet lately. Okay, you doing good, John? Hope you haven't been having to fix anything to do with water lately. Maybe the heat hasn't been as bad. Okay. Oh, I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see everybody. I'm more excited than I'm sounding. Mm. I'm glad you have no plumbing issues. Mm. Hopefully not too many other things. Hopefully it's a little cooler out your way. Okay, Cow's Head. Oksana lived in a small house on the edge of town with her father and soon-to-be stepmother and stepsister. Her father's new wife was incredibly jealous of the poor girl and deeply resented her, favoring her true daughter, Olena, instead. Within a month after her father's remarriage, Oksana found that all the housework fell to her while Olena idled her days away. Oksana's father was a timid man, and he could not bring himself to defy his wife. So Oksana wore Elena's cast-off clothes, and her hands grew red and chapped from scrubbing in the cold, while Elena attended parties, rubbed rich lotions into her soft hands, and grew more lazy and spoiled every day. One year, when the winter snows were particularly fierce, Oksana's family ran out of money. Oksana's stepmother began nagging her husband to send his daughter away, telling him that they could not afford to keep two girls. Reluctantly, Oksana's father agreed. He took Oksana to a cottage deep in the woods and left her there. Oksana was very frightened. The woods were said to be filled with demons and monsters. But Oksana was also practical. She entered the cottage with her small bundle and found a fireplace, a lopsided table, and rusty old pot. Oksana put away the loaf of bread and knife and a slab of cheese her father had given her. She folded her blanket and lay it near the fireplace. Then she collected wood from the surrounding forest and built a fire. Oksana knew the bread and cheese would not last for long, so she made a snare using the thin, flexible branches of the trees and caught a snow rabbit to eat. She also dug under the deep snow and found some roots and berries for food. By dark, Oksana had melted snow for drinking water, used the rest of the water to make a stew, so Oksana ate well. Then she lay down near the fire for the night, listening to the wind howl and telling herself that she was not frightened of the woods. It was midnight when the knock came. Knock, knock, knock. It echoed hollowingly through the dark cottage. Oksana woke with a start, her heart pounding in fear. It came again. Knock, knock, knock. I wish I had something to knock on. Oksana thought of the monsters. She hid under her blanket, praying whatever it was would go away. Knock, knock, knock. Oksana rose, grabbing a branch. She crept toward the door. The wind howled eerily down the chimney. Oksana swallowed and quickly swung the door open. There was nothing there. Her heart pounded fearlessly as she stared out at the snow whipping about in the light of her small fire. Then she looked down. Oksana let out a shriek of terror and leapt back, dropping her stick. It was a demon, an evil spirit. And it had no body. "Who are you?" Oksana stuttered. "Who are you?" That would be better. Oksana started, clutching the door with shaking hands. "I am a cow's head," it replied solemnly. Indeed, Oksana saw at once it was. The head was brown and curved horns and strange haunted eyes. "I am cold and hungry. May I sleep by your fire?" Cow's head asked. Its voice was cold and lifeless. Oksana gulped down her horror. "Of course," she said. "Lift me over the threshold," demanded Cow's head, hollowing. Oksana did as she was ordered. "Place me near the fire." Anger warred with compassion inside her, but compassion won. Oksana put it next to the fire. "I am hungry," said Cow's head. "Feed me." Oksana thought of her meager food supply. The stew left in the pot was for her breakfast. She fed it to Cow's head. "I will sleep now," it said. There was no softening in its attitude toward her. Nonetheless, Oksana made it comfortable for the night, giving it her blanket and sleeping in the cold corner with only her cloak to keep her warm. When she woke in the morning, Cow's head was gone. Where it had slept was a huge trunk filled with the most beautiful gowns she had ever seen. Under the gowns lay heaps of gold and jewels. Oksana stared blankly at the riches in front of her, and then out of the blue, a knock came on the door, and a man's voice startled her. She whipped around to see her father standing there. Daughter, I have come," he said softly. Oksana forgot the trunk in her joy. She ran into his arms. He had defied her stepmother and come to bring her back to their home. But then she remembered the beautiful goods and excitedly showed them to her father. "Papa, come see," Oksana exclaimed as she pulled him into the cottage. Her words tumbled over each other as she explained. Her father was delighted by her news and took her home. There, Oksana was honored in her town for her compassion and her bravery and won scores of suitors. She married soon after her return from the cottage. Hearing Oksana's story and seeing the riches she had received, Olena went to the cottage in the forest and spent the night there. But when Cow's head appeared, she was too lazy to serve it. In the morning, all her gowns had returned to rags and her possessions to dust. But Oksana lived to a ripe old age in happiness and prosperity. Hi, Miss Shelley. I hope you feel better. Sorries. Leaving smiles. Sorry I didn't look at my phone. Much love, girlfriend. I'll leave you a message. Hopefully, I will remember, not just say that. Cheers, girlfriend. Cheers, everybody. Anyone listening? Hope you're having a good time in this forest. Maybe some of the others are creepier. I did bring. No, I didn't bring the other ones. Should I do another of these? Should I try a vintage one again? Time for me to be quiet. I. So. Judas, are you sleeping? Can I switch topics? I want to see what the owl means since it's been coming in my life this last week. Oh, I think all the birds are at the beginning. Let's see what an animal totem sounds like. Says about owls crossing in my life. My fingers are shaking. Oh, they have many. It's on so many pages in here. 45, 76, 77, 81, 82. Must have a lot. Where's its... But let's see where its main things are. 172. Yes, there's many places the owl is in this book. So it must have provided a lot of medicine, a lot of other things. I think it said it's an enemy of the crows. Let's see, my weekend was a party for Caitlin's boyfriend at a burger place for Saturday night. Oh, nice. A couple people had burgers. Was it good? Was the burger place good? Sounds like whenever you've told me that you have great restaurants out there. Mm. What did you have? We always talk about food, huh? Or I always hear what you eat and other people. I'm glad to see your name, John. A triple burger combo. Oh, I'd like to try. Then I would sleep for 6 or 8 hours, I think. Been a while since I've had a burger. Oh, who is that? Which one are you? Is that Picasso? I don't think I have. Do I have the flashlight on? I don't think so. No, I don't. Well, that must be how much that's grown up with it. Fries and a drink. Mm-hmm. Yum, sounds good. I made a chowder, which may sound weird, but I was using things up. Actually, I had some canned soup in it. And then I actually made like a smoked potato corn chowder that had other um, vegetables in it. use up some vegetables I had in the house and potatoes. This time of year, good. Yeah, I like soups and stews and other stuff and that, but um, buying a bag of potatoes this time of year still, they, get, well, you may not know, but get some with ice. So I was like, well, I'll probably make some potato salad out of some of it and then use some for baked potatoes. But yeah, I decided to. It was good. Smoked sausage to me is good. It's just slightly greasy. So I thought it'd be pretty good, but I did, and cut it up in pieces. And I saute it first with, in olive oil with onions, celery, red pepper, some carrots that are like parboiled, and then a sausage. And then add it to the other stuff, and add potatoes and corn in it. Milk and other stuff. Yeah, it was good. Hearty comfort food. Yes, I'm glad to see everybody's face and everybody that stopped by. Hope you're really doing well. I'm sorry I haven't seen you much lately or talked. I just, even today, oh, after I ate that soup, oh my God, I'm yawning. I, um, I slept. My sleep pattern's been all over. And driving. I might go to a little lake tomorrow. Um, it that actually feeds this creek before there's the bigger lake in this county. Caitlin made the last. Oh, did she? Yeah, at first I wasn't going to put corn in it, and then I was like, oh, I have corn, so. Nice. Well, that's good. Considering you're in a warmer place and you still ate soup. It's comforting. Good. Homemade food. Yeah. I think when I make potato salad, I might make um, homemade baked beans, like in cornbread, not make other meat because it'll have bacon and stuff in the baked beans. Anyway, but I want tacos. I might make I almost thought about that tonight because I love tacos. I think I'm going to make blackened chicken tacos tomorrow and rice and beans. I think that's what I'm going to make first, except for there's soup left over. Food, 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 food. And guess what I haven't done that I should do? You know what? See how good I am. That sounded boastful. Blabber, blabber, blabber. I do have coffee here. That's Picasso. Picasso, you want to get so close and let me touch you, Picasso. Closer and closer. The sausage was good. Mmm. Yeah. I was going to put something else in it, and I was like, oh, I'll put sausage in it. So, street tacos there on fire. Yeah, I'm going to make some. I'm going to make some tomorrow. I'll be right back. Get me a poker. Everybody always talks about Mexican food. I could eat it every day. Okay, I need to make sure I don't smack my foot. No wonder I always leave stuff like that. So how are you doing, dog? I don't know if I asked you how you were doing. I'm hoping she'll make those carne asado talk. You know, I think I told you I went out to eat for Mexican food and I had carne asada. It was not that great. Carne asada. Yeah, if she makes it homemade. Well, I know. Well, I do remember that part. That's true. I did ask that, but I do remember that part. I think it means like grilled meat or charred meat. Carne asada. Because that's how you say it, asada. I think it's usually, isn't it usually like a skirt steak, John? And they cut it out. So some people, because steak can be kind of tough, or it's can be tough, but other people, and it's so delicious and just falls apart. Yeah, steak. It's like I think it's skirt steak. Yeah, it does mean because carne is meat, grilled meat. That's what I mean. It's grilled. It doesn't. Asada means grilled, but carne means meat. But it's usually, even though it's meat, it's usually when you see it on the menu that I've always seen it, it always refers to beef, even though carne means meat. Yeah, chopped up. See here, when you give it here, like when I had it, it's the full skirt steak, which is basically like, the fajitas, but not cut up. I was surprised. Yeah, I think it depends upon the restaurants too, or the regions of where the people cook it. You failed that class. It's okay. But God, no, Andy, you're Andy. Come here, Andy. Oh, that's a sweet girl. Oh, you ran right past me, did ya? Ran right past me. Well, then I think well, I might not make tacos tomorrow because I know there's extra soup and I don't freeze potato soup. At least I like leftovers. Some people don't like leftovers, and there's a lot of foods that are better the second time, like after you let them sit. They meld together. Yeah, I must scare the owl off every time whenever I come out and I hear it and then I talk. It seems to leave, unless it's just waiting for me to leave. I'm not sure. Do you guys think it would swoop down if I'm out here, or no? That it would go hunt somewhere else. The one I've heard lately, I think, is a barn owl. Damn it. The stuff is on this rock. I'm gonna shake this screen because I want to see. I didn't even think to look at. It still has 67%. Well, I've made chicken and steak street tacos, both amazing. Yeah, you really can do it with anything. I think Kroger, I'm not mistaken, a long time ago. I'm not sure if Kroger bought Safeway or Safeway bought Albertsons. How all those go. We had Piggly Wiggly down here, an old one and real older one. But when I first moved down here, there was a Piggly Wiggly, uh, Walmart. But they when I first moved down here, I don't think okay the Walmart. It wasn't a super center. They didn't have food. And then there was like a Publix or something like that. And the Publix closed within, I don't know how long it had been down here, but it closed within like a year. So we had Piggly Wiggly, and then it got bought out by a little uh, grocery store chain that's in another, well, not a grocery store chain, it will be now, but they're in down by where the lake are, and they bought the Piggly Wiggly. So we have Walmart, Piggly Wiggly, I mean, WM and Dollar General, is that it? That's it. Two places you can buy groceries. So it's very limited. Nearest one, 50 miles away. Um, yeah, most of the places away from me are 40 to 50 miles. And I'm not sure the grocery stores, but that's where, I'd get a bigger one. Where I'd get to a bigger, um, a chain store one or whatever. I'd like to go to a Publix. They have good bread. But I'm gonna try to go buy some water. Um, there's a little lake that feeds. It always did from the other places and lakes around it, but it's called Crystal Lake, and it's what feeds into this creek. And I have never been to it. You can see the entrance to it out from the highway, and there is a road, and it says something, but I'm pretty sure from what people had always told me that you can go down there. It's supposed to be like two alligators that live in it, but I think you can go fish and stuff, but it's real small. And then there's a big lake that they even have like bass tournaments on, Lake Wadawi. That's in was built by Alabama Power. It's in this county, but I've been wanting to go by water for a long time, and I think I'm gonna try to go out there. I don't know if I'd be able to stream. If not, I'll just take some videos. Like I always say, I have so many. Which I should have been uploading those. Prayer sticks. That has everything. It's in your hometown. Okay, so I'm gonna read. I want to read about owls. That's on my mind. So, it's on so many things, and it's an enemy of the crow. What's 172? Oh, there's so much on the owl. There's so much significance, I guess. Yes. Okay. Oh, I lose things in the dark. I don't know if some of you guys know I had dislocated my toe last week. Did you know that? Oh, I'm sorry you missed most of the last story. And I know I never released the live, so I'll have to do that. I'm sorry you missed. Was that, I don't know how many I read. Two or three? I'm going to read about owls right now to see what the significance of them keep coming up is. Everything okay? Oh, I hear a train. I hope train coming. I'll start since Owl has a bunch. This will be a bunch on him. Owl. Keynote about owls. The mystery of magic. Omens. Silent wisdom and vision in the night. Cycle of power. They're nocturnal year-round. No bird has as much myth and mystery surrounding it than an owl. Most perceptions of it are confused. It is not unusual to get contrary opinions of the owl. It has an ancient aura of mystery about it. Part of this is because it is a nocturnal bird, and nighttime has always seemed mysterious to humans. The owl is a symbol of feminine, the moon, and the night. Oh, is that me? Feminine, moon, and night? Uh-oh. Okay, the owl is a symbol of feminine, the moon, and the night. It has been called a cat with wings. Uh-oh. It has been worshipped as an idol and hated as the incarnation of the devil. It has been believed to have great healing powers, both in Native America and on other continents. Because of its association with the moon, it has ties to fertility and seduction. For the moon is the arouser of men and owls. The owl is the bird of magic and darkness, of prophecy and wisdom. To the ancient Greeks, the owl was associated with the goddess Athena, and it was a symbol of higher wisdom. It was the guardian of Acropolis, of the Acropolis. To the early Christians, uh, wait, to the early Christian Gnostics, it is associated with Lilith, the first wife of Adam, who refused to be submissive to him. To the Pawnee, it is a symbol of protection. To the Ojibwa, it is a symbol of evil and death. To the Pueblo, it is associated with the skeleton man, the god of death, but who was also a spirit of fertility. I won't be able to finish, will I? Owl medicine is symbolically associated with clairvoyance, astral projection, and magic, both black and white. Many superstitions and beliefs have come to be associated with it. Owls have been thought of as the reincarnation of the dead. In Wales, the owl has come to be associated with fertility. If heard near a pregnant girl, it indicates an easy birth. The most predominant of that is the owl being able to extract secrets. It is believed in ancient Rome that the place Oh, thin rabbi. I know the place I go to doesn't use ribeye. They use skirt steak. No wonder it's so delicious. He's not done tooting. How's my toe? Much better. I actually just started to get where I I kind of really cut it up on the side of it when I whacked it on the on. I thought it was a rock because there's a big flat rock where I hit it that used to be the back deck, and it stepped down in like three different levels, and there was a arbor over it with some climbing roses on it and stuff like a long time ago. Anyway, there's a gas line that runs into the house, and so it comes out here. And then with the ground being how this ground slopes, there's a big flat rock. So because the dogs were like I think digging out underneath that deck and stuff like the back the back stairs, bottom stairs. So there's a big rock, but there's also a cement block right there where where a part of the gas line is. And so with the weeds and stuff, it was tall. But what I'm trying to say is, so I guess I hit it on the side. I had cut it. I had kind of cut it pretty good on that one side. I'm out here barefoot. Actually, right now is the area. In fact, I put the camera, which hopefully I won't step on, but the camera is actually right up against part of that brick, that it's a flat concrete one, not like a stepping stone. But the camera's right there by it, and then where that rock is, I've got the books and my water and coffee and other stuff out here. Look at how I babbled on. You asked me how my foot was, and I tell you all this other stuff. Yeah, ran it. Uh, so it also kind of marks or can kind of tell where it is, but also had put it in to where it had a shut-off valve, so you don't have to go to the tank. And bought something like like a water meter box. So the water meter box is sunk down dug out around, and the water meter box is sunk down, so that if you had to come out and turn off the gas, it was at the bottom of the steps or whatever. But even though there's a shut-offs inside. It's a beautiful night here. What about with you guys? Hi, Andy. Why don't you come here? Andy. Hi, Daphne. Andy. Come here, Andy. It is not easy to remember because the weeds grow up. Like even right now, the weeds are so, and then it's dark. That's what it is. I don't really, I still left that pot that I had fell over. And if I would walk out, if I would go what used to be a trail through there, Because when I had first put that in, like where that cat table is right there, those trees were so much smaller, and that this ramp wasn't built, the big deck wasn't built, there was no cat table right there, so there was a lot more room, and you could walk between those two trees. I prune them almost every year. I don't like to, but when they start getting in the way being of you walking around, I don't know what I'm going to do with all these rocks because I need to move a bunch of them with how I am now just to make sure that close to freezing. The other one, wow, close to freezing. You got rain too? A lot of people hide stuff with etc. Yeah. When I'm out in the dark and then barefoot. But I need to do something with this one. It'd have to be pried up. This one rock here is so heavy and so thick. You know, it'd kind of be like a stepping stone, but I bet you, I don't know. I'm not good at that, but I'd say it's probably 3, 4 inches thick, maybe more than that. Maybe 2 or 3 foot. So it's pretty heavy. Have to use like a spud bar to move it or something. I'm always barefoot, kinda. And then I don't know if some of you guys seen like that thing about the kissing bug. I always call them stink bugs, but and how they bite people on the face. And anyway, you can get like a parasite. I don't know if that's what it is, but I got bit on the face by kind of by one of my eyes, or if I just have um, like a skin contact from a plant. Count cinque. Okay, well since I'm gonna have to start over more. Well, I'm glad everybody seems to be doing okay. Do you feel like I got a couple of ant bites or poison ivy? They're mainly just gotta get some stuff taken care of. I did make some when I wasn't streaming, like last week very much. Now they're not going to be long streams like these, but I did make some that were just quiet. We'll see how quiet they were. Both at night and then bird ones. Thing is, it takes me so long to upload. And then, can't remember if it was even earlier. Oh yeah, it was even earlier today where you can't even make it through like a music video. So you can't make it 3 minutes without it buffering. I, there's a lot of things people don't like. I don't like that when you're getting into a song and it buffers, and it buffers, and it buffers. So actually tonight's pretty good. Been resting a lot, kinda, a lot more. In fact, I slept after I ate, if I didn't say that. I should, let me put on here, I don't know if the phone I'm looking at, oh, it's on top chat. Hopefully I wasn't missing a ton of stuff. No, yeah, it is slow. It is slightly swollen, and it almost feels rash-like. No, probably, I'd like to move it somewhere. You used to be able to do stuff like that with just a pen. Have to use leverage and slowly move it like, Oh, I didn't do it over end, but most of these, all these beds around here, they were brought from somewhere else. I used to also use, sometimes when I'd collect them from different places, or I'd have some people that want them out of their fields or whatever, or other places was take those, not a tray, not a bin. What do you call it? John would probably. You know, they're kind of. Okay, so that pan right there I have for the water heater. So what they weren't for water heater. It wasn't really a shower pan. What were they for? I don't think they were grout. Anyway, they're kind of bigger, and so uh, I basically made a sled out of it. Drill holes in the. They were black and kind of. They're big enough, but basically about the size of a sled or smaller, and real thick, heavy duty black type of plastic, and drill a hole in how the lipped edge was, and then put a real heavy duty rope through it. So if you had plants or dug up trees or did rocks, you could like pull it, tug it along behind you. Do you know what I'm saying? It's surprising with grit. That's why I'm like an old donkey. Oh, I am an old donkey. There's nothing wrong with old donkey. You can do a lot with leverage, with few tools. I need to put a battery on this one phone. Bring one out here. Yeah, that's what it would be. Skidded easier would be easy. Like so a lot of I use tarps that way and a lot of stuff. That's a good idea. Although I couldn't pull. I was gonna say even like with wood, but I couldn't pull that like it. I'll probably just do what I would do, like use a spud bar. It's not that far. I'll probably. Um, I've been trying to think because about like with that Japanese maple. I never know when that's gonna die, but I want to move some of those rocks. I really have been wanting to for a long time. Concrete like underneath it, but the cats do like to lounge in that area. It's not that far away. I would like to hope I could still move it. Not like really picking it up, bending over, but using your back in the right way and your legs. I'm not sure if I could do it or not. Maybe I have to take breaks. Depend upon how many cats are in the way, too. That's one thing. But not picking it up, but lifting it while kind of like, almost like you do it with a heavy piece of furniture or a refrigerator or other stuff. Like where you kind of rock them. You know what I mean? Maybe you know what I mean. Anyway, that's what I do as a girl and have to pick up furniture. Not pick it up. Move some heavy things without yeah, without scratching up stuff. Yeah, that's probably what I do with this. Not the side that's like 2, 3, 4 foot. It's got to be longer than 2 foot. Probably 4 foot long. Not do it that way, the long end. Do it the way it's shorter. I don't know. It just depends. I think it could. Okay, so now I'm out of the owl thing. I guess I'll read that some other time. I am interested what it all means since they keep showing up. Oh, it's talking about it. When I was closing the book, it was talking about them laying their eggs in the fork of the trees. I wonder, even with some of these trees that are coming down and they're laying kind of sideways, or other things. Do you see the kitty climbing up? Is that Daphne? Look at Daphne. Do you see her climbing up that pole? What are you doing? I don't know if you guys could see her. She's she's all the way up here. Look at where my finger is. She's all the way up here. That's Daphne. Daphne, what you doing out there? You almost can't see because of the tree. There's actually branches in the way. Daphne! You can see her, the white of her feet, since she's tortoise. See her moving around? What are you doing? You're sitting up on, looks like you're on the roof, but you're actually on a 4x4, aren't you? Aren't you? That used to be up for that other deck. Daphne. Doesn't it look like she's sitting on the roof? That's from where they, that was from where part of the arbor was. There used to be. Oh, she's gonna come down. I should have turned the flash on so you guys could have seen. What you doing? What you doing, girl? Yeah, I should have turned that on. What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, it looked like she was, uh, on the roof. That was funny. So, I won't read the vintage one. I'll either read spooky, I won't read animal spook. I'll either read spooky, or I can read vintage, or, I don't know. Should I leave the flash on or off? What do you think? Everybody's probably almost sleeping. Aren't you guys almost all sleeping? You can see the cats better, huh? What did you write? Good climber? That's a lot of these guys are really good climber. Nico, all those litters, even these guys, they climb, easy 20 foot. Can you hear that rapping? Somebody must be sitting up in the kitchen. Chester's on the rail. You can't see her right there on the right. Aren't you, Chester? You can't. Oh, do you hear? What's that noise? Listen. Listen. Not that. I was wondering if that's an owl, kind of owl. That was a weird noise. Here? Did you see it? Listen. Listen. I'll be quiet. That's not the sound I heard before. Oh, I just heard it again. It sounded like it went toward the road. I still never figured out what all those birds were. That one or 2 days when they were all coming. Yeah, did you hear it again? I can't tell what that is. That's like the first times I heard whippoorwills at night a few years ago. I think it was whippoorwills. They go, woo hoo, woo hoo, something like that. Really loud. Could be an owl. Now there was an owl earlier, and there's been an owl like last week. I can't remember if one night on a stream it was there, but even when how I wasn't streaming, if I was outside of some, but yeah, I've heard owls. Three. Tonight may have been the fourth. In fact, one day I was streaming. Now that I remember, it's really weird to me because it almost sounds like the TV's on inside the house, and there should not. Maybe I have another phone sitting here. I wonder if I've got my headphones sitting close by or something. I don't know. Could be I'm hearing stuff. No, that's an owl. Maybe, but I wish it would be nice. I shouldn't say I wish, but it would be nice to have the knowledge that I could share with all of you guys exactly which critter was, or insect or species was making what noise. Although it's fun for everybody, I'm always grateful to anybody that can teach me stuff. That was Canine. That's a whistling bird. Oh, let's see what she said. Was that a very odd? What was that very odd sound? A few notes in a row, long ago. I don't know. Yeah, a little whistle. Yeah, I think it's gonna be around here a few more times. Thank you. Hey, you haven't heard that much, have you? In fact, that is. But yeah, there was an owl. If it was recent, I think that's an owl, and I think that's a barn or a bard. I'm not sure. Like that was more common. But then a few years ago, there was that was one of my first night streams. There was something that was making such a noise that was crazy. I think I should go put some sweatpants on before I read. Maybe get more coffee. Ah, more spooky. Maybe I should try. Let me see the authors. Let me see if they say who they are. Because in these vintage ones, I find some of them had, well, they're longer, so I don't know how many parts are in them. Goodness. Hapathos. See some, these older ones? Oh, that one's H.G. Wells, which so many people know, but some of these words in that one, Azores, I know that's an island, but I'm sorry, Sidmouth, so that must be a town. Particular species of Haplotethys ferox. I mean, I hate to butcher a story when I Haplotteuthis. Use that in a sentence. In the case of Haplotethys ferox, for instance, It is talking about zoology, the study of animals, which I do like. Cephala, cephalopods. So that's why I'd have to be on the killed off a terraceria. You'd be like, you guys would be like, definitely wouldn't be teaching you anything. And if it's supposed to be scary, the Gorgon by Ashton Clark Smith. I know that thing too. I wonder what kind it has. Okay, I am going to put this book down because I'm going to do this. And I'm going to go get some more coffee and put some pants on. And a shirt. It won't take me long. In a minute. So anybody also, oh, I'm still here. Anybody got any plans? You pronounce well, no worries. Sometimes, thank you for saying that. We can all be perfectionists about some things. I'm not afraid to make mistakes, but um, if I was going to read to people, and especially if I wanted to, instead of just reading like monotone, which I kind of do now, I'd rather, I don't know, that had voices, read with voices. And then some of these that are older stories, like Shakespearean, thee, thou, whatever, some of the words I don't know what they are. Or if they're Greek or Latin. I might do okay with Latin, but I know everybody doesn't get Suze's imperfect reading now. But it helps me for my brain because actually I think my comprehension skills have waned over the years. So that's why, like with that other book, those stories, I don't know if they sound scary or not, but that book, with those stories that were written, they seem for me right now much easier to read. Hi, Andy. What you doing? Did they see you? You're such a good little girl. Except for you walk to the mailbox, don't you? You're the first one. You run to the building for food, don't you? Yes, you do. They can't see you right at the bottom of probably where the camera sees. Yours have too. I know, but what do I want to say? Words flow out of mouth like when I'm talking. I can just be rambling about whatever, or if we're talking about a subject. Now, like if it was to talk about plants, I still wouldn't remember a lot of things. But I used to read and do that so much. I guess that'd be like most people's if it was their profession. But it was my profession, but it was more like a love and a passion to where I didn't make a lot on it because I was more busy goofing around and playing with tons of crops. But um, I have all these books and I have all these books. Some a lot that have never been read, and then there's a lot of classics and other stuff. And I just figured I pretty much had to get that up. Was gonna sell them. I was gonna. I had family that, that some of them read a lot. My mom read a lot. My one brother read a lot, but my mom can't read that well anymore after several strokes. And my other brother passed. I don't know if my other brother reads a lot. I think he reads some, but Animal House, I picked it out of the one of the boxes I had of um, classics. Let me go get coffee and some sweatpants and like a Henley long sleeve shirt. You want to go in? You want to go in? Hi, Andy. Hi, Andy. Good. That fucking hurt. What are you doing? What are you doing, little girl? What are you doing, little girl? You know what? I brought these big plush socks, like winter socks, with no shoes, but the ground is damp. And I brought a third phone. Why? I brought another phone. I have no idea. Thanks, you guys, for keeping me company. Or if you need to fall asleep or something. Well, you probably need a break. Who, me? Oh, you guys are talking to each other. Sorry. What are you doing, Chester? Huh? Let me put these socks on because that foot does still. It still has a scab on it. I had cut it really good. My feet are cramping up. Oh, watch out. Okay? The light's flashing. What is it, sweet girl? What is it, Chester? What is it, Chester? So, should I turn I'll turn the flash off. We don't need it on. Battery will last longer. Okay, yes, I know. Let me put this other sock on. It's slightly chilly. Give my feet some protection. Not much. I'll need rugs. What, Chester? No, you guys want to come? No, don't knock my... Please don't knock all that over. Okay? I know. Now you want to... I just filled my coffee and stuff. Huh? The kitty came up here a minute ago. Chester, please don't knock. You're going to knock that. That coffee is like so hot, Chester. You need to go. You need to move for a few minutes. Let me drink some of that. You're going to spill it all over you, probably all over my feet. That would burn. Chester, there's hot coffee right there. I better put my other stuff. I better put this other stuff in my pocket. I know what it is. I know what it is. I'm grouch and that giving you a hard time on it, Jessica. Move for 1 second, okay? I have it on this rock because the grass is wet, but you guys sit on this rock, so you don't like it that I have my stuff all over your things, do you? So I'll move it. There you go. I gave you enough room, didn't I? That was the problem. I was in your spot. Do you have enough room now? Huh? Do you have enough room now? Sweet Chester. Hopefully you can't hear me slurp. So I'll put all this stuff in my pocket. Can't fit that. Ah, you should be sleeping, shouldn't you, if you gotta work tomorrow or you have the day off? Oh, if it rains, probably, that's right. This afternoon? You slept till 5:30 this afternoon? Yeah, I had a few long days for me considering I don't usually sleep, sometimes that I like to sleep 3 or 4 hours, 6. Lately, no, I've been sleeping more than that. Sometimes I've thought about streaming at night, and then I'm like, I don't even know if I'd want to stay up for an hour or two and like talk to people or something. And don't know if I felt like I caught something. I did spend time with a friend, like 2 nights. What are you doing, little girl? I gotta try to find a doctor and go to a dog. I hope I don't knock that over. That's got a bunch of stuff in it too. My little friend. Oh, you gotta get up before you should go to bed then. Wait for notification this might be wet. That's what I was wondering. Oh, I wonder if this is the end of the chain. Sounds like it's pushing pretty fast, doesn't it? Fuck, I hope I didn't have that. No, it wasn't the whistle. You know what? I still hear it going. Kinda. Maybe. It could have been the end of it and just not tooted. Or it could be. Yeah. I'm gonna have to get another battery pack in a little bit. It could be. Yeah, it must have been the end of it. Oh, guys. I think something's in my coffee that I'm gonna drink. I think it's an ant. Should I just drink it anyway? I bet you if I did something like that on camera, that everybody'd watch me. You'd be crazy. If I told you what I saw this one guy who I've seen at some channels doing on his own channel the other day, um, it was wild. Okay, should I do another spooky? What time is it? 2? You're gonna guys gonna have to go to bed anyway. I could try one of the others. Kissing bug? Yeah, did you hear about those? I'm wondering if I get bit one by one, but they said usually by the mouth. I get bit by the mouth, but I think I got bit up on the side, which it could also been like a plant toxicity and rubbed it there. Because I try not to rub my face too much. I used to a lot, but with so much stuff around. But those are easy and they slip in your house. That's what I was wondering because of all the reports on them lately and how prevalent it is. Down here isn't one of the worst states, but it's like one of the other ones. You're in one of the states. Are you in one of the states that it's really bad? I know I think Texas is really bad. I'm trying to remember if Mississippi next to us is, or Louisiana. I know a couple of those, and then I think a couple before, like above, maybe even Missouri and stuff. So yeah, I was wondering because when they say small rashes, I was way back in this string, dang it. No wonder. No worries. I don't know what you're responding to, and I get way back. So, but I'm wondering that because I saw that, and they do get in the house. I never called them kissing bugs. I always called them stink bugs, if that's the same or not. But that's what I always call. But um, I know there were one or two in the house this last week, and being down here, like you see everything. So I'm hoping not. Drink water. Hydrate. I'm drinking coffee. That's not really hydrating, but I'm sure hope not. Because it was a parasite that can, um, oh, which would be okay if I had it. You don't think you have them there in Arizona? I thought it was, but maybe not. I think Texas was one of the worst places right now. But I called them stink bugs. But I think that's why they said they call them kissing bugs because a lot of times they go toward your mouth and they whatever like scratch, and if you scratch they put something on the surface. I don't know if it's like lay eggs or something, but if you scratch it, I don't think it's eggs, but it gets under neath your skin. But I just think the symptoms are like aches and pains, maybe like low grade fever, feeling, lethargic. There's been quite a few people I've seen on different streams that have said that they felt like, they had something like a cold or something else. Ant problem inside? Did I say there was an ant problem inside in the house? There gets to be ants. It's always in. I've wondered about some of the walls or whatever, but because down in the south, if you have brick homes with the chink, you can have stuff. I have friends that have a really nice house, and um, uh, I can't remember if they had termites or other stuff, but uh, when I found a snake in the house, and I called a man who was trying to find if there was somebody like a pet rescue, or not a pet rescue, um, an exterminator company, and somebody has been shooting every once in a while. They must be out squirrel hunting or doing something kind of hunting for a few hours. Um, anyway, like even with the sighting and stuff, because they were just like, oh no, they can call. And I talked to one man. He was pretty far away. He felt bad because I was like, there's a snake in the house. Can you come? Can you come get it? But he didn't do that kind of stuff. Anyway, but he was like, oh no, people with brick homes or like even with this vinyl siding, he's like, oh, they'll get in there. Or in people's eaves or whatever. What was it that was in my house? It was a baby eastern diamondback rattlesnake. I broke my hand killing it. I don't like to kill things. I have a lot of PTSD over animals. Other things in my life, but down here. I even have a picture of it somewhere because it was in a bag. I happened to let a cat in there, a kitten and a cat, and was doing something. There was occasions that I would leave the door open and be working. I don't know if I did that or if it had come up because the carpeting's up in most of the place. Yeah, yeah. And it was at night. I used to work like late hours, so it was like later on. And I came in from outside, and one of the cats, like this was years ago. I don't know how many years ago, 6, 8 years ago, longer than that. And I came in from working at night, and then one of the cats had come inside with me, and I was going to do something or whatever, came back out, and the cat was sitting there and was like fixated on something, like really attentive toward, but cautious, also looking at something. And I was like, what are you looking at? And at least I didn't like hurriedly do it, but I moved a couch out of the way. And when I moved the couch, there was the baby rattlesnake right there. And I think I shocked it, and it shocked me. And anyway, so like I called and stuff and tried to find out about if I could get somebody to come over. I didn't think 911 would come over or anything. So anyway, maybe I shouldn't tell about. I don't know if I'd get on trouble to tell about how I did it, but let me tell you, my adrenaline was pumping, and I ended up breaking my hand. And then I ended up sticking it in a freezer bag and sticking it in the freezer. I got pictures of it and sent it to a friend of mine, this a woman friend of mine um, that used to run Auburn Farmers Market. But anyway, she's a county agent for Home and Gardens, like this whole district. And so I sent her a picture, and she's like, "Yep, that's a baby eastern diamondback rattler that was in my house." I was worth breaking my hand. I don't like killing things, but I was smart about how I did it. Very smart. But yeah, you guys wonder like why I'm like Uh, it seems like I'm hazard prone. It's not always hazard prone. It's just um, do it. But oh, when you said ants, cinnamon, I don't know if they do it up around you, but I'm sure other parts of the country. But they're like sugar ants in the summer. Well, not really sugar ants. You don't even have to really have anything like sweet. I make sure I don't have anything out, or try to hardly ever have anything out. But no, a lot of insects try to come in your house when in the south, especially when you live. But probably like other areas of the country, right? John probably has different spiders, lizards. I've had to fight, fight off pet bull, just do all kinds of stuff. The cat on that scorpion. Oh, I don't think I heard about this story. Yeah, it's a great reason to have cats. I think these cats are taking care of a lot of stuff. I haven't hardly seen any snakes. Now the black ones I'd like for them to be around. They probably more in the trees, but I mean, I don't see as many lizards, other kind of things. Don't see any mice. They don't seem to eat those. They seem more to play with stuff. Occasionally I see a vole. I wonder if that's, sorry, I'm eating. I wonder if that's happened out here sometimes too with other animals. I mean, even in cats, that if they're after something that's not good. Are the scorpions out there really dangerous? Like, I'm sure there's different species. Mm. Another train. How many trains has that since been sitting outside? think my camera's kicking. Super. Hope Tree, fourth or fifth at least. I know. That's good, I guess. That sounded like one. Be interesting to go down there one day. Okay. Is this another one or is that the same one? Doot, doot. Do you know there is a junction? That sounded a different toot, didn't it? That was. I just wondered if it was going to whistle again. Yeah, did you hear it? That's like, I don't know, a sixth or more. Been hearing them the last few nights. Somebody spot hunting something. Oh, you too, sweet thing. Thank you for stopping in and saying that. Much love, Randy. 3 trains in a row, I know. You too, beautiful. Oh, 2 loads of dirt. Yeah, because you never know where the dirt comes from. Talk to you soon, whenever you're ready. Trains? Oh, I thought you meant gunshot. Uh, but trains too, a bunch. I wonder how many more there will be. Got the dirt out in the middle of the desert, huh? Oh, Randy, I didn't even see that you were on. You're probably still not here. 9 hours ago. Oh well. Didn't even know that. I bet you I wasn't online yet. Be right back, guys. Trains sound close in the rumble. Yeah, that you can hear the rails. Wonder what it's gonna be like with um, when the trees start losing their leaves. I mean, there's evergreens here, but a lot of them are deciduous. It sits down in a little valley. That's probably, well, to say to get down there. I'd say in a mile and a half, 2 miles. And then about sometimes when I can hear it, I'm trying to think of where the different, because there's two different ways that they junction off. Like there's railroad tracks that actually go downtown and then go across somewhere. Where do they go? I think they go south, but there's also a place not far from here that then they go and veer off another way or something. Look how many. Speaking of which, I just picked up my phone off the ground and I had a spider on it. Daddy Longlegs. Songs get absorbed in this gap. Well, and then it goes across the street and goes down kind of a little hill and those goes up and down. I don't know. I don't. Oh, you did. Hmm. I don't know. Are you watching? Oh, I dropped my phone. I need to be active tomorrow. I have been. Oh my! You would not believe all the pictures and files, videos I've been transferring from 4 phones. What are you doing? That was Taxi. What are you doing, Taxi? Yeah, my ankle really itches. It feels like I rubbed up on something or got bit. But it's no wonder. So I do walk around barefoot. Huh, Taxi? I see ya. I see ya. So did you have the house to yourself the other night, John, or now? I missed part of the conversation. You know, it's so funny. It looks like that hickory that's by that back porch is trying to come back up. I bet you it is. I just noticed. Dang. It was getting big enough. The roots are by the... I'd have to tear those stairs off, tear part of that back deck off to get that. It looks like that hickory tree's already going to come back. Which means by that time be too old to dig it up. Wait, have a tree growing in the middle of the house. Not quiet, but I have a lot I need to do this week. I slept till noon on Sunday morning, 10 on Sunday morning. I don't remember what time I slept. I just feel like I've been sleeping a lot lately. Kind of have been, or I guess at different times or something. I did sleep a lot. I mean, for me, I slept a lot. 8, 10 hours or something. Not always, but yeah, I got something on my foot, on the top of my foot. It really super itches. I don't remember what time I got up. Oh, I got up real early. Did I? I don't know. That's what it was. I cooked and then I ate. I can't remember what time, but pretty early. I think 3 or 4, and then slept till about 7 or 8. I don't always like doing that split shift, but whatever. So, that's good. We all sound nice and rested. So, even though you guys said, because I want you to be honest, well, people will do whatever, that makes it sound like you're not. Um, since the ones that I read out of tonight says spooky campfire tales, and they did talk about things haunting stranger. What did you think they were scary stories? I mean, it's marked adult. Let me see what it said about Alabama. Can't remember though. A few rails. Yeah, actually, a big network in Alabama. Like most, I guess, manufacturing hubs, they'll come and go. There is Alabama has a lot of manufacturing, and even like in the trucking industry, a lot goes. Well, is it I-20? Must be I-20. They go the even numbers go east to west. So I-10 is down like along the bottom of Florida, Alabama, maybe Texas. I don't know. Probably Mississippi, all there. But does I-10 go where you are, John? I can't remember. And uh, so I-20 in Wood goes through Atlanta, and from there it probably goes through South Carolina, maybe, or over to Savannah. I don't know. Sometimes they do go up in a different way, but goes to Atlanta, goes through Birmingham, to the other side of. I don't know where 20 goes from there. So, but here, even in this town, um, probably the largest employer is Walmart. But other than that, before they had the super center, I think there's a manufacturing here, like a couple textile things and other things. But I do think that also that when it's rural, I do think they also run a lot, even like uh, well, the rail cars, but even like toxic chemicals and stuff. But yeah, transport. Yeah, I-10 runs through Arizona, so that's kind of at the bottom part. So um, try another story. Let's see what I'm reading. What John says. Tell 10. Usually the dogs start barking after Caitlin leaves for school at 6 a.m. and wakes Robin up. That's nice. They wanted to sleep in too, huh, John? Dogs wanted to sleep in too. Mobile. Yeah, that's Mobile would be a main port because of ships coming in. And then maybe somewhere in Florida, but Mobile, and then I know over on Georgia's side, Savannah would be. I'm not sure if somewhere else down, well, south of there, it'd have to be Georgia, because Valdosta is about the furthest place. and I've been down there. Did shows down in Florida and stayed in Valdosta with some other female uh, farmers, crafters, whatever. Another one, girlfriend, she had it's still listed, but I don't know how she's doing. Her husband died a few years ago, so it's hard to get a hold of her. Okay, I'll read another story. I'll read one of these short ones. Spooky ones. So I'll just open it up. Okay. Little Miller. Dismissal Swamp. Jared couldn't believe it when his fiancée Bethany fell ill just a few short weeks before their marriage. She was a strong, healthy girl, the daughter of his neighbor, but she just faded away before his eyes. He tried everything he could do to save her, contacting the local physician and even riding his horse many weary miles to get a specialist from the city. But nothing could be done. The pain radiated out of her middle so intensely that the local doctor decided to keep her on morphine at all times. There came a day when Jared refused to leave Bethany's side, knowing that at any moment she might go. He slept in his chair during the night and sat on the side of her bed during the day. She was so heavily drugged that she didn't even recognize him until her final moments. The morning before they were to have wed, she called his name, and her eyes cleared for the first time since she fell ill. Jared took her into his arms, and they spoke quietly of the life they would have had together someday. He held her long after she gasped out her last breath. Jared was inconsolable. Later, long after Bethany's body lay buried beside the dismal swamp, he sat alone in his room, grieving for his lost love. He scorned food and sleep, depriving himself until his mind gave way under the strain. One morning, One morning he came out into the kitchen, as happy as he could been before Bethany's tragic illness. His mother was delighted at first until something in his conversation revealed that he had lost touch with reality and thought that his betrothed was still alive. Jared now believed that Bethany had gone away for a while because of a tiff with her parents, but he was sure that he could mend the rift between them. "I will find her and apologize for them. Then she'll come home with me and we'll be married," he told his mother earnestly. "I will find her, Mama." His family tried to reason with him, but Jared's mind was made up. His Bethany was missing, not dead. He would listen to no one who suggested otherwise. He spent the majority of his day walking up and down the highways and byways, calling her name. After about a week, he became obsessed with the notion that she was living somewhere in the swamp, perhaps in one of the abandoned fishing shacks. She would never wish to be far from her parents, in spite of the breach he imagined between them. "I will find her," he told his anxious family, passionate in his conviction. "I will find her and bring her home." Something in his mother's expression worried him. He stepped forward and took her hand. "She is ill, Mama, and tired. I think she is afraid she is going to die." His mother brightened a little with hope. This was the first time Jared had acknowledged that something more than an argument might have sent his Bethany from him. "Don't worry," Jared continued. "I will hide her away from death so that he will never find her when he comes." His eyes blazed with insane fire that repelled his family. His mother tore her hands from him and turned away from the madness she could no longer deny. She covered her face with her hands and her body tense with pain. Jared's father tried once again to convince him that his beloved lay dead beside the swamp, but Jared would not listen. He broke away from his father violently and ran off to the dismal swamp. Jared wandered about for days, living on roots and berries and sleeping at night in the dark marshland endlessly. He called out to his beloved to come to him, but there was no answer. One evening at dusk, Jared stumbled upon Drummond's Pond, a 5-mile expanse of water in the middle of dismal swamp. On the black surface of the water, he saw the soft blinking of fireflies dancing hither and thither across the black surface. To his dazed eyes, the soft lights framed a beloved figure that beckoned to him wistfully and called out his name. "Bethany, my love," he exclaimed, overjoyed. "I see her life light." To his maddened mind, it seemed that Bethany hovered over the waters, her spirit caught between this world and the next. A gesture either way would determine whether she lived or died. He saw her life candle flickering behind her, growing more erratic and burning down toward nothing. If he didn't reach her in time, the candle would burn out and she would be lost to him forever. Jared would not swim, rush around frantically, constructing a raft of cypress branches so that he could reach his love before she disappeared. Lashing the branches together with vines, he leapt on top of the flimsy craft and floated out to join the girl he had lost. As he drew near the center of the pond, a wind sprang up and the raft was tossed and tumbled at the sudden waves. With a calm of alarm, Jared fell from the raft and sank down into the murky waters. He thrashed about desperately, his eyes on the fireflies dancing above the water just out of reach. "Bethany!" he screamed, the name choking off in the water. I could scream, you guys. Filled his mouth. "Beth!" The last breath was lost as his head went under for the final time. The next day, Jared's drowned body was found by his father, who had come searching for his insane child. The family buried him next to Bethany. Occasionally, visitors to Drummond's Pond still hear Jared's voice echoing dismally across the still waters as he searches for his beloved. And some brave souls who remain in the vicinity after dark claim that the phantoms of Jared and Bethany, reunited in death, sometimes float across the pond on a raft made of cypress branches, carrying a firefly lantern to light their way. That's the end of that one. I need a happy story. It's weird. Everybody wants spooky, scary, and that's good, and life does have that. And I'd say that's not me or ghost stories or whatever, but I guess these are ghost stories. That's what these are. I must be in the ghost story section. But I do like detective stories, so that's like, um, whatever. This chair is hurting my arse. Hurting my arse. Oh, I bounced myself out of, um, do you hear it? I bounced myself out of the channel. Sorry. Yay. Yeah. Yeah, through what? Oh, you guys are talking to each other. Yep. Nope. Yep. Nope. See, I could read other stuff. I think a history book, and not history, but kind of history. I know I've got like John Mead's other stuff. I need to look through some of the others. People said, and still said Animal Farm. Maybe I should get Flannery O'Connor, go get one of those. Or try one of these others. I don't know. My butt hurts. But raccoon could be around. Yes, I bet you they could be. They could easily be eating over there. And I have no clue about it. Maybe I should go get more coffee. You guys tired? Are you just sticking around to keep me company? Short horror stories. I wonder if dogs would also keep owls away, although I haven't heard it. You heard that dog wolfing? I was almost gonna howl. Ow! Mm-hmm. You know what? I've had a wolf in my yard. Didn't sound like coyote though, right? No coyote yipping. I hope. I should probably go get a battery. What's this other phone on that's streaming? Uh-oh, I'm getting a leg cramp. I hope I don't start like making weird noises. 40 something. I should go get two. Mystery or detective, animal, totem meeting. I don't have any detective in front of me unless, I would wonder about, Flannery O'Connor. I thought about it. I'm sitting on one of those metal chairs. So I don't think those, like the metal chairs I have outside, it's not that those are exactly the most comfortable to be sitting in for hours. Wah, 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 wah. What I need to get is battery packs. Get two. I wanted the first book I wanted to read was Flannery O'Connor. So I think I'm gonna go get one and get coffee because I'm out of coffee. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Oh, dang it. I looked at books. I got coffee. I brought out 3 books. Go for it. I forgot 2 battery packs. Are you guys saying that you had, okay, now I got 2 battery packs on. So, I'm gonna have to move this camera. Are you guys, hold on. So you heard more gunshots while I was gone the first time? Am I allowed to? I don't know what you're allowed to say and what you're not. Seems like I always got in trouble for it. So that one's on a battery pack. Let me look at this other one. See what you guys are seeing. Probably making a lot of. You guys heard me. For your chair. Sounds Irish. Flannery O'Connor. She is. I didn't hear. Could be. Very well could be. Did I bring out a phone or a battery pack? Battery pack. Let me see. No, very well probably is. I've been hearing them quite a bit at night lately. Okay, I had you. So, this is what I did. Flannery O'Connor, complete stories, but some of them are shorter. But didn't we read one of hers? I had her on the one night that I was going to read from hers, but maybe I didn't because people wanted to hear the others or something. The complete stories. But she was from over in Georgia and she was raised Catholic, but they're kind of, they're still not horror stories, but there's contradictions in them and other stuff. But she died at like when she was in the prime of her writing at young. See, what does... Flannery O'Connor was born in Savannah, Georgia in 1925. A devout Catholic, she lived most of her life on a farm in Milledgeville, Georgia, where she raised peacocks and wrote. She was the author of 2 novels, Wise Blood and The Violent Bear It Away, 31 short stories, and numerous essays and reviews. When she died at the age of 39, America lost one of its most gifted warriors at the heights of her powers. But, and then I also brought out Louis L'Amour. John might know who that is. Cinnamon might, but since they're American. I also brought out Mark Twain, and then there's still that one, the vintage Horse was the one where I thought I might not be able to pronounce the name correctly. Louis L'Amour, the other thing. Mm-hmm. Let's see. That's where I had my bookmarker from. I wonder how long that one is. Quite a few pages. Can you hear me? Am I talking too low, probably? Wildcat. What page is that? 26? It's pretty small reading. Writing. You have heard of those authors? Louis L'Amour, Flannery O'Connor, Mark Twain? What do you think? Okay, here's Flannery O'Connor. Picked one out. Might be too long for here, but we'll see. Wildcat. But I won't know all the, well, I still won't know to do voices. This book's a little big for my lap with a flashlight. Campfire stories. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to watch. You got one right now. I'll start out with Louis L'Amour. Are these a bunch of little ones? Or no, the Haunted Maze is probably one. Not O'Connor. Yeah, Flannery O'Connor. But Mark Twain and Louis L'Amour. Oh, shorter ones is the Haunted Mesa. It's probably okay. I'll start on. How about if I start on Louis L'Amour? I should start one night and then read it all through. I mean, won't be able to probably read it through. Okay, this is called The Haunted Mesa by Louis L'Amour. It's weird to get. Shoot, I bounced myself out of chat because it's weird to get to this book with a battery pack on it for the light. Sorry. I'm complaining. Let me drink coffee. But it's hot. Coffee's too hot to drink. Okay. The Haunted Mesa by Louis L'Amour. It was night, and he was alone upon the desert. It'd been over an hour since he had seen another car. A Navajo family in a pickup. He shivered. What was the matter with him? Ever since leaving the highway, he had felt a growing uneasiness. Had he not traveled hundreds of lonely roads before this? Or was it an old memory haunting him still? Yet why should that be so? It was only a story told by an old man at a lunch counter, and he had heard many such stories and spent a good part of his life proving them to be illusions, fabrications, or misunderstood phenomena. Why had that one story clung to his memory? Was it the old man himself? He drove slowly, watching for the turnoff he had been warned would be hard to find. The road was a mere trail among low sandhills with the dark outlines of square-edged mesas looming against the sky. Of course, Eric Hokart's letter was a part of it. That letter had come from a badly frightened man, and no man had ever known was more cool, concise, and self-sufficient than Eric Hokart. There was no sound but that of the car itself, nothing to see but that narrow avenue of light carved by the headlights through a tunnel of darkness. He leaned forward, peering into the night, trying to see the turnoff in time. On impulse, he pulled over and stopped, shutting off the motor and the lights. He sat very still in the darkness, listening. Listening for what? With the lights out, the desert was gray, tufted with black spots of desert growth. Here and there loomed tall columns, and one rocky mesa shaped like a pipe organ. It was absolutely still. How rarely, he thought, can modern man experience a total silence. Yet the desert had it to offer, as well as the high mountains. Opening the car door, he stepped out into the chill night air. But he did not close the door behind him. The sound would have seemed like an obscenity in all-pervading stillness. A step away from the car, he stood listening. What he hoped to hear was the approaching sound of Eric's four-wheel drive vehicle. No doubt he was still too far away. Somewhere in the canyon ahead, Eric had suggested. To the westward lay a long mesa, stark and black against the sky. That would be the one Eric had mentioned in his letter. It was also the one he himself remembered. Almost 10 miles long and some 2,000 feet high. The last 300 to 500 feet sheer rock. Had he ever mentioned to Eric his knowledge of that mesa? As he turned back to the car, something flared at the corner of his eye. Turning quickly, startled, he stared at the flare on the mesa's dark rim. For a space of what seemed been 30 seconds, it flared, changed color slightly, then vanished. He stared at the end of the mesa where the light had approached a campfire. A campfire was unlikely at the height and in that direction. A crashed plane? He had heard no sound of motors, no explosion, seen nothing except that odd flare. Puzzled and more than a little disturbed, he got back into his car. And a half-mile further, he found the turnoff for which he was watching. He turned down a sandy slope and drove along the bottom of a dry wash. From here on, he had been advised it would be a rough going, even for a four-wheel drive. He had a shovel in the back of his car and some steel mesh he could unroll ahead if necessary. Most desert roads followed washes, but he had never liked them. This was not the season for flash floods, and the skies were clear, but flash floods had a way of happening when least expected. Long ago, when a teenager, he had watched a man lose all he had in just such a flood. The man had given him a lift, and it was raining hard in the mountains. They had reached a wash, and he warned the driver it was not safe. The man had merely smiled tolerantly and stared across the wide wash. Unhappily, about 2/3 of the way across, they stuck in the sand. Working to free the car, they almost missed hearing the roar of the oncoming waters. A strange coolness touched their faces, and startled, they looked up. A wall of water, no less than 8 feet high, with great logs riding its crest, was sweeping around the bend of the narrower canyon. The rush of water struck the canyon wall at the bend, throwing spray 50 feet into the air. For one frozen instant, they stared and then they ran. The rushing wall of water was a good 200 yards off, and they were less than 30 yards from the nearest bank. They beat the flood by half a step. Turning, they looked back at the wash, running bank full. He remembered the shocked and empty look on the man's face. He had said, "This will run off in a half an hour or less, but you'd better forget your car. There will be nothing left but twisted metal with sand all through the entire engine block." "All I had was that car," the man replied. That had been a long time ago, but he had saved his battered valise. Although it contained only 2 worn pairs of blue jeans, some shirts, socks, and underwear. In these days, he had always carried his razor and his comb in his pocket. The wash down which he now drove showed evidence of more than one such flood. Brush and debris were piled against rocks and trees, some of it quite recent. In this country you worried when there were clouds over the mountains. In the Kunluns bordering Tibet on the north, you worried when the skies were clear. For on such days, in that clear, thin air, the hot sun melted the snows high in the mountains, and the flash floods roared down the canyons when there was not a cloud in the sky. Leaning forward, he peered at the mesa rim, but all was dark. Is this boring? Should I stop? Oh, let me continue. I've almost got chapter 1. I'll stop on chapter 1. The track he followed now split into several, and he chose the one most followed. He swung wide around a big old cottonwood, a sure sign of groundwater, and he drove down the narrow alley of light, then to the crest of the low sandy hill. Getting out, he stood beside the car and listened into the night. Irritably, he reflected that Eric could at least have met him halfway. He was tired and in no mood to prowl through the lonely country in the night. Eric had suggested they meet on the canyon road, which was so evident Eric had suggested they meet on the canyon road, which was so indefinite as to be totally unlike Eric. He himself had suggested they meet at Jacob's monument, a monolith of stone, they both knew, and unlike any formation close by. "No," Eric said, "not there, especially not there." That was during their last telephone conversation, at least a month ago, when they had first talked of his coming for a visit. 3 weeks later had come the letter, hastily scrawled, a desperate plea for help. There was another gunshot. Got a shift in my chair. He glanced around uneasily, then backed up against the car. It was a lonely, eerie place. No sooner had the thought come than he brushed it aside. Odd how that old story had stuck in his mind, always lurking in the shadows of his memory, demanding to be recognized yet repeatedly brushed aside. The trouble was, the story would not be dismissed, and no doubt a good part of his career since then had been influenced by it. Yet when he had first discussed this country with Eric, he had not mentioned the story. Eric knew the country only from having flown over it passing from New York or Chicago to Los Angeles. And he was not the sort of man to listen to such a tale with anything but impatience. Mike Raglan had been 19 when he first heard the story, and only 2 weeks later He had seen No Man's Mesa for the first time. He had been employed in the old Catherine mine near the Colorado River when the decision was made to cease operations for a while. 4 of them had been sitting on the station at the 300 level discussing what to do next when they were eating their lunches with small appetites, as they would now be out of work and jobs were scarce. He had commented that he did not know where he would go. Why not arrive? Not. Sorry, I'm kind of shaky. Got it. It's my nose. Why not ride along with me? Jack had suggested. I've seen some claims up on Vallecito, and I must do the assessment work. Are there mines around Durango and at Silverton? That's in Colorado. And you might find... Okay, I gotta wait. Time for a smoke break. Go with the flow of the story. Yeah, I need to read every day. Proper English and proper grammar. Not that other people don't write it in the chats. Listen to the rails. Can you hear the rails humming? That's quite a few trains tonight. I didn't read what it said. Hold on. Does that say goodnight? I'm not done. I'm taking a smoke break. You're clapping anyway. You're clapping because I took a break. You're clapping because you're supportive. Oh, I know. You're clapping because I'm going to work my brain. That's it. Thank you very much, John. Oh, clapping because there's another train? Yeah, I'll have to do this more often again, too. Just some nights. Last time was a little, I don't know. Train whistle. That was a different kind of whistle for a local thing. Got it? I really want to go to water. And I'd stream, but if not, I'll have to... I don't know. Cramping up a little. What are you saying, my friends? Supporting. Yes. Thank you for supporting. That's wonderful. This was another pair, it seemed. I don't know what you mean by paired. Supporting trends, yes. Thank you for reading. It's good. Thank you. Thank you, John and Cinnamon. Somebody else is watching. Probably me. I don't know. I still haven't figured out if my other phone like that I'm on, if that counts as a device. If the one streaming counts as a device and this one, that'd be funny. It's good practice for when I do read something like, well, anything. Oh, I had something sticky sticking to my foot. Hello, Sneaky Pete. If you, what you doing? Yep, something to do in the day. Like I said, it was maybe just gonna set up a quiet stream tonight and go inside and do a few things, bills and transfer my pictures, maybe upload some stuff. I have so many videos and shorts and stuff to upload. But I thought maybe quiet, but then when I heard owls, well, that was before I even decided to stream, but then I was like, yeah, maybe if I stream and am talking, it would keep the owl at bay. I'm not exactly sure, but that's what my brain went. So, how many more pages of this chapter? Only a couple. Well, go to sleep if you guys need to, or leave if you want to. It's okay. Everything's always okay, right? Or maybe not. You know. I don't know where I was. Oh, did I just dump that dish over? I did. Hold on. That will stink big time. Oh, I dumped some stuff all over. Not too bad. I had something sticky sticking to my foot. Something sticky sticking to my foot. Yeah. Oh. Beautiful night. It would be fun to show you guys something else. Damn it. This cord is so short. Do you like Louis and L'Amour? Would you rather hear us start? Here I'm going all over the place. But it's not like it's a video on tape. I thought about doing that. Taping some of these stories like all at once or in sections like alone so maybe I could focus. Not that I don't mind doing it here and that you guys are here because that's lovely. If everybody wanted to talk about something and I knew what to talk about. I mean, some people read everybody's comments that are in the chat. I could do that too. Yeah, so many of my friends, you guys have missed. I can't get this in here. I know why. I'm gonna stick it. No, I'm trying to stick it right in. Oh, I can't get this. Now I do. I don't know. It seems like L'Amour was good. Okay, I'll keep up. I'll keep going. I have to put my bookmark in this one. Yeah, he has some good books. I have all different kinds of books. But, my college roommate loved him. But she has horses and stuff. Is from Colorado, was born there and lived there, so, yeah. There was another one, did you hear it? Bang, bang. So where did I leave off? Anyone have to do it, try to read a paragraph, chapter at a time. Okay, I'm gonna back up a little bit. Irritably, he reflected that Eric could at least have met him halfway. He was tired and in no mood to prowl through this lonely country in the night. Eric, you know what? I think I'm really close. You guys, you know what's so funny? I think I'm talking right into the phone, and I'm talking into my other phone where it's typing. I can using it as a flashlight. So I'm like looking, realizing I'm looking at that phone, talking into it. Can you guys hear me? Okay. So I just realized I'm looking in this other phone like that's my speaker. You can actually see the flashlight, can't you? Oh, I just realized that. Well, that means it's live in Memorex or whatever. Even like this, can you tell? You can. So when I'm all fidgeting around, you guys can tell. Now I backed it back up. Oh, you said now is clear. Okay, let me back it back up. I'll just let it be whatever. Sorry, we'll leave it there. See, I had it a little bit further away, and I'm trying to talk louder, but it's probably louder even now. Huh. So I moved it close, but I just realized with my second phone that I was speaking right into like the camera like it was close and loud enough, and here it was further away. That's too funny. Okay, well, that's kind of funny. Okay, I'm going back to reading. Okay, ready? Go! Irritably, he reflected that Eric could have at least met him halfway. He was tired and in no mood to prowl through this lonely country in the night. Eric had suggested that they meet on the canyon road, which was so indefinite as to be totally unlike Eric. He himself had suggested they meet at Jacob's monument, a monolith of stone they both knew, and unlike any formation close by. No, Eric had said, not there, especially not there. That was during their last telephone conversation, at least a month ago when they had first talked of his coming for a visit. 3 weeks later had come the letter, hastily scrawled, a desperate plea for help. He glanced around uneasily, then backed up against the car. It was a lonely, eerie place. No sooner had the thought come than he brushed it aside. Odd how that old story had stuck in his mind, always lurking in the shadows of his memory, demanding to be recognized, yet repeatedly brushed aside. The trouble was the story would not be dismissed, and no doubt a good part of his career since then had been influenced by it. Yet when he had first discussed this country with Eric, he had not mentioned the story. Eric knew the country only from having flown over it, passing from New York to or Chicago to Los Angeles, and he was not the sort of man to listen to such a tale with anything but impatience. Mike Raglan had been 19 when he had first heard the story, and only 2 weeks later he had seen No Man's Mesa for the first time. He had been employed in the old Catherine mine near the Colorado River, where the decision was made to cease operations for a while. 4 of them had been sitting on the station at the 300 level, discussing what to do next. They were eating their lunches with a small appetite, as they would now be out of work and jobs were scarce. He had commented that he did not know where he would go. Why not ride along with me? Jack had suggested. I have some claims up on the Vallecito, and I must do the assessment work. There are mines around Durango and Silverton, and you might find a job. With nothing better in sight, Mike Raglan agreed. Jack was a machineman, and he had been running a stopper on the same shift with him for several months. He was a congenial, easygoing man of 60, or more with memories of the great days at Goldfield, Tonopah, Ramsburg, and Cripple Creek. I used to be on the Chamber of Commerce in Cripple Creek. He had grown up in the Four Corners area. That's where my Indian family's from. I shouldn't interject. He had grown up in the Four Corners area, and his grandmother had been a Paiute. He spoke the language well. They had driven to Flagstaff and then to Tuba City. Farther along somewhere they had turned into an old trail for Navajo Mountain. There were a few places Jack hesitated to go with his old car. Its higher center enabled it to straddle rocks that would have disabled a later model. He carried a kit of tools, a spare fan belt, and odds and ends of nuts and bolts and baling wire, as well as an axe, a shovel, and a saw. There was always a couple of 5-gallon cans of gasoline, one of water, and a roll of steel mesh used in crossing deep sand. There was literally no place he would not go when traveling or prospecting. They had been eating supper in a Greasy Spoon restaurant in Flagstaff when they met an old cowboy. He was an acquaintance of Jack's from years past. "Know this country?" he said to Mike. "When I was your age, I cowboyed all over. Rode from the hash knife and the French outfit." Oh my God. Nose itches. Bug on my nose. This fly is attracting bugs. Then I taken to hunting for the lost Adam's gold. Found color here and there. Made a living. Punched cows around Winslow and down on the Big Sandy. Then I came back to this country and prospecting again. He peered at Mike. "You're young, years ahead of you. You prospecting?" "I'm rustling a job. Jack and me work together down Arizona way." "Remind me of myself when I was your age, full of dreams. Oh, what I'd do if I struck it rich. Well, I never got rich, but I did make a good living. Found me a good woman, too. Still got her. Got enough to last our years." He sized Mike up. "You got nerve, boy. You easily scared?" "About the same as most." "He's got sand," Jack interrupted. "Seen him in action." Sorry for not doing a bunch of voices. He's a scraper, and a damn good one." Jack got up. "I'm turning in, Mike. We'll pull out at daybreak." "I'll finish my coffee," Mike said. The old man filled the cups and leaned back in the booth and looked at Mike. Boy, I'm 80. Boy, I'm 88, my last birthday. I can ride as good as ever, but I can't climb. Don't want to anyways. Look, like I said, we got enough put by. Me and my woman, we lost a boy. Never had no others." Flagstaff? I love Flagstaff. I would have retired in Flagstaff. I love that area. I really did. I love Flagstaff. Got stuck there sometimes with snow. Never told my story to anybody. Never felt no call to, and didn't want to be called a liar. Folks always figured I'd struck me a pocket, and I surely did, he chuckled. Only it weren't raw gold, but refined gold, pure. I found some all right. There's plenty, where it came from, if you ain't scared and ain't nuts, and the like. 88, that's what I am? and my woman's almost as old. No way you figure, I can't read this. No way you figure it do, this English is about as bad as mine. 88, that's what I am. And Mild's woman's almost as old. No way you figure it do much time left. I never told my own boy. I was scared for him. Never told nobody until now, and I'm fair itching to get it off my chest before I go. But I'm a warning you, boy. Get you some gold and get out. Don't try to stay, and once out, for God's sake, don't try to go back. They never knowed what I found. They hunted me. But believe me, nobody's going to trail this here coon across the desert. Nobody. They never knowed who it was got through, and I fought shy of that country ever since. I tell you, boy, I do better probably the other way, right? I tell you, boy, there's things about this world nobody knows. That there's desert now. Them mountains around Navajo and east of there. That's wild country, boy. Wild. There's places yonder you see one time and never look at the same again. There's canyons no man has seen the end of, nor ever will, either unless they get through to the other side. I'm unplugging this. I cannot see with this battery. It does not give me a different flashlight. You guys can go, seriously. Or just fall asleep. Okay, let's see. They never knowed who it was got through, and I fought shy of that country ever since. I tell you, boy, there's nothing about this world nobody knows. That there desert now, them mountains around Navajo and east of there. That's wild country, boy, wild. There's places yonder you see one time and they never look the same again. There's canyons no man has seen the end of, nor ever will, either unless they get through to the other side. The other side? That's what I said, boy, the other side. Folks are forever saying that there's two sides to everything. I got ones. I'm trying to see which one's talking. Well, why should there be only two sides? Why not three sides or even four? I don't know nothing. I don't even claim to know. Only I stumbled onto something mighty strange out yonder. I figured on it some, and I spent some months just a watching and laying low. I ain't claiming I know how it works, but I know when. I don't know what causes it or how such things can be, but it worked one time for me. Trouble is, they knew. Somehow they knew. Only by the time they got there, I was gone, and I stayed gone. He took a swallow of coffee, wiped the back of his hand across his mustache, and said, I'm going to give you a map. It's on canvas, and I made it up myself. Only part of it was copied from a gold plate on a wall. That part I know nothing about. I copied it, figuring it was a key to something, and I don't know what. You found pure gold? Was it high grade? Jewelry rock? It was refined gold, boy. Discs like the size of a saucer. And there was cups and dishes and all the like, and that besides. Mike Reglin remembered that evening. He liked that story, but was a skeptic. The West was filled with stories of buried treasure and lost mines, treasures whose value increased as prices inflated. Years ago, the treasures had been worth $30,000 or $60,000, but figures had been astronomical, so the value of hidden treasures had inflated as well. 30 million was a popular figure nowadays. If even half the stories were true, a large part of the population must have engaged in burying treasure and losing minds. Outlaws were popularly supposed to have buried their loot when most of them couldn't spend it fast enough. Most of them spent their loot on wine, women, and song, although there's not much record of what they wasted much time singing. I've got a map. Here it is, the pitch. The map of the hidden gold would be sold only to him for X amount of dollars. Well, he'd heard that pitch before and still had his first map yet to buy. How much? Ain't for sale, not for any price. I am to give it to you, son, but I'll warn you, I'm giving you grief, lest you do as I say. Study it, learn it well, then make your move and get out. There's no other way. The old man was silent as he refilled the cups. I gotta warn you about that country, boy. I've been there 20, 30 times maybe. Just when you think you know it, somehow it's all twisted and bally which way. You stand where you stood before and nothing looks the same. Nothing even feels the same. Did you ever wake up in the middle of the night and find everything out of kilter? The door seams in the wrong place. Everything's switched around. Well, in that country, that country can be that way. Well, that country can be that way, only it doesn't stay that way for minutes. It's like that for hours. He paused, staring out into the night darkness. You listen to me, boy. You do like I done. When that country seems all catty corner wise, you stay where you're at. Don't you move. Don't let nobody don't let nobody get you down into that crazy twisted up country. 3, maybe 4 times in 30 years I've seen it. Each time I had sense to stay right there where I was. I had me an old burro them days, canny beast. Followed it over mesa and canyon for near 30 years. It was that old burro learned me, with green grass and water right down the slope. That old burro wouldn't take a step. I pushed him one time, told him not to be such a damn fool, but he just laid back his ears and wouldn't move. He reached into an inside pocket and brought out an old piece of canvas, opening it on the table. There she be. This here is Navajo Mountain. Nobody gonna miss that. Biggest thing around and sitting right there in the middle of some of the roughest country you ever did see. Canyon so deep you have to look twice to see the bottom. You look as far as you can see, then you start from there and look again. That squiggly line there, that's the San Juan River. Empties into the Colorado. Most of the time she flows into the bottom of the canyon. There's a trail leads from Navajo going east. Mighty rough. That's the way we're headed. Keep going, son. Don't stop. Keep going. Okay, that's chapter 1. That's probably good enough. Okay, today. It does make a difference in what you can see, doesn't it? I moved that camera back so close, it's affecting me. See, that's me flashing the book around. Oh, nice. Thank you, thank you. So lovely. You guys are so lovely. Louis L'Amour. I think I do Wayne sometimes read better. So. I'm always criticizing myself for critiquing. I should just let it be. Be me. Oh, I know a name. I am. I'm the. I'm the storyteller who tells you stories in the woods. What would that be? The storyteller who tells you stories in the woods. Sometimes, who sometimes tells you stories in the woods. Imperfect stories in the woods. How about that? It could sound fancy. Resuscitations in the woods. Reading to the crickets. Reading to the grasshoppers. Reading to the tree frogs. Ah. Which one? I say so many, John. I don't breathe. I don't breathe in between my statements. Uh, okay, yeah. Excuse me. It's late for you. Maybe not, but late. It's 3:45 here. I bet you end up sleeping for some hours during the day. We'll see. Mm. I'd like to put up an early morning bird stream someday, but I never know. So you want to talk about anything? Tree whisperer. I could be the tree whisperer. Okay. Should I make that a playlist? Or so sometimes just read and don't talk to people? Or a separate show? Or that's what I could call them in, like when I do the live. Tree whisperer. The tree whisperer. And then I could put polls on what to read. Some people might answer it. When most people probably listen to the stories. I don't know. I guess even when they're taped ones, they don't probably listen to them all at once. Just depends upon what they're doing. All of a sudden, I want to yawn. Excuse me. Tree storyteller. Tree storyteller whisper. So, should I work on my voices? Should I read normal how I talk to you guys? And just read? My mind, see, after a while, like at first I was doing that. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Because if I was, okay, I know what it is. I need to think that I'm talking to the trees, whispering to the trees, telling the trees a story. Then, normal. Okay, you want me to read normal with no voices. Okay, read normal. Ooh, okay, here, John, I'll show you I can read normal. You're wonderful. You're playing along. By playing along, I mean answering, being here. That's delightful. Okay. Oh, guess what I hear? I hear coyotes. I think they're a mile or 2 miles away, I hear. Mm. Oh, sorry. I'll start on chapter 2 and do a normal voice. But that's what I thought about, because I kind of haven't felt well and stuff. I don't know if I had caught some kind of something. Oh, well, anyway, I probably kind of said in post, but thought about that. I can't remember if I did do that one night and already have some to upload, where I read some short ghost stories like out here by myself at night. So then they could just be segments. I don't know if people would listen to that or not. Doesn't really matter. I am babbling. Just thinking about your carne asada. Yeah, I'll make blackened chicken tacos after tomorrow. Okay, I think I need to excuse myself for a minute though before I start on chapter 2. I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes. As soon as my knees cooperate. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. I was gonna get more coffee, but I decided to just drink my water. Let's see you type something. I just hear the crickets. It does, especially that yours is prime rib. I bet you that's so soft and tender. That's what I remember. That's good that you hear the train. You can hear my voice okay? Because I know I do whisper. The trains are pretty loud, aren't they? Some nights they're very loud. Good, thank you, John. Okay, well, I don't know when it's gonna do. Okay, so just as I said that, I'll read in a normal voice when the train goes by. So how many is this? Is this like 7? It's a busy night on the rails. Oh, wait a minute, because I have a feeling it's not done. I wonder which weighs more. You can hear those tires out of balance like or something. Maybe those don't sound as heavy like as low. Maybe those are empty cars. I don't know if you can tell the difference in the sound. That sounds more traditional. Maybe those are... That's a different kind of sound, like a normal sound of a train. I wonder if that's the difference between boxcars, hauling the boxcars, or hauling containers of liquids, if one sounds different. Because it's the same tracks. I know, right? Because, can you tell the difference now on this one? For a while, when you can hear the like the rocking, like on this one. Okay, it's getting really close. Hi, Zachary. How you doing? Waiting for a train to go by. I'm reading a Louis L'Amour story. Good to see you. Yeah, there is no way I can start reading with hearing the rails. But you know what I'm saying? So does that sound like it's empty? Plus, they might be able to, maybe they can run a different speed when they're, maybe, to me that sounds, would sound empty or something. It could be reversed, but what do you think would sound like that more? If it's empty or it's full? Or the type of container? I know, cinnamon, it's okay. I just wasn't sure how, how good it was catching the sound. Is one way down the hill at all? I think that's the same one. Oh, they're, like when I had west of here, which is still in my county, about 13 miles away, there's another little town. And it does not go across I don't think it goes across the river. I think it runs, I think it runs along the river. Caitlin gets these amateur packages of beef, which is Kroger, and they got the best beef. Oh, that sounds delicious. See, that'd be the way to go. Yum. Some big stores may have something similar to that. I don't know. I pretty much pass the meat aisle up. Sometimes I look just, I keep some canned stuff just in case, but I use that sausage. There's some salmon in there. And then I got some chicken, but so what are you doing, Zachary, tonight? I don't know if you're in the U.S. or England or something. There are cats going up there. Let me see what you wrote. Sorry, I was out of my chat. Let me get back up here. Scroll up. Sorry about that. One way downhill, kitten gets patch of bees. That's it. Loud rumble of engine, maybe pulling harder, and it's slow. No, I didn't have a sandwich. I made soup. When? Just now when I went in? Did it sound like I was eating something? Maybe you weren't talking to me. See, if I had a better chair, read, I had more light, then I wouldn't have to hold a flashlight. Why I'm making all these excuses. Okay, I'm gonna start chapter 2. I am putting my camera. Guess, but yeah, I'm not sure what that means. Okay, see, let me move sideways because otherwise I put the camera over that way and it will give you a shadow, and I'm having to sit sideways. This will be better. Okay, chapter 2. The old cowboy put his finger on a mesa, carefully drawn on the canvas map. That's the place to fight. That's the place to fight shy of. You're getting into cliff dweller country, but you don't find any up there. Them old Injuns up was smart. They wanted no part of that place. But it ain't just that one spot. There's 40 or 50 square miles of country it's best to leave alone. Not to say I was never there. I got in there a time or two. There was an old Injun, a fine old man. Knowed him for years before he said anything to me about that there place. He said there was a way, whatever that meant. But all those who knew how to use it were gone. It was a clan secret, and the clan died out, or was killed off by somebody who wanted the way kept secret. He pushed the canvas toward Mike Reglan. Stick this inside your shirt and never let anybody know you got it. There's those would kill to get their hands on it, and it would serve them right. That's why I never told nobody until now. I'm an old man, boy. I see the sun set over that red rock countries many the times. I seen men go into that country who never came back. I've known others who came back stark, raving mad, memory gone, and their wits along with it. There's another world over there somewheres. At least there's a way to get to it. Like them Spanish men in them iron suits. Seen the 7 cities of Cibola. They really seen 'em. They weren't looking at any pueblos with the sun on them. They just happened to see them through the veil. Somehow it was, uh, somehow it was open then, and they seen right through and never got over what they seen. There they are. They are there, boy. Must be getting tired. They are there, boy. I seen them too. But there's evil over there. Evil like you and me can't even imagine. It wasn't that ancient evil that drove the cliff dwellers into this world coming through as they set it a hole in the ground. In their kivas, their ceremonial centers, that's what they called a sipapur. It's a hole in the floor that symbolizes how they escaped from the evil. But that evil is still over there, son, and don't you forget it. That had been a long time ago, and Mike Ragland had told the story to no one, not even to Eric Hokart. Yet he had warned Eric about the country. He advised him to forget it, to choose any other place, but Hokart would not listen. Later on that same early trip, he had mentioned the mesa to Jack. No man's mesa, the old man said. We camp near there tomorrow night if we're lucky. He shook his head. There's not much in the way of roads, some trails and wagon routes. The much in the way of the roads. Wait, there's not. I'm losing my place. There's not much. I need a. You know what I need? I need a bookmarker so I can move it as I read. Because I'm losing my train of thought. And I know I have one in this book somewhere. This other book. You gotta go to sleep? Whining. It's because I'm not, I wouldn't say uncomfortable, but sitting out near in a chair in the dark. Yeah, the tree whisper, I just need some different light source would help. Shush, be quiet. Pioneers wouldn't have griped, would they? Mm, mm. Okay. Okay, so where did I leave off? Do you remember? I just can't find a comfortable way to hold this. Okay. That had been a long time ago, and Mike Ragland had told this story to no one, not even to Eric Holcart. Yet he had warned Eric about the country. He had advised him to forget it, to choose any other place, but Holcart would not listen. Later on that same early trip, he had mentioned the mesa to Jack. No man's mesa, the old miner said. We camp near there tomorrow night if we're lucky. He shook his head. There's not much in the way of roads, some trails and wagon routes the Navajos use. I've been through there horseback, but never with the car. You may have to walk ahead and scout a route, roll rocks out of the way and such. It's mighty rough country. Know anything about that, Mesa? Jack was long time in replying. Finally he shrugged. Just a big chunk of rock, talus slopes, sheer rock all around the rim, kind of out of the way and nobody pays it much mind. Indicating one of Jack Pyatt's friends, Mike suggests, ask him if he knows anything about it. Jack waved a hand in manner just a little too casual. Nothing to ask, and don't look for it on a map. Chances are they have it in the wrong place, even in the wrong state. I am curious. Ask a Hopi then. They've been here forever. My advice is to forget it. I want to climb it, see what's on top. You're crazy, Mike. Hey, good morning, Tuber Chat. How are you? I'm reading Louis L'Amour in the dark with a flashlight. Good morning, Tuber Chat. For those that don't know, Tuber Chat, great place to make connections. I always seem to be sleeping, and this is what. I'll be up all night. How are you today? This morning? Sometimes I'm quiet. I was quiet a few days ago, but I haven't streamed in the last few days. Anyway, if you're still here, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for stopping by anyway. Cinnamon, aren't you supposed to be sleeping? I know I sound like someone's mother. He's probably busy working, getting ready for work. I'm gonna yawn in a minute. So what you think, John? Keep going? Hey, I've made it in 10 pages, John, into this one. At least I did, what, a couple of ghost stories? Keep going. With I'm reading Louis L'Amour, Tabor Chat. With some great of my community, some great community members who are still hanging in. I'm on trying to distract some owls I heard. So I'm trying to ramble and decided to um, kind of read. I was reading ghost stories in the dark, but picked out a few other books. Normally I don't sit this close to the camera, so and I have a tendency to talk low. So most of the time I don't think they can hear half of what I say. And I'm walking around hunch on, so I'm pretty mellow. Okay, I'll go back to reading, John, since that's what you requested, right? Gonna be Tuber Chat. I'm gonna be reading Animal Farm. I keep wanting to say Animal House. I don't know when. I never know when I'm gonna pop up, but maybe do some segments of stories out in the dark for my friends. The last few streams I did were completely quiet, right, John? I don't think. Um, can you hear all? Did you just hear that, John? We've been listening to trains to Tuber Chat. There's probably, since however long I've been on, I'd say 7 trains now. Okay, so I will start another pot of coffee after a while. But you're up late, kind of, John. Maybe not. It's been so long since I stayed up all night. You heard that one? That was like 3 that gunshot. I know, that's quite a few. I don't know what somebody's hunting out there tonight. But, yeah, that's quite a few tonight. Crazy, crazy people out there. Yeah, it's not that far from me. It's probably on the other side of the road a little bit. Keep bouncing myself out of my own chair. You got plenty of sleep. Oh, when you got to have the whole day. I actually did the other day too. Like I said, I wasn't sure if I got whatever is going on. Well, that's good. Okay, well then I'll keep reading. To my friend John and anybody else listening. Okay, so let's continue. Cheers, John, my friend. I wish I could just keep reading like some of these reading books. That's so terrible. I'm crazy. You're crazy, Mike. Let well enough alone. Climate he had, but that was another story and too long ago. He had covered a lot of country since then. He had grown older and he hoped wiser. He got back in the car and locked the doors. Then he leaned his head back. He was tired, really tired. Where the devil was Eric? All he wanted now was a quiet meal and his bed at Tamaron. No, he would settle for the bed. He could eat tomorrow. He sat up, started the car, and drove slowly, carefully along the road toward San Juan. The long mesa from which he had seen the flare towered over him now, dark and threatening. The northern tip of the mesa loomed against the sky like the prow of a giant ship. Peering ahead, he could see the gloom of the water. That would be the San Juan River, or water backed up at Glen Canyon Dam. He had not been in this country since the dam was built. He started to get out of the car, then paused, taking time to thread his belt through his holster loop and buckle up again. He wore the holster on his left side, situating for a cross draw or left-hand draw if necessary. Often he climbed into high, relatively inaccessible places and habitually carried the gun as a protection against an inadvertent eating with a bear or mountain lion. The chance of such an encounter was slight, but after one near brush with a lion, he had gone prepared. He had no desire to kill anything, nor did he have any desire to be a chance victim. The gun had a reassuring feel. He stepped down from the car and closed the door softly behind him. With the sound, there was a scurry of movement off in the dark, a rattle of pebbles, then silence. His hand on his gun. He waited. He was not the sort to shoot at any sound, nor at anything he could not identify, but the movement disturbed him. It might have been a coyote, but his impression was of something larger. For a long time he waited. It was unlike Herrick Oakart, who was meticulous about keeping appointments. He paced the road nearer the car. It was cold as desert nights were apt to be. He put his hand on the door handle. Suddenly, from the edge of the mesa towering above him, there was a brilliant flare. Only a momentary flash, yet for an instant it shed a white radiance all around. And then, just as suddenly, it was gone. In the utter darkness that followed, the desert seemed to scurry with life. He glimpsed vaguely a rush of naked figures, and something smashed hard into the side of his car. He turned sharply and for an instant stared into the wide, expressionless eyes of a naked creature. It seemed not to see him at all, but scrambled around his car and ran off into the night, leaving behind a heavy, fetid odor of something dead. Then the creatures or men or whatever they were vanished into the night, and he was alone. Only the odor lingered. There were far off, retreating sounds, then silence. He shuddered, then quickly got into his car and closed the door, locking it. It had happened so suddenly there had been no chance for fear. Shaken, He turned the car about and drove back to Tamaron where he was staying. The drive was long and day was breaking before he drew up in front of the lodge. Leaving the motor running, he went to the desk for his mail before driving on to the condominium. There was a handful of letters in a small packet, wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. It bore no stamps or no postmark. He recognized the handwriting and turned back to the desk clerk. When did this come? Were you here when it was delivered? It was about 10 o'clock last night. I asked if she wanted me to inquire whether you were in or not, but she shook her head. She just put the package on the counter, looked at me strangely, then turned away. When she got to the door, she turned and looked around. Not just at me, at everything. You seem to have paid attention. She flushed. Well, she was strange somehow. Strange? She was very beautiful, exotic looking, like nobody around here. I thought at first she was an Indian, but not like any I had ever knew. But it was the way she looked at me, but not really at me, at my face, my hair, my clothes. Why not? You're an attractive girl. It wasn't that. She looked at me like she had never seen anyone or anything that looked like me. I mean that seriously. Once at the condominium, he tossed the packet on the bed, his 357 Magnum alongside it. The important thing now was rest. The long flight from New York, the resulting jet lag, and the long drives at night had him ready for collapse. He was getting into bed when the telephone rang. Mr. Raglan, it was the girl at the desk, I thought you had better know. There was a man in here just now asking for that package you picked up. He said he was to deliver it to you. What did you tell him? That you had picked it up, of course. Then he asked where the girl was who delivered it. She paused. Mr. Raglan, you will think me a fool, but he frightened me. I have no idea why, but something about him frightened me. What about the girl? He, I didn't like him, Mr. Raglan, and I'm afraid I lied. I told him I saw no girl, that it was a man who brought it. And should have seen his face. It was livid. A man, he yelled at Mr. Raglan, and then he rushed outside and got into a van. Thank you for telling me. I hope I didn't do anything wrong. You couldn't have handled it any better. Thank you. For a moment, he stood by the bar thinking maybe he had lived too long with doubts and suspicions. Sorry. Excuse me. But at this point, he had no idea what was going on or how Eric was involved, if at all. Until he knew more, he must move with caution. Eric was, he gathered, in serious trouble. But what kind of trouble? And over what? What kind of trouble could a man get into in the desert, miles from anyone? Opening the packet, he discovered what he had half expected to discover. Eric Holkert's daybook. Eric had long kept the record of his work when a step-by-step record of an experiment might be very important indeed. Tossing the book to the bed, he took up a copy of Eric Ambler's Mystery he had finished reading and rewrapped it with the same paper and string, leaving it plain sight at the end of the bar. A few minutes later, he was in bed with the daybook under his pillow and his 357 close to his hand. A light snow was falling at the time he dropped off to sleep. It was his last memory for several hours. When the years have accustomed the man to danger, there are some feelings that remain with him. One is a subconscious awareness. Exhausted as he was, a surreptitious stirring awakened him. Somebody or something was in the room. Ever so lightly, he lifted his head. A broad-shouldered man, his back toward Mike, had just moved up to the bar and picked up the brown wrapped package. The man turned toward the window. With a 357 in his hand, Mike said, "I can't imagine what a man would risk his freedom to steal a book he could buy on any newsstand for a couple of dollars." "Book?" Eric Holcart and I exchanged books for years. If he reads one he likes, he sends it to me, and I do the same with him. But if you want to read it that bad, please take it. "Book? Get out. If you come here again, I'll kill you. I don't like thieves." The man ducked through the slit where the curtain joined through the glass doors, which stood open. Mike heard the sound as the man dropped to the ground. No great drop for an active man. Walking to the window, Mike drew it shut and locked it, watching the man crossing toward the highway. Headlights came on and a white van moved toward the Durango. Taking the Daybrook and his gun, he went into the bathroom and showered and shaved. As he shaved, he thought about Eric. That the man believed himself in serious trouble was obvious from his letter. Even from his first message, it had been clear that something was wrong, and Eric was not given to sudden notions or apprehensions. Eric's telephone call had been brief and to the point. "I need," he said, "somebody with your particular interests, somebody with your brand of thinking. I will cheerfully pay all expenses and for your time." "It's impossible right now, Eric. I've started something that must be finished." Eric had been silent and then said, "Come as soon as you can. All right? I don't want to talk to anybody else about this." "What is it? What's wrong?" Again, without hesitation. Was he speaking from a public phone? Were there others around, perhaps listening? "Tell you when you get here. You'd think I was off my rocker." He hesitated again. "At least anybody else would." They had said their goodbyes, and then Eric had said quickly, "Mike, please, I'm desperate." Mike remembered how he had hung up, startled, staring at the phone. That was so unlike Eric Holcart. The man must truly be in trouble, but at that time he had not connected it to his own knowledge of the country. Somehow, the two ideas had not come together in his mind. He had realized. Then he got the letter. The writing was erratic, totally unlike Eric's. "For God's sake, come at once. I need you. Mike, if ever I needed anyone. If it's money, I'll pay you. But come, and be careful. Trust no one. No one at all. Meet me on the canyon road. You know the one. If I am not there, for God's sake, find me. If anyone can handle this, it will be you. I'm sending the record as far as it goes. Get us out of this, Mike, and I'll be forever indebted." Okay, I got through a whole chapter. That was chapter 2. I screwed up this dust cover. Oh no, it fell off the dust cover. I want to laugh. Cool. So that was okay. That was the end of chapter 2 of The Haunted Mesa by Louis L'Amour. Read by Sousa. The tree whisperer storyteller. Ta-da! That's a lot of reading for me. I haven't read that much in I don't know how many years. That's awesome. I know I'm flashing lights all over. I don't know where I'm losing all this stuff in this dark. No, where they're still here. 4:35. So what's next? Oh, there I am again. I'm talking into my other phone. Could you hear me okay? I know I saw you a few times at Dan's, but I was wondering how you guys were doing. I'm glad you're doing okay. It was nice to see you. It is nice to, it is nice to see you. Missing my friends, wondering how everybody's doing. I think the last time I saw you was a few days ago, maybe. What are you doing, little kitty? I have a nice big quilt I put on the porch from when the dogs were in the house and the beds were gone. I bought like kind of like down quilts, brown ones, for like a twin bed, and I could fold them in half. And they're not here anymore. And even though I wash them a lot and stuff like that, and that's good, I'm not going to use them for beds. So I put one out on the front porch the other night, trying to get it to where maybe all the little cats will come up and lay on it too if I sit out there. Friday. Could be a few days ago or something, like real quick. I hadn't been on much. Can't remember. Well, it was how I felt. A couple days I had some stuff to do. Oh, it had rain. I think one time I streamed it was raining or something. Here comes another train. I think. I think it's in Wadley. Yeah, that's where I usually see you. If it's not here. Everybody else must be sleeping or just listening. There was another shot. Did you hear it? That's been, they must be like, I don't know, out all night just waiting or something. They must be. You know what? They're probably in like a tree stand or something, which is horrible. Oh, this book even has a map of the map of where the story is. I'm facing away from the camera again. That's because this flashlight's too bright. Okay, I guess I'll just keep reading. I don't know what else to talk about, really. Oh, here comes a train. See? I was right. Here was coming a train. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go start coffee. If you need to leave, good night. Or you go to sleep. Might as well make coffee. Whoa, I felt like I was going to tip over. Let me see what it says. Um, I've been on Willie's a few times. He's an hour up the road from me. That's You been on Willie's a few times tonight? He's an, or what do you mean? Oh, just a few times talking? Oh, let me back up because you said you talked to him just. I could have seen you more, kind of, but I think it was mainly I didn't feel it. Been messing with my medicines again, but I've had some other stuff I was taking care of, and I think one night I had a live. I think the last time I had a live, I'm not sure if you were here or not. You might have been. I was gonna look at my text messages for. I hear a cat getting sick. Sorry, I'm just. I'm trying to pull myself up to look at you, to look at chats. Okay, hold on. I know my brain's just kind of like in a minute, like not really focusing. Let's see. Cool. Yeah, you hear me. I caught Dan's yesterday. I think I missed it. One of the days this week, it could have been yesterday, but I caught up. I slept. Where are you, kitty? It sounds like I hear one getting sick. One of the days I slept a bunch, kind of, or during the when he was on. Or I might have stopped by for a short bit. The last couple of weeks. Yeah. Yeah, I know him. He's a lot of people from my community go over there. Well, that's good. That gives you somewhere to go hang. Well, that you go hang out. I can't go on any of the driving trips, and then I'm straining so much that um, and I can't take a lot of loud music if people are, if somebody's talking. I used to go over there a lot months ago, but he may be on. I've been thinking about one of my girlfriends that I took over there and haven't seen her for such a long time. I don't know how if she's been over there. Yeah, good conversation. Yeah, there's a lot of people that started over here and then went over there. Foodies and I don't know. I guess because like he wasn't making people mods until I started making mods. Then he started. But we have a lot of joint there. I don't know if you've met Lynn Lynette. I've known her for like years. I don't know if you've seen Jay Noswich. I've been looking for her. I've known her about 3 or 4 years. Cinnamon, I've known him for years. So a lot of the people that, not all of them, but a lot of them I met through networking on other channels. And then him and I can't remember if him and I met through music too or something, but I don't rarely see him over here though. At night, maybe sometimes at night, but yeah, I guess this is my music. I don't know where she's been. She was a really good friend and she was hanging out there a bunch. And so I've been kind of worried about her because she was going over there a bunch, but I don't know if Kevin goes there that you've seen here. I asked a couple, like quite a few people, but nobody's seen him around lately. She's really, really nice. She lives in California. Hmm. That's great. You guys are so close in area and distance. That's nice. You have a lot in common that way, kinda. That's what I read that you said a little while ago. That is not far at all. Sometimes he takes trips that far away almost. Now there's some different distracted watching some kitties. Hmm. Oh, is it? Well, for some reason, I thought maybe he was further. I thought he was further south, like in the real desert part or something. I Yeah, I thought he was more in the desert. Can you hear the competing roosters? I've got boosters and stereophonics. He is in the desert. Well, a lot of Arizona is in the desert, though, right? But Flagstaff is mountains, isn't it? I mean, when I lived in Arizona, I was down toward the Mexico border. And then outside of Tucson twice, but south of Tucson, I was always in the southern part. One time up by Flagstaff, but Flagstaff's more mountainy, right? I thought. It's been so long that I lived out there, maybe I'm forgetting. I thought that's what I drive 25? Is it 25 that goes along the front range? Gosh, that's bad. I'm from Colorado still with them. I think it's I-25. Been so long since I tried to think of any of that. Yeah, anything. It's getting to be where anything kind of out west in some of those is actually deserty. Not so much Colorado, but Colorado definitely has parts that are somewhat, I guess, more deserty than others. And I think Colorado has lots of different types of topography. 2 hours, 2 minutes, 1 hour. So, yeah, I can't remember. I think the last time I lived in Arizona was about 98, 98 or 99. So long ago. Trying to listen to a noise I hear. Almost 5 o'clock here. Can you hear the highway? I hear all these noises. And then not always, but I'm starting to hear some things at 5. I'm boring, aren't I? Just thinking of that. Looking at when sunrise comes up. It's going to be 91 Wednesday and raining. I was trying to see when the sunrise comes up. So I'll go till 6 and then turn it off. Hi, Jim. How are you? Peace. What you doing, buddy? What you doing out there, Jim? How am I good? I'm good. I was reading. Sitting here talking to my friend Jim. I'm doing good. Just kind of chilling. I hadn't streamed in a while. So I was going to be quiet. I've been kind of quiet. Well, you were here the last few times. And I was quiet, but with chat and stuff, getting weird. I shouldn't say that the chat was getting weird. I said chat was getting weird and a couple people leave. You know what I mean? I've just been, what, like you chilling other places or whatever? You getting ready to go eat? Jim is in Thailand, John, if you didn't know. Good day, went to the farm. Went to the dam. That's where you are when I saw you, right? Wasn't that the dam you were at? You're in the country now. Beautiful. Been all over on that beast of a motorcycle, huh? I like that you changed your name the other day. I don't always get to see my notifications because they get buried. I have so many. And then I was like, what? That's good. Jim finds peace. I like that. Went to a salad buffet and grazed. It would be wonderful to go to a nice salad buffet. Not in here. What sure is nice and peaceful over there. Are you staying in town for the night? Probably. So you missed it. I read, uh, well, a couple of sentences, one book or another. Oh, I already took the books in. A couple of little ghost stories. Started a vintage one. I was reading Louis L'Amour. It sounds like a Monday morning, though. Listen to a lot of trains. Are you going to be writing? I don't know if you know, John. Jim's in Thailand. Here comes another train. There's probably been, just since, I don't know how long I've been streaming, how long? 5.5 hours. This is the seventh or eighth train I can hear now. Maybe that more than that. I don't, I'd have to count. Busy night on the rails. You're dousing yourself with bug repellent and going to spark some natural incense. Choo choo. Yeah, you hear it? And that's kind of, I would say, that one sounds like it's coming from the south upward toward town. So I would say that one is probably about 7 miles south. Me too, I'm going to too. John knows. I don't use bug spray though unless I make something to myself. You probably have plants there you can make some. But I don't like toxins. Okay, I just wanted to, yes, I just thought I'd mention because he's a really nice guy. And you are too, John, but especially, well, there's certain people in the community that just, um, I don't mean to make that sound judgmental toward other people. There's a lot of people I don't know. You know, just like any community, you get to know some better than others. And J- Jim and I are kind of like-minded as far as our lifestyles, how we live. And I'm not as nice as Jim. Even the farm he's going to be on. So excited. He's going to have cats, some chickens. I also write for search engine optimization and time and set. Well, I knew you used to do a lot about stuff, and I know you write a lot. I actually thought maybe you were writing grant stuff or other things that were related toward the missionary was what I, search engine optimization. So very important. No, I'm sure that it is very engine optimization. Jim, can you write a paper for me for my engine optimization, please? I think I've been running on low fumes lately. I know you're pumped for the farm. I can't wait to. It's it'll be exciting. It's nice to see how much you appreciate. Maybe high fumes. Yeah, not yet. Right now I will. John knows. Okay, you can join, buddy. No, I know you don't. I know you don't inside there. You're so respectful. Oh, I just thought of something. I'm gonna have to go get another lighter. That's not what I thought of. Gonna have to go get a lighter. Didn't you just go buy your? I'll be back in a minute. You can type. Didn't you just go buy your um, one friend presents for their kitty? Was that today or was that yesterday? I thought for their birthday or something. I'll be right back. I need to get a lighter. Okay, Sparky. Jim, have I ever asked you, or uh, if there's trains? I don't mean in all of Thailand. I mean around where you are. You should see how quiet it is there, John, where he lives. If you haven't watched his channel, she's like to it. She's like to it. Oh, now I'm looking. She likes to wear hair clips that match her outfit colors, so I got. I knew you were getting something for the kitty. That's so sweet of you, Jim. That's that's really that's uh that's so special. That's cute. That's the kitty that's at the place that you're staying. Yeah, passenger and freight trains. I couldn't remember. Sorry, Space now. Yep, a mellow boy kitten named Charlie. That's the one I saw. That's with you. That's nice. And then you'll get another. I can't get attached. Not mine. But I want to. Yeah. That's cute. Andy. Come here, Andy. Come here, Andy. Do you see a cat run by? Get to name some things. We named some raccoons the other night. I guess I need to go do something exciting, huh? Everybody gets out, does something exciting. Jim said we should all go out and have interactions, and I have no interactions with people pretty much. Except for when I go to town. And I used to always be around people. Another train. That's got to be like 9. Or maybe not. Maybe that's in the middle of that other one. I know, Jim, you and I are alike in a lot of ways, except for your. Well, I was gonna. You do have. You have more interactions with people than I do because you have get-togethers with some friends sometimes and business meetings. And I used to be extremely involved. I am such an introvert now. Changed my personality probably has made me grouchier. I think that's a medicine. I used to never sit still. I'm so opposite in some ways, but that was needed. It's okay. I'm just glad I was able to drive like an hour away without, feeling bad. Maybe I will be able to go travel someday. Wait and see. Oh, yours are interaction. Oh, well, a couple times you've met with friends, right, and had dinners. Oh, yours, John. Sorry, I was confusing. But, well, you see your family, though. Maybe that's still not the same. I guess maybe I thought more, but yeah. I have two family members left, and they're in Colorado. Yeah, yeah, I can't wait for you only because I really enjoy it, and I was always so busy, didn't soak it up. I'm so spoiled by not having to go places. I do miss it, and being around people. I used to do a lot of volunteer work, but uh, I try to focus on, how lucky I am and stuff like that. Things ever changed, I'd probably be in an RV and travel around or go somewhere real remote. I wanted to move to Alaska about 7, 8 years ago. Yeah, with nature. It would have been nice to have a little bit more with this, but really lucky. It's all the trees coming down are changing things, but um, if not that, even to just whack my way up, I was looking some pictures just from 2 years ago, how it looked. I should post some of how it looks now, and I've worked on it a little bit this year. And then what it looked like just like 2 years ago on this trail walking down from up above, of how much it's grown in. Peace with nature. That's what I am. That's what I tell people I coexist with here. That, that's kind of what I'm doing, but that's not always good about forcing yourself to be. I've changed totally. Okay, I know. Thank you. I hope I caught you at a good time because sometimes I don't know for a long time that you're leaving, Jim, and then you're like, anyway, gotta go. Bye, Jim. Thanks for stopping in. I'll probably see you tomorrow somewhere. Right off into the day. Sunset. Me and my neighbor went and ate a meal a week or two ago. Did you? That's nice, John. Um, most of my neighbors around here, I knew a few, but one of the neighbors, like that I feel that I could somewhat trust, ask a favor, but it's really hard because He still works a full-time job and sometimes at night, so he sleeps in the day. And then his wife owns a beauty shop. Well, she didn't own it, but now she owns it. And so that's a big responsibility. I don't like to ask other people for stuff, but there were a couple people that were friends around here somewhat. And they were older than me and they have passed. And I have a friend up the road that's kind of, well, she is a friend and stuff, but she wouldn't be able to drive down these roads. Nobody would. I'd have to get up to her, and she's older than me, and then her husband, he's a lot older than her. So I had a lot of my friends kind of pass away, and then with all this happening and stuff, I just kind of distanced myself away from people. I thought about adopting someone like 20 years ago, like seriously, like adopting children. Although that's would not so that they would just help, but even so they'd be around for other stuff, and if they wanted somewhere to make money, not make money, self-sustain or something, or even grow, they could. Now it might get swallowed up. Mm. So this is kind of my life too, and I know a couple of weeks ago I was around more, and sometimes still. I've had a couple of, well, quite a few streams where conversations and weird or whatever, but I think in like actually, I don't know if it was before I talked to you a bunch or not, but in the last few months I uh, had some, I don't know if it's reactions to medications, but just changes in my schedule. That's why I have to kind of go with the flow with so many other animals and there's other stuff. I really need to find another doctor. Um, I got one more step down in medication, so that'll be about 3 weeks. It'll take. Uh, who knows? I think I'm almost talking just as good as better than a few months ago. Oh wait, John, possums, opossums. Have you ever seen an opossum? Where's it going? Wait. I need to put the flash on it. It won't like having a flash on it. Oh, it's not gonna like that I stood up. Where are you, opossum? Over by those bushes. I was trying to see if I could see where the opossum is. Gotta, this, I don't want to fall over. I think it's hiding over there where the kitty is. Where'd it go, kitty? I think it's right behind those plants right there. What you doing, kitties? If there was one, if there was one possum here, I bet you there's more. Let's see if one of the cats goes and shows. I'm sorry, I got all sidetracked. Oh, sorry, John. My plumbing server hasn't kept me in contact all the time on the phone. That's nice. That's great to have somebody. I actually had some friends when this all went down and other people that were, well, my very best friends down here in Alabama had passed, and um, there's still people that tried to keep in contact, but when I was going through things and stuff and I didn't know what was going on, it was just, I was never one to talk about health or something and that. And I have some friends in Georgia I have not kept up with. Well, even a few over here in Alabama. And it's been a few years. I felt guilty, and then it's like, how do you explain everything that went on? I don't know. I thought I was gonna get to show you an opossum. It's gotta be around here. They're kind of shy. Oh, that would have been nice. They're a little bit more elusive. I mean, need to move a lot of those plants, don't I? Hello, Larissa. Yes. Mm-hmm. It was behind where those plants are, but I'll find it in the morning because it's probably rooting around here somewhere. Oh, shoot! What did I just knock over? Just a book. Just a book and a phone. Okay, I'll turn it around the other way. Do you want to look it that way or the other way? I usually have it. I gotta watch what I'm doing. I'm right in those rocks. That's what I do. Self-sabotage myself. Sit right by that. Who else came in? Hey, Rick. Good morning. How are you? I was just trying to show John a possum. I shouldn't say how are you. Well, how are you? Good morning. John, how many trains is that? Cheers, Rick. Where the heck did I just lost that lighter. I can't see out here. I lost my lighter. I was gonna snore. See? That's why I stabbed my feet. I can't see. Okay, now I can see. It is a new day, Rick. Cheers. It is a new day, huh, Kitty? Rick, these trains that roll through, there's reasons why, but there's a lot of my friends from a year ago. They're called Hope trains. It's significant for different reasons for these groups that we were in. Anyway, there's one rolling through now for you. This is probably about the, well, not the roosters, but about the ninth train that's rolled in. Are you going to be on, are you going to be on live after a while? What are you doing, little ones? Trying to be quiet so you guys can hear the trains. Hard for me to do. feel like there's becoming, starting to get roosters all around me. Yeah, look how loud they sound tonight. I know what else it could be. Maybe it's because it's not cloudy. Maybe the clouds make it... That could be part of it too. Maybe the clouds make it... No, that might be opposite. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. I was wondering about work. 3 days of grievance. Funeral won't be until this weekend. Well, Rick, I don't know if you're kind of huggy kind of guy, but, yeah. Hugs to you. Best to you. For your grandma. Maybe I'll probably see you around later on. Thank you for stopping by and saying hello. A new day with the hope train running through. Little kitties. Little kitties. I was reading earlier too. Hi, John. How are you guys? How are all your guys doing, John? Your companions. Really busy, Rails. I'm trying to think of when sunrise is here. In an hour? Maybe an hour? Sunrise. That's good to hear. I know a few weeks ago. Maybe that's when I guess that's so much time's gone since I started, since I hadn't seen you lately. That's why you went. We're talking other place I wasn't around. You were doing all your plumbing work and stuff. That's probably been a while, huh? I kind of disappeared. I don't know how long I didn't stream for, or maybe didn't for a while and then one day and then didn't. Hi, Kitty. I almost wasn't going to tonight, and then I was like, well. Sorry, John. Kinda up and left, and you had no way to know. Hope you weren't worried. Were you worried? I was not feeling good. I need to actually find a doctor for a few reasons. So, and even like now, you probably know from a long time ago when I talk, sometimes goofing around and joking around and stuff. So, anyway. Right, little ones? And then about a week's worth of time, I have to be responsible. You were missed. You're still here. I was missed. Was I? I'm sorry, guys. I tried to put out a couple posts. I meant to put out some videos and other stuff because I did do. Well, when did I go to the doctor? Maybe you guys knew when I went to the neurologist or not. Do you guys even know about that? My trip to the neurologist. I haven't talked to people in a while, I guess. I know I did a couple of quiet streams, but anyway. Oh, that's nice to hear. Dark that you told me that you said that. Yeah, so, and were you guys around? You were around when I dislocated my toe, though. There's another one. So, anyway, it just is, yeah, and some days put me in a funk, and there's no reason I need to be around people if I'm in a funk. So that's why even sometimes I kind of streamed quiet. It was in chats or whatever, but um, sorry. Well, you came back. Thank you guys. Mm, yeah, but you don't know if everybody else thought that way. You did, Dark. That you're saying. No, I missed talking to people too because since I don't, I mean, I go out when I go to town, and I want to try to go out more, but it's still going to be like by myself. Like I do want to go. I want to go one time when it's raining down to Rock Mills, but never been to Crystal Lake, and I really want to go up there. I was thinking about that. Um, I know two. Well, Jim gets to go. Not gets to go. That's the wrong choice of words. But he goes out in the water on the beach. You go on water. Um, another friend the other day, and she was out on the sounds in water on the beach. And water's to me very healing. So I want to go uh, to this one. But now that, anyway, do you guys know that I drove and went to my appointment? I got to pay half of that water heater back to my credit card now. Yeah, yeah, bills too, and stressing out about that in the last few months. Or there's stuff. It's too bad people need stress about money. I shouldn't laugh. And you have to save up for all your children's um, upcoming birthdays, and then with other holidays. My celebration is always going, for things that are around here, but it's going to be, I know I'm going to need to get propane. I just had to get tags for the truck. So coming up will be land taxes, getting 7 cats fixed if I can get my hands on all them. That'll be a huge one. It's no wonder can't catch up. Was pretty much all caught up until like 5 years ago. And donated a bunch. Donated a bunch. I was hoping to build a back porch this year. Last year, this year, next year, but with the price probably of lumber or what it's gone, I'm just going to be thankful I have a second way to get out, right? Got to focus on that. Thank you for saying I was missed, Art, because I missed you too. John, I missed you too. Jim's probably gone, missed you too. I don't know who else is listening. It's nice, and get used to people being in your life every day, or even every other day or every three. But uh, yeah, messing with my medicine, and then I've got one more step down. And I don't know if I told you that. So did I tell you guys about my neurologist? Your house taxes are in November. Ours come out in November. We get till December. Water is healing. Water is healing. So I want to at least go. Um, there's also a lake here. Yeah, nah. You worried about me? I think a couple people probably were because sometimes I almost was streaming 3 times a day. And then I'd usually see you a few times a week, Dark, and I was getting to where John, I probably talk to you pretty much every day, right? Every day, every couple days. Why? How long did I go missing, you guys? A week, 2 weeks? Seems like lately, the last few weeks, it seems like I'm missing a day of the week, at least or two. But I have still haven't taken care of uh, trying to be hacked. I don't know what I did. I've done a lot of technology stuff, and then I had to go to my neurologist. But I was really about worried about that trip because my driving, not my driving, but even with me, but Meniere's, which is vertigo and tinnitus and other stuff like that. It's gotten so bad that it was even bothering me when I was driving. But that was the best trip a week or two ago. I can't remember. So I can't even remember. I think I told you guys that because I think I told you I asked him if I was senile on these or getting early onset dementia. He's like, no. But I didn't tell him I'm moving back down again. But I actually think I read better. But it's really hard on my body. I think I sleep a lot, and then sometimes I realize I'm not. But like this morning, since it's this late, I'll just try to stay up and then make sure I feed all the cats and do some other stuff and maybe sleep for a few hours. I don't know. Oh, one time I had, I think it was last week, I was up till, or I don't know if I'd seen you guys those times. I was up over 30 hours, over 40 hours. I was really afraid I wasn't going to be. So I don't know if you guys know that or not, that sometimes they sleep really good. And I don't know if I had seen you guys or not, but I was up about 40 hours, 42 hours, and I was really afraid I was not going to be able to go to sleep. And then I would just get in a state of like, I don't know, uh, altered consciousness to where I'd be like zombie like until I just finally pass out and crash. Show us cats, damn it. Don't order me around, damn it, just 'cause you missed me. You are so demanding. Oh, that's what it was. Here you are, not a cat person, and you decided that you can't live without cats now. Is that it? Most of them are sleeping. You are demanding. If I start walking around in the dark, see, there's one little one. They were walking on the porch. There's one little one somewhere right there. Can you see? Oh, I thought that's the one that keeps going up the ramp. That's Andy. Named for a friend in Australia. Oh, and most of them are still sleeping. There's a few behind me. What are you doing, Tay? There's like four in the house. I put a big quilt on the porch from that's like a down quilt that I had for the dogs during the last year of their life for either, for sleeping that it was comfort, but also if they had an accident, it's much easier to clean up and wash. That I had extra ones, so I put one down on the uh, floor the other night. Oh, that's another reason. That was a big. Sorry, there was a big old spider. I don't know if you could see it on the back of that camera. Um, yeah, I don't want to talk about health stuff, but there's just times I don't need to um, be talking to people. I do gotta find a doctor down around here. I'd like to find a neurologist down here, but I don't think there's gonna be any close. So if I disappear, it's usually related to something like that. It takes me about, I don't know if anybody else does that with their medication, but it can sometimes take you a month. And then I'm going to go down one more half, and I'll be half at what I prescribed. So just wait, because I think I have about another week or two, and then it's going to be another. Oh, it's some really pillowy white clouds above. Very light, not real pillows. And the sky's starting to get blue. Slight blue. So probably another month or 6 weeks, I'm gonna be funky, guys. I'm sorry. I don't mean to like desert people and not be around. They get used to me being around. Robin to driving school. Let me back up and see if I'm missing other stuff. Robin and you were what? Worried about me? Or I don't know. Thank you, John and tell Rob. Mm. Well, just know at least I was, seems like I sleep forever, but not. But my schedule has been kind of cattywampus, and whenever, and then, oh, well, I probably haven't seen. If it seems like you guys haven't seen me, I've been actually having, uh, I was having quite a few seizures, like mini seizures. I don't have grand mal. So anyway, other stuff I don't really want to talk about. But if I disappear, it's probably that I'm having um, some issues. And I just don't want to put stuff out like that. Like, maybe I should, but I used to be very private about stuff like that. That's good about Robin and driving school. Ah, you're getting, right, yeah. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you worry. There was actually a couple months ago. I was really worried. I still am. I gotta. Actually, it's one of the first things I should take care of this week. I need to find a doctor down here. So anyway, but at least I stick around here. I was gonna tell you something, but then you guys would worry. Uh, Only because my roads are bad. So, uh, no, I do. I told myself I really should have uploaded stuff to let you guys know that. But some days, I think maybe you guys saw the head storm, but some days just terrible internet. And it takes so long. I made some videos that are half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour and a half. Like a couple of them that I need to upload. Ones that are an hour and a half, I bet you they're going to take me 6 hours to upload. And if I'm uploading, then I can't watch anything or stream or something. I may just go ahead and I'm trying to remember when I slept yesterday, but actually, oh, that told you I made that chowder and then I slept for like 4 hours, so I'll probably stay up for a while. We'll see, I never know. Mondays. Monday is usually the day I try to plan out a week. I just still want to get some paint, but I'd like to go out to water. Looks like it's going to be beautiful. Sometimes I can never see the horizon, but there's been times to see beautiful sunrises up at the greenhouse area. But there just wouldn't be internet. I don't always know what's a good time to stream for when you're on, John. I guess anytime. Dark, it's always at night when I disappear. I know. I've had a habit in that in my life, and hey, you guys should not feel bad. I'm still in hiding from customers and some of my friends. I feel so guilty for like 5 years, for longer than that. Like, yeah. After I had to stay home and with all this, I didn't want to explain it to people. And that was also, well, that was before I was totally diagnosed. So how do you tell people something's going on, that you think something's going on when you don't know what it is? And then I don't have the type of seizures that everybody has. So it, uh, when you can't really sometimes see what somebody has, it's harder to know. And then, like, I just stay away from people on the times that, like in the last few weeks, if I've had really bad days, I just don't. I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna be around people. I'm not gonna stream. And then I feel bad. I don't know. Do you guys want me to post something? It's just like, I mean, since you guys are my community and the ones who show up and talk to me, would you rather just me say something like, um, you know, uh, need a few days off or something like that? I don't want to make people worry. Plus, there's other stuff that go on between all the guys. You guys have lives, you know. Unexpected little things that come up, or plant things that you know are going to. Right, guys? I can't remember what else is going on. Oh, I was even going to pick up some other stuff when I went to the neurologist, but the girl didn't have it, so I will have another trip up there. That's where I have a couple of shorts and videos of those ducks. There's a really nice place on the way up to where I went, uh, halfway. It was a really good trip, and I almost stopped on the way back home. But what do you hear, little kitty? I know you hear something out in the woods. I'll go another time. I think this week, though, I should be able to go on. I'll try to go on once a day so you guys know. I'll probably put up a bird stream this morning. If it's quiet, because I think I'm getting to right now where I'm adjusting to this dosage. Do you want to see if it looks pretty? Should we see if it looks pretty? I might start this stream at about, I don't know, sunrise. Should I turn around? I know I've pissed you off before. I do apologize. Please forgive me. I have. When you did tonight, what did I do tonight, John? When you did tonight. Did I disappear, you mean? You'll get your meds right. Yeah, we've been worried. I'll get them right. I think that actually, and you guys know what else I do. Anyway, that I may be uh, mm, trying different ways to do it because I just, um, that's like the second medicine they give me. It's just so toxic for your liver and kidneys. I just don't like medicines like that. But I'm just about adjusted to this dosages, and I'm going down one more time. I'm not supposed to be messing with it at all because it can make me end up in the ER, but I don't like the medicine. Um, I've never been able to afford to go back to the epilepsy clinic. And it's just so toxic. I don't really see a difference in it for me totally. I mean, I know sometimes I've been clumsy that you guys see, but you really don't know how uneasy this ground is. Look, look at some of the, I'll turn this light off. Look at some of these pillowy clouds. Can you see that? Look how pretty. Let me turn this light off in the building. I know you want to see cats dark. Everybody liked the view of, look at, they like, every time I change the camera, people adjust, but they do that anyway. Can you see that? I should get another camera. When I was telling you I could see those, that's what I could see up above, even when it was dark out. I am gonna give the cat some food. I'll just warn you guys next time before I switch. Isn't that pretty? When you just, uh, look how pretty. I need to go get another camera, set it up. So, I still don't know what you meant, like when you did, uh, no stream the same tomorrow as tonight. Okay, I will, I do have a friend that sometimes streams at night that actually I go chill at. I've put his channel up, but it's just really chill. So but even on that, lately I just haven't been. Said it's, especially like on my stream, you guys want me to talk to you. Don't I seem mellow? I do laugh and stuff, but compared to when you first met me, Dark's known me a little bit longer than you, John, and I used to be sometimes crazy. Not crazy. I'm always crazy. When you don't see me in a week, you worry. Was I gone for a whole week? If I disappeared for a week, no one would. Well, maybe sometimes. Nobody would with me either. I always joke about that. They'd drive, the person that would notice would be the male person. That's all that would notice. Nobody really drives by here. Most of my friends were elderly and passed, or I'd kind of hid away, so it'd be the mail lady be like, uh, there's a mail that's stacked up for a while. Yeah, just what it is. I feel rocks all over. Feels like there's, oh, rock in there. I'm gonna go, did I make coffee? Does that look better? Well, you can't see it all. That's pretty. I need to go get it. I'm gonna feed the cats. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you, John. Sorry to make you worry. Thank you, Dark. Sorry to make you worry. That I didn't, yeah. I know a lot of people did, and I'm sorry. Like I said, I don't know. I'm not used to like telling people what's going on or just being like whatever. Said you guys are kind of lucky. There's people who've been, even family I haven't talked to. I shouldn't laugh, but yeah, I still get contacted from customers and shows like, "Do you want to come participate? Are you still in business?" Other people, county agents, other people want to know if I'm around, and so that's kind of bad for me to tell you guys. You're lucky. No, thank you. I wish that I kind of wish that I would make a schedule and be like, okay, I'm going to stream these nights because some people do like the birds or whatever. So that's going to be the day. But these nights I'll stream at night. These days I'll stream birds from this time to this time. But like I said, lately and in the last few weeks, and I'm sleeping at different hours and then whatever. I did. There's plenty of times that I could have been, well, I shouldn't say plenty, but in the last week, and I filmed instead. But I did sleep more. It makes me sleep more when I adjust my medicines. I lose a day. I lose a day, I lose 2 days. It's like I have no concept in time. So I'll try to be more considerate. Okay, I'm gonna go get coffee. Okay, thank you guys. You have to leave, I understand. Look at how beautiful, beautiful start to the day, to some people's week. Yeah, made it through the night with the owl, and also visiting with everybody. And here come, and now the dog again. What's going on? I'm getting bad signal? Bummer. It's nice looking out. Why is it doing it? Keeps doing it. You know what? Ridiculous. I moved the camera. Is it because I moved the camera a little bit? I know. Is it because I moved the camera a little bit? I mean, I moved the camera like, I moved the camera 25 feet further toward the driveway. And I know I can't make it down the driveway. This is about to the, not quite the edge of the building, a little past the doors. So actually, John, I was the sicker. Some people knew that. So actually, I probably didn't say that to some people, to a lot of you guys, but well, I think it's, I don't know. Like I said, over there I had no problem all night. And then I moved the camera. Could be the time of the morning, but isn't that pretty? That's what I, smells like. I hope I didn't step in cat poop. But no, I'll probably try to still, I'll just let you guys know, but I do miss talking to people. It is an outlet. I do have just like some stuff coming up. Gotta have to squeeze a lot. I think I told you guys, some of you guys, about fraud stuff, and then I was sick. I'm worried about some stuff, still am. So I'll just play it by ear about streaming. But I just rather not talk about things. That way, I'll just say I'm not going to be around or something. What little kitties? Hi. Got some little kitties all hanging around. Alex. Alex, what are you doing? Sweet girl. Dark, were you listening to stories all night too? Looks like a beautiful moon. I know, doesn't it? Look, it's a beautiful morning. Look, I have 3 dear friends with. That's so sweet that we're all concerned about me. I'm sorry that I'm negligent that way. But you'll be good to, you should be glad to know that I was trying to rest and take care of myself. I'm not superwoman like I used to think I was. No, it's adjusting the meds, and I hate them. And actually, um, I may have found that some people willing that work with some other patients, so I'm going to be getting some information because my neurologist doesn't tell me, has never told me much. Look at how beautiful. I hope all of you guys, when you wake up, dark, it should be already light out. John, not yet. It's you have a beautiful day too. I probably will do a bird stream this morning. I actually started feeling better. I'm not sure when. Yesterday? I don't know. But I think I wrote it on the calendar. But probably the next 4 or 6 weeks, like I said, I'll be kind of, I don't know. I still have to get some other stuff checked out. Just life. But I would like to paint. I want to build a bench. Do you think I should do that on live? Like, I mean, even put them together? I have three benches to put together. But before I do that, I should clear the areas out because they've really overgrown. One's for up where the dogs are buried. Not all the dogs, but some of them. And some cats. I was gonna just show that. I can show whatever I want, I guess, huh? Look at, check this out, like, well, some of you guys is little kitties. Were you guys around? Did I tell you guys about little puppies being up at the greenhouse and worried about? Just know you were and worried about. It's still dark there. I figured it. I know, dark. I'll try to be better and at least put a. Didn't I put a couple posts that just said something about it? Whatever. I know posts aren't enough. I need to do more personal ones and at least maybe send you guys a picture. Like this morning, I could send a picture, see. And if I wasn't going to stream and just be like, blah, blah, blah. I'm just used to never talk about it. Okay, that's good. See, don't have much recollection. But here, there's nothing wrong. It's just all normal. Hi, kitties. So we've been somewhat quiet, huh? Even poor them, I think they even think they're like, she's so quiet. What's going on? But I haven't seen the puppies since. Two of the neighbors had moved out, no new neighbors. But I would like if I could go somewhere, try to stream just to let you guys see. Really been wanting to do a sunrise or sunset. I don't think at Crystal Lake, that's like I said, right down the road on the highway, but I doubt I'd have signal. But we had bad rain last week. Look how beautiful. So I don't know why I was losing internet for a few minutes. Where did I put my coffee? At least I can see now when I walk around. I don't think I would trip. Wish I could remember what I was going to say. Don't I, kitty? Wish I could remember. Need to mix a bunch of bird food. So, yes, it looks like it's going to be a very beautiful day. You can see the bottom part of that where it's kind of golden. So it's probably a little golden or yellow down um, where the horizon is. That's pretty high degree. I have that pointed upward. I was going to tell you guys something else that happened, but I can't remember. But I mean, mainly health, but oh, I know there was at least one tree that came down. Looks like there's several. It's so sad. If I'd pointed, see, like right here, look. So you see how tall those trees are? And that whole area right there used to be just as tall. Those are a bunch that are actually just tall, leaning against each other. Can't see the light. There's a bunch leaning all together. Oh, you can see right there. There's a whole bunch right there, and then further down. That's kind of crystal clear when it does come in. That's not as pretty blue as it actually is. That looks really washed out. Guess it doesn't matter. So, can you hear the kitties running around? Are there some eating still? Not really. I put food up so they could eat. But I'm excited because maybe we're driving there. I'm wondering if I'll be able to. I'd like to be able to work up and see if I could drive to Montgomery. If I could drive to Montgomery, that'd be about like the same distance of driving to Birmingham and Atlanta, but I would not want to drive around Atlanta at all anymore. I didn't like driving around it years ago. It'd make me really nervous. But it means I could go over to some other friends and other stuff. Separate some of these plants, maybe go to a native plant society meeting. Go there. I could probably record. You'd rather just see my cats just saying, for somebody that was not a cat person, okay, I don't think there's, let me look. Let's go over this way. I'm not gonna actually send this one that much longer. I don't know how long. Because I think I'm gonna do a bird stream this morning. And maybe talk, but I know a lot of people, well, there are people that really enjoy overnight. Was I zoomed in? No, it's just how close. There are people that really enjoy overnight streams, and then definitely cats, just like how you said. That's probably how I had gotten a lot of my subscribers at first. You know, not that I even asked people, but I mean when I did it for friends or other stuff was, um, it just seems like this is zoomed in, was to show what's around me. So I'd say the majority of the people first were signed up. Oh, it was kind of zoomed in because of cats, because I like cats. And then birds. This year I haven't put out any hummingbirds and I didn't put up as many feeders, but I do have some videos that I need to. But I still would like to do more with, told you there's not going to be that many there. I had, and that's because Dark, before you were here, I was not streaming, but I had put, when I heard the owls and knew I was going to stay up, some of the cats, because I try, it's just expensive between all the different foods and then even the amount of cat food to go through to try not to waste too much so that raccoons and possums and stuff get a whole bunch. Um, because there's enough native food and probably grubs and stuff. Anyway, I had gave them the cats some extra food on the porch last night, but I wasn't streaming. But I think what I'll do is try to put them up around 10 or 11. Probably about 11, my time. What, Daphne? At night when I do it. I can't, and I have tried to pre-schedule. I know everybody else does that. I've tried to pre-schedule, and I don't know if it's because I'm not at a computer or if I don't use the same phone. It seems like a couple of times what happened was when I went to preset it and it's hours ahead and then it went to start, it turned the camera around like it wants to turn around for me. And I stop it right away and and then just throw it up. It'd probably be better for people to know if I was going to have a bird stream or a cat stream or a quiet stream. But too structured, I guess. Daphne, what are you doing sitting in that bowl? You don't need to sit in that bowl. It's gonna be a glorious day. I want to do some yard work. This fall, um, I want to do a lot of things. My mind's been racing lately. What are you doing, kitties? Need to get my other phone so I can see what you guys are talking about. Let me move it over this way because I cannot see this phone. What you doing now? Are you happy you get to see cats when we go to these places? We don't have signal either. Yeah. Oh, you're not the only one. A lot of people say that. I guess that, oh no, John, you have cats. Do you, do you purr to your cats, make noises? And then the other ways. Huh, what? I wish all the kitties would come up when I do. What? I know, most of you aren't hungry yet. Are ya? Now, if I hadn't fed them this night, oh, one just came up the tree. Like tomorrow morning, that's what I always intended to do, was do like 2 or 3 days a week, morning, uh, birds a couple of times a week, which, whatever, or morning, or it seems like lately I've had a lot better internet. A lot of times in the past I based it on what was going on, but the internet, and then how much noise was around. Ah, you got one. One slipped in. Today, this morning, I'm going to go scrub that girl's hands out because the other night there was a lot of seed in it and it rained. And I didn't clean it out right away, but it got kind of funky, so I need to treat her good. I would like to get my GoPro set up. Well, it's not a GoPro. Look at how quiet. Does it sound like as many birds? feet hurt. I don't want to see. I don't want to be complaining about you with you guys too, especially if dark. I know you have problems with it. Mm. The clouds out front have a slightly pinkish tint. I need my other phone. I can only see. Dark, are you the only one talking? But I think I'll do that I think I'll do a bird stream. Do you know what? I need to take it up on the hill. Wish I could be streaming. It's orange up on the hill. Should I take this up there? Stop this, go see if I can start another stream up there. It's orange. Some clouds. I wonder how dark it is. I see you, kitty. There you go, now all the cats. There you go, now all the cats left. Okay, I'll look at my thing. So maybe John left. I still think I'm gonna stream during the mornings, sometimes, and then the cats, because that's what I first streamed. That's what most of my subscribers were watching cats and birds, and not night streams. I used to not stream at night. Hello. You should be sleeping, Cinnamon, if you have to work. Or I know you don't know if you do. Kitty's playing. So much work to do out here. How are you? Can you see the little kitties playing under there? Oh, I know what I heard last night. Although I might not have been streaming. Was two raccoons were fighting. And they were fighting because I left a half a can of bird seed, when here I'm talking about not wasting it, on the bench over there. And got knocked over. Oh, here comes Relish. What you doing, Relish? Good night, John. Goodbye, John. Maybe gone already. And Dark and Cinnamon. Thank you very much, MD Amon. There are many. That cat's name is Relish. How relish. I guess I'll have to do a morning cat stream tomorrow or the next day, and you can see a lot of cats. I'm sorry, I didn't see. Do you do gaming? I do not. I mean, I have in the past, but no, I don't have the time to do gaming. Oh, look, look, look. Oh, see? Where's the kitty at? It was climbing up the tree. Oh, you can see. See the cat? Ah, falling over. Ah, cute. I can't see from over here where I have the camera. Yes, I know. And I go quiet. What are you kitties doing? It's a beautiful day. Oh, it's pretty though. I want to show the clouds again. Did I turn off that camera or is it still going? What time is it? 7:04. The stream's been going 7 hours and 4 minutes. Birds will go whenever. I might as well work outside for a few hours before I go inside, because if I go inside and start working on everything, I would rather always be outside than inside. I've got so much to catch up in those 2 weeks. I hope now you got to see kitties. That's Relish and Glory Girl. Oh, I was kind of going to do inventory. I have to check on. Well, I saw Scamper last night. I'm not sure about Miss Fisher. Mm. Oh, I know, and I kind of know what you're saying. I kind of agree. But what are you playing with, little girl, over there? So what are your plans today? Have you even gone to sleep yet? Usually it shows the channels too. It doesn't even give you a choice to see the channel, which is kind of strange. Right? Isn't that strange? Can't you usually always see the channel? I probably should just hide them then. That's just their messages. You can? See, I can't see the channel. Maybe if I was on the other one. That's just their messages. That does nothing. What, Glory? So you have plans, Dark? Good morning. Yep, some kitties, most are got to eat some at night, or still. There's a few in the house. Some have already ate. Finishing up a night stream. I'll be turning this off after a while and be starting a bird stream. But there's a lot of cats that live here. Rolling in the living room. Nice. You guys did turn. Yeah, that's Glory. Hi, Dorothy. Good to see you. I don't have my other phone in front. I'm hoping I'm looking at all you guys chat. How you doing, Dorothy? Good to see you. Glory, girl. Glory. There's cats running around down on the ground. But a lot of them have, Hi, guys. One sitting under this tripod. There have been so many trains. Here comes another one. Since I started this stream, I bet you this is like 10. Maybe that much. I'm not trying to exaggerate, but... Yeah, I remember that you were, and that, did you get your new job? Much better. Yeah. Ugh on that. Big ugh on that, Dorothy. The little orange one's named Penelope. You have just the one kitty, lady light. Good morning, Blackjack. Nice to see you. I know, I'm sorry, I want to apologize. I know I haven't been on. Some people have been really worried and stuff. Awesome, Dorothy. That's great to hear. That's good to hear. I need to go get my other phone so I can see what all you guys are saying. Usually if I go higher, did the paperwork and get my... Cool. That's great. This is Elias. That one just coming up now, that black one. Yeah, you know your name. He's kind of a bully, would fight with Sneaky Pete and some of the others, but look at how they're backing off of him. He's a feral boy. I wish he'd let me get a hold of him. He knows his name. Well, that's why I wasn't on, was my well-being. So, I'll try to say, I don't know. I just need to put up posts or whatever. I just am not used to it. Don't do good with it with my doctors, my family, other people, and letting them know. I just kind of disappear. So sorry. That's why a couple times. Well, I did chat a couple times. I put up a quiet stream a little bit, but just just know it's gonna be that way for probably another 4 weeks. Because if I step down my medicine one more time, my body just starts freaking out, having seizures, and I lose all track of time, and I just don't want to be around people when I'm like that. What are you doing, Elias? Those are some big old eyes. Will you please let me get my hands on you? Don't I sound better though now? I got early. I did. I'm pretty rested out. At least today. I don't know. I feel like I lost like a couple of days each week. Kind of not. I don't really want to talk about it, but yeah. So, I'm fine. Yes, I was okay. I'll just say yes, I was okay. It's bad. So many people go through other stuff. I don't want to talk about it, but no. If I disappear, there's something usually going on. But life is good. This morning's beautiful. That's nice. I get to see Dorothy and Blackjack too. Thank you guys for stopping by. Blackjack, I'm probably going to put up a bird stream after this. I still need to try to, I think one of the last times I saw you. How long ago was it I saw you that, look at the kitty. Oh, look it, that's Pickles. I can't really, Pickles, come here. You know you want me to touch, huh? I don't know when that last time I saw you when I was talking about all those birds flying by. Has that been a week or two ago? Have I been missing a week or two? I should laugh. Imagine how it feels in my life when I'm like, oh, what time or day is it? Or blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Besides, you guys don't want to hear me making all kinds of noise or screaming, do you? I don't think you exactly want to hear me screaming. Daphne, they can't see you. Wait. I need to get my other phone. It was a week. Yeah, just sits. That's Daphne. I still haven't going to cruise channels and give likes. Okay, that's great, Dorothy. That you're. Take care. Thank you. Yeah, Blackjack. I think even the animals or the birds miss me being like out around with them as much. I felt like there were days I didn't even go outside. I know I did, but definitely not as much. So how's life been around your way, Blackjack? Blackjack, if I release this one, I mean, there's no reason why I shouldn't just release it right away. But I think this is the 10th train or more, all night long. I do sound rested. I am, thank you. I haven't known from day to day, but the one thing when I change the medicine, it kind of gives you seizures, but it also makes me sleep more, which the doctor says is good, but uh, sometimes I feel like I sleep like 12 or 16 hours in a day. I don't think it's that much, but yeah, I've been trying to be nicer to my body, kind of. Just saw cats up the trees. The one you were just talking about, she was way up a tree over there. And sometimes, no, I was gonna say some, never mind. But yes, I've missed all of you. I missed you, Blackjack. I know Dorothy is not still here. John may be here still. He may have gone to bed. Fall is coming, cooler mornings, and leaves are turning color. I bet. Well, bet it's beautiful up there. You told me that I sleep 4 hours, so 12 hours is great. It's way too much. Even 8's too much. Like, I feel, don't you ever sleep, like, if you sleep a lot, then it takes you a long time to get going? But I do sleep if, like, I have, excuse me, little seizures and other stuff. I know, I'm pretty sure it's adjusting. There's other stuff going on, but I think lately a lot of it's been adjusting to. I'm not supposed to be, it's very dangerous for me to mess around with my medicine. And I wasn't sure if some of the things were going on that were serious complications to messing with my medicine. Right, Glory? I figure it's faster to drive myself to the emergency room than somebody come pick me up. This road would take them, I could walk up the road faster. Yeah, that's how I am. And lately it's been like, no, no. Then I'm just, it seems like hard to get going. Hi, Uncle. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Whenever I turn this one off, I'll turn on a bird stream. Huh, I haven't done a bird stream in a while. Glory, you look like you're getting so much older. Are you okay? Well, I mean, you are getting older, but... Hmm? Look at all the babies. Do you guys see how big they're getting? That's Picasso. Never still touched her or him. It actually may be a boy. Because I've only had, I think, out of all the different cats, I think there's only been one Sykes that's been that color. Might have been a second one. And it was boys. Are you a little boy? Or are you a little girl? But they're pretty much over coffee now. Oh, Blackjack, there were owls last night. Saw a possum, but I didn't get to catch it on camera. Right behind me when I was reading and stuff. I know that, but I never know what is. Four ain't enough. Yes, doctor. Some people, everybody functions different. I know sometimes I barely function. Look at him sitting back there the way he is. Pretty comfortable for a feral cat. right? Really comfortable for a feral cat, and you need to let me get the hands on them. So how are you doing, Blackjack? Last time I talked, didn't you have to go in for blood work or something? I'm s- the clouds are beautiful. What is it, Glory? Do you want a kiss? Are you waiting for me to go sit down somewhere so you can go snuggle up or something, huh? Do I hear vultures? Let me see if I hear vultures. If I heard vultures, I'd be feel. Had another tree come down, Blackjack. What, guys? What, Glory? Picasso? Huh? I probably need to get my other phone and see. Let me see what this one has on it for battery. I'll probably. 87%. Oh, that's good. How are you, Uncle Skin? What you up to? You want to see the clouds? Oh, I want to. I don't know if he's still here. Are you still here, Uncle Skin? Let me show you the pretty clouds. Is that battery out? Okay, that battery packs out. I gotta put it. Look how pretty. I'm gonna go get coffee. Look how pretty that is. How long have I been streaming? 7.5 hours. Very quiet though. I know so many people stream at night now, even more and more all the time. Channels that I'd watch that would only stream during the day, or they'd stream at night, now stream overnight. I know you think they're more entertaining, in your opinion. It's still funny. It's so funny because you weren't a cat. That's what I'm saying. I have to stream. No, that's why I'm saying that that's when actually, that's what the majority of the people like. Now, my friends that come and like for me to talk and goof off, it's what's ever going. Like they'd watch. There's a lot of people that you're not around during the day or the afternoon, but sometimes if it had pretty clouds like this in the afternoon, there's parts when I back it up under the Japanese maple because it's too sunny to film the birds. All the cats are laying around. And clouds like that, there's a lot of people that like the clouds and the noises. Everybody has their favorite, and a lot of people. As far as at a time, like if it's only for an hour or 2 hours, these cats aren't going to sit around for 3 or 4 hours or 6 hours for people to watch them. I mean, I could leave a stream around and then they would, but there'd be a lot of times that, especially with feeding them, these guys do go off and on, but they're going to be mainly in the morning or the afternoon. So, but no, there's people that like quiet and do like skies. I love this sky. I don't get out and see the sky much. That's my window to the world. I have stuff all over my hands. Peter. Yeah, aren't they? Do you know I could see those blackjack a few hours ago with the dark sky? Nobody else would have been able to see them, and they're all around me. I mean, look, and I'll go slow, and that's not even going straight up. But see, look at the whole entire sky. Nothing but pillows. And even when it was dark out, I could see some stars, and nobody else could see it, but I could see little pillows of light. Yeah, lots of. And then a little while ago, up on the hill, I could see orange, so it would have had orange. You guys can't tell, but actually through a part in these, like straight through at the bottom of where the truck would be in the driveway, I can sometimes see orange. Happy clouds. Yeah, good day then. You said I sounded rested. I got to see a lot of friends. That's great. Have good internet. Monday's my planning day, so I'll have to spend a couple hours doing that. But, so like I said, I'll probably put up a bird stream. Make some phone calls. Take care of some stuff. Or at least plan the week before it's the first of the month. I want to make some stuff though. Dark, time for to go to bed and fall asleep. He's like, it's your stream. I am just here. I know, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stream a variety of stuff because that's what's in my life. Clouds. I love the clouds. I don't get out much to see stuff. I think it's beautiful. I'm actually time-lapsing. It'd be really pretty underneath right now. I mean, that's really pretty. I should get another camera up. Go clean the bird feeder and then start one of those. Actually, I'm probably going to go get coffee. Um, if you could see the cats and the clouds, then that'd make both happy. No, it's going to be beautiful. Maybe I will have to try to go drive down by that lake and see if I have reception down there, or at least video some. If it stayed had clouds like this later, I don't know if I'd be able to do a sunset or not. It's like 3 miles away. I filmed once or twice there, but I don't know if I'd have internet or not. I don't even have it when I go out the driveway. When I get to the gate. Is it overcast and rain there till noon? Yeah, I don't think it's gonna rain here. I can't remember till what day. It kind of really dried out here. The last few ones have kind of missed here. So it's gonna be kind of dry, and then I think it's tomorrow. It's supposed to be up to like 91, and then the day after it's supposed to be like 79 or something. But I don't think we're gonna have rain here for, I don't think, till the end of the week. You just don't know many. I'm the only cat lady you know. And cat lady. Uncle Skin left before he could see the clouds. I think it's pretty. I feel myself yawning a little bit. I'm going to go get coffee because I definitely sound rested. I feel pretty rested. I'm a little, not sluggish, just I guess probably from sitting around in the dark. Reading, relaxing. So enjoyable. Okay, I'm going to get coffee. That's everywhere. Do I have that one? I think I'm gonna plug that one. Hey, big hugs to all my friends. What's that? Big hugs to all my friends for a temporary fix. Hi, Dark. Big hugs, Dark, Lewis, Blackjack, Maine, if you're still here. Everybody, I don't know if Cinnamon's still watching. Yeah, it is. Blackjack, it's terrible. To me, it's corporate greed. Thank you, Lois, for listening to my voice. I was out here earlier and I actually, sorry, I'm having to rub my hands. I mean, it just feels like all the bones are broken in my one hand. So I don't want to complain, but I didn't want to come out earlier because I didn't want to scream, but I also couldn't carry my coffee cup. But I'm glad to talk to you. Sorry, Louis. I guess I let everybody down. People, seems like I guess didn't talk to me for a week or two or something, but just it was mainly, I'm hoping, just related to my medicine because I'm not really supposed to screw with it. It can be like extremely serious messing with the epilepsy medicine, but I don't like it. It's extremely toxic. It has bad side effects that some of them I'm having, so I've been weaning down. And it's very kind of hard on my body, and then I start having seizures and stuff. Do I feel better? Oh, yeah, I didn't feel bad in there. It wasn't like I was having seizures in my head. Mine manifests different than most people. I mean, like most people are used to what they see in movies or other stuff. Those are grand mals. Mine are called focal seizures. I have them in, I guess, my neurologist, even when I was finding out, you guys were disagreeing about a lot of this stuff. A bunch of the different tests that I had from epilepsy clinic and stuff. But anyway, mine are focal seizures, so they can manifest in different ways. But today, right now, I'm having them in my, uh, the one hand, it feels like it's been hit with a sledgehammer or something. But I'm doing good. And then my feet hurt, but I just didn't want to scream. I get, it, I think it's my body. That's nothing. Sometimes it's really bad, but, or I can like pass out and stuff. And when you asked, actually, I felt bad to say, but I was thinking this weekend I should probably get something like a medical alert because nobody would know. That's what actually, there's a girl named Allie, and I asked her to draw a picture like that because nobody would know. It'd be my mail lady. She'd be the only one that ever knew if something happened because of mail stacking up or something. Because I'm not on the road. I don't answer my phone. I don't carry it with me. I wish I knew because they're criminals. They are. It's greed. We can sell our drugs to other countries for cheaper. The American people should be able to. We don't need to get in all that, but they're corrupt. It's company. It's greed. And see, people don't agree with that. It's kind of like democratic socialism, but in Canada, we had lived there, but I think my mom needed a procedure that wasn't, that she would have had to wait more for, and I think that was why we came back to the States when we lived there when I was little. I think was related to something like that. Uh, but I know Norway, one of my best friends that's from there, um, they have very good health care for their people. Now they pay a little bit more in taxes, but they think it's a crime. They do, just like Blackjack was saying. They think it's a crime. I think it's a crime. Richest country in the nation, and we have people. It's like the number one reason that people go homeless in the U.S. is because of medical debt. It's crazy. Yeah. Well, you know, look at what yours cost. That's so crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Well, yeah, I don't know. I've known people that has what he has, but I don't. There's different degrees, and so yeah, that some levels are very bad. So he must be. Thank you, Lewis. You're welcome. No, I have. Maine probably knows him, but do have friends, and um, a lot of people, like, there's some listening, most of them are this, but I have, I'm older, not than all of you, but some of you, but I've always used medicinal, well, plants as for pain, and some people, like my parents or others, thought it was an excuse, and I just think it's so much better. And I don't know. I don't know what I was saying. Oh, but in those communities, in the 420 communities, in some of them where some of the people, I don't know, the different communities where they know them, and maybe you're having conversations, you'll find you're 69. Well, then you're slightly older than me. But some of the communities, the 420 ones, you'll find a lot of people that are using it. Um, Not just for recreational. A lot of people are using it mainly for, pain medicines and other stuff. And that's why I don't want to that's why I don't want to complain about what I have. My whole life I've kind of, and I've had some friends that have recently told me, been like, does that mean you don't deserve to say something about what's going on with me? And it's not that. I've just always been like that. Look at other people or something, or even when I was young, had friends that, I don't like the word disabled, but that's what we use, or whatever, or handicapped, and been around it, and I didn't feel bad for them, but it just made me aware that I was, you know, fortunate. So, if you guys want some communities, if you guys want some communities where you can kind of share, that are laid back to where, you know, it's not that that's all it was. Like, people sit around and do that, because that's even like myself. Sometimes I overshare, but there's some that, yeah, sometimes you do need to get it out. I guess you do need to. There's a lot of people that have joined support groups and different kinds of things that they go through. But yeah, my one hand, I can't use that hand as much, but still. Actually, when you talk about it, and like, if some people feel bad for me, actually, um, like, I'm mad about my doctor. I need to find a different doctor. There's many different reasons why, but I complained for years about some of this stuff, and I could feel changes in my head, and she just thought I was depressed. There was things that happened in my life that were depressing, or anxiety. Yeah, there was things anxious, but it was also, I knew there was more, and it's like, it's depressing because she wasn't really listening, anxious because she wasn't really listening. I could tell there was changes going on in my head, and she just really wasn't listening. And even after, so I had to ask to, like, referral to see, like, a therapist, and then even to go find about other stuff that was going on. Episodes is what I called it, which is the type of epilepsy. And finding out was one of the best things I had, because some people treated me like I was kind of crazy, and I didn't like to talk about it, hid it from everybody. I mean, all the people closest to me. Some of them still don't know. I mean, have never known that we're really close friends, because I just wasn't like that with Sharon. But my doctor got to where, even though she knew and referred the guy and knew him, and knew I had epilepsy, it took me having a seizure in her office and passing out for her to then be like, oh shit. And then she was like, you need to quit your job, you need to, close your farm, you need to quit doing this, you need to quit doing that. You just need to sit home and not do nothing, not live alone. You need to have somebody with you all the time. She went from kind of not believing me for about 10 to 15 years if something was going on, to then be like, you should just sit and not do anything. Anyway, I guess in a way that's been really nice because I just used to never talk about stuff. But I feel so fortunate because I've seen a lot of friends or even in my own family, that have had different things. I lost my dad to cancer, and he didn't want to go for years with things that were bothering him. His started with lung cancer, and he didn't smoke, but he had it to where it went in different parts pretty fast because he was like stage 4 when he found out. I don't think my dad went through treatment though. He didn't want to go through any kind of treatment. I'm sure that makes a big difference. You said yours was experimental, which was great. But Dark, maybe you're meant to be here to talk to some of these other people that, it just depends upon uh, um, what you see. If you see a future or not and what you think, you're still young. I'm just kind of throwing out some words. Well, I'm so glad you got Dark just subbed to your channel, too. I subbed to, I haven't read them out. Well, I told them no chemo or radiation till last resort. Yeah, my dad wouldn't even do it then. He wouldn't do anything. Sorry, I can't read it all. See, Dark, you might have some other people that can uh, be supportive. I'm surprised, Dark, you're talking so much because I remember just a few months ago when you wouldn't talk at all and you realized that I had picked up on some stuff. I was always observant that way. I think it's my brain being, so when people say I'm an overthinker, I'm just kind of pick up. I don't remember everything I used to, but, right? That's it's not just the cats. I think that's what it was too. Because we don't agree probably on a lot of things. We agree on other things, nature, music, or whatever. And I hope you enjoy what I do. Thank you. That was a long time, Blackjack. The worst thing was, well, worst thing now is that I can't hear his voice. But the worst thing then was that I was here and alone and I couldn't leave. I was running the farm, working it by myself, and there were a lot more animals, and there were times but I didn't have any employees. There were some times that I tried to hire people when I would do certain things or travel out of state for certain functions. And I'm old school, didn't have automatic watering, all this other stuff, and I could go to a show, maybe make some money or decent money, but come home to a lot more stuff that products gone. So that was the main thing. I couldn't go back and spend more time with it. You can't see what I do. Get a new doctor, one that listens to you. Unfortunately, none of them do. I went to my neurologist whenever it was. If some of you don't know that I went in the last few weeks, and I went to him, and I was really worried. Okay, so I was really worried because I have something called Meniere's, and I found out about that years ago because I always kind of had vertigo or got car sick when I was a kid. That's what they called it back then. Maybe take Dramamine or something, and especially riding in the back. And my dad would handle it one way, my mom would handle it another, but I was always like that. And as I got older, it seemed like it was better. It never bothered me standing on the edge of things until I got older. Of course, I never made myself sick, and most people did most of my life, except for, I don't know, sometimes curvy roads or whatever. So I always knew I had that, and then I had problems with noises in my ears, and I went to tons of concerts. I can't name how many concerts I went through in my life, so I thought the problems and the noises I heard in my ears were from concerts. My hearing fluctuates, and I had to go in because I had caught something called, I can't remember what kind of pain I was having. Oh, I had, was that because of the H. pylori? I had gotten bit by a tick, and it did one of the circle things, and it was the type of tick that had a dot. So I had to go in to get tested to see if I had Lyme disease, and it came back that I had Lyme disease. So I had to get a second test to make sure I had Lyme disease, and it turned a Western blot test, and it turned I have Lyme disease. So who knows what that does or what that affects in your body. And then, but when I did that, and they were testing for some, when that test came back, it turned out I had H. pylori, which half the people in the world get, and it's usually from dirty produce, dirty water. You can pick it up in the soil. And the treatment for that is like horrible, the worst thing ever. My doctor told me it was going to be bad. It's really bad. But one of the things you have to take, I had to do 4 regimens for I don't know how many weeks to take for that. And one is antibiotics, and I'm deadly allergic to penicillin, which most people aren't. So I went to ear, nose, and throat doctor to get that confirmed that I was allergic. Same time I asked for a hearing test, they said it was okay. And I was like, well, ask them about different noises I hear and that it fluctuated. And there's 7 different tests. So anybody that has, like, if you have ringing in your ears, but you have other things besides that, fluctuating, plus dizziness, you could have what's called Meniere's disease. And in 1 year, mine got so bad that was making myself sick, driving 45 minutes to the doctor, and that's scary. So I just went to a trip just a week or 2 ago, and it was the best trip I had traveling in a year or 2 years. So that gave me hope because all the doctors around here are far away. But yeah, I do need to find a better doctor. I'm not going to tell you guys about some other stuff that went on recently. But uh, yeah, that'd be quicker to just drive myself to the hospital. I was stubborn. My dad was stubborn. I'm being stubborn by not going. Facing death changes you. Yeah, it could be every day. But yeah, dark, see? That's good. I might seem different because I think I have cancer. Yes, but you wouldn't even say that word, and you wouldn't talk about anything, and you didn't want me to tell anybody. You didn't even want me to tell, you wouldn't even say shot. You would just do the emoji. Come on now. Like I said, I'm a student. I paid attention to all the little things. So you've come very far to even say what you're saying, which shows me you kind of are worried. And maybe that um, you know, that you are worried and want to do something. That's just my opinion. But yeah, facing it changes you. Well, with that, I didn't know. There's different things, different ways that Lyme disease affects you depending upon what kind you have. So it's autoimmune and it can actually give you a lot of different things too. So in here, I don't know. I just haven't gone back to do it. I have a lot of different things. You're very much worried. Um, I, I was gonna say I'm sure you are dark, but I'm not gonna say that because each person is different. I just think that you are because of now being open enough to talk about it tells me you're more, you know. It also tells me you're comfortable, but that tells me you're worried because you would never talk about it. It's nice to be able to find a community or people that you can feel comfortable with talk about things, you know. Maybe even sometimes online people can feel more comfortable because they don't, uh, you don't know them as much or whatever. Bless you too, Lewis. Love you too, Lewis. I'm gonna try to stream a couple times a week, but if I disappear for a week, so I gotta adjust again in my medicine. Next 3 or 4 weeks, I may be somewhat erratic in, like streaming or keeping in touch. Have a good day. I hope you're okay too. How long is this stream been going? 8 hours and 43 minutes. I'll still let it go. I thought about putting up a bird stream anyway. I could still let this go for a while. I don't think I'm gonna um, go downtown, but if I do some things this week, depends upon how. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to see how my hands cooperate today. I was real. I don't think it's because I just took my medicine, but it's probably because I'm going down. That to me is a small thing. So, but Blackjack, I hope that your scans come out okay. Having a positive mindset and other stuff like that really helps too. I wasn't back there totally, but my dad was stubborn and he was always the type. Uh, when I was raised with him and stuff, that um, he was more like, oh, unless there's a bone sticking out and you're really bleeding, then mind over matter, it's okay. But he had always had the mentality that if something ever happened to any kind of degree, you know, he just didn't want to do any kind of treatments. So that probably makes a difference too. You fear the worst? I would, I don't know. You know, what are you, it's so, things like that are so unpredictable. Um, you're getting the rug pulled out from you. That happens to people in so many different ways. They're young enough, people think they're going to do this or that, or even if they don't plan. That's another reason that I think of it. I see people where it happens all the time. You have a car wreck, you have a flood, you have a child that has cancer. Just to me, it's getting the rug pulled out from under you. You're not expecting it, and something happens. And every 3 weeks, you get your blood tested and have that's an account where I can see the results. See, you're getting great care. That's good. It sounds like you're getting great care. So they're keeping a close track. I wasn't around enough to see with being so distanced from my dad. And then I had a brother who died at a very young age. He was only, I think, like 43. We don't want to talk about that. But I wasn't even there. It was pretty quick, within a few weeks. Yeah, I kind of don't, except for I think that I don't know, I'd still like to do. Yeah. And Dark, I actually know somebody your age that has and is. So, well, Blackjack isn't Canadian, but I think American, that's a huge cause of death in the United States. And just my opinion, I think it's a lot of the food we eat. and not only food we eat, but things that we live in with our house and are surrounded and other stuff. I mean, there's got to be reasons why that we have so much higher rates than other countries. So young, Sousa? What, my brother? Yeah, it's just horrible. Good morning, Willie. He was really young. He was very, very bright. Yeah, okay, I'll go ahead and tell you. Anyway, family thinks that his wife, mm-mm-mm, was giving him stuff for over a long period. Let's just say that. She studied pharmacology. I still hear my brother's voice, though. And then I have one other brother who could be listening, but I don't think he is. Maybe you get to meet him. A few people have met him. His name is Will. I've wanted Willie to meet my brother Will. No way. That's nasty. What's nasty? Yeah. Yeah, the whole thing's horrible. After just everything, I didn't even get to go back to his funeral, so. So much younger. Your dog's 20 years old. Long, that's old. Slept in your bed for 20 years. Yes, Dark, you will. I'm so sorry. 20 years is a long time, but that's longer than a lot of relationships. I'm really sorry. I lost 3 this year, 2 16 and a half and 1 18. I don't think actually I've even really grieved them. How about my brother? What am I about your brother's wife? Um, yeah, never mind. I don't really want to talk about that. I might start crying, or with how I feel, it might make me have a seizure because I'm like having auras, or this actually could be like how my hands feel. Like one of the same side, the one hand, that foot is kind of turned on. It feels like it's in a vice and broken, kind of. Your whole effing life is broken. I'm sorry, it's horrible feeling broken. Except for maybe when you're on the water. I actually think I'm gonna walk over there and, um, uh, yeah, my one. Let me get some bird food and then I'll switch it over there, so I can get more coffee. Hi, Willie, get coffee, come. And, I don't remember what else I was going to say. I'm having a brain fade. Now, see, the kind of epilepsy and seizures focal, that means I could walk into another room, okay? And so even what people could call brain farts, brain fades, having a busy mind and being forgetting what you're doing. But so if I walk into a place, like a room, and then be like, oh, what am I looking for? That could be a seizure. So that's why the kind I have could be hard to diagnose. Now, there's times it can be a seizure like other people have, or I can be like unconscious. I used to never stutter, but sometimes if I stutter or stumble over my words, those are can be like little seizures. Um, Cramp up, which people in seizures, you see their body kind of cramping. There's times that it's funny, like I've struck a pose, like all of a sudden I can get ticks in my eyes. So it's just little things. I don't think that's a big deal, but I know that it can be, it can be worse or something. I don't know what that had to do. But if you hear sometimes that, well, sometimes I might be in bad shape and want to scream, so I might leave or mute. Most of the time I don't scream. So I don't know what I was talking about. I'm going to go. Those were the right words when you're on the water. See? That sounded like arrogant, me saying see. That's why I did take a lot of forms of communication. That's another reason why I have friends from all these places internationally, and that I look at basics like what I think people want in life, and um, I don't know what I'm saying. Took different forms of communication and studied like sociology, anthropology, languages. People interest me, and I don't think I'm nosy. I just try to pay attention, and I'm losing that, but I try to pay attention to things that are important to them. So, because that's important to me, and I know that's important to them. Okay, I'm babbling enough. I have to go use a brush on one of the bird feeders. Oh, sorry. I sure do hope I don't stumble and fall, you guys. Because my legs are kind of locking up. I gotta do it anyway. So, the one thing you guys might hear me swear. Okay, you might hear me swear a lot more. So I'm gonna be so sorry about if you hear me swearing. I see you there, Katie. Oh no. My, my, I heard my yell. I heard my neighbor yell in Russian. Blackjack, if you're still here, this was I was thinking. You said you said kind of that it's nice to be able to talk some more or whatever, and you don't want to be a downer. I understand that totally. Well, see, this is kind of chill or whatever. You can go party at Willie's and other places, and then come over here and just talk about whatever. As long as people don't attack each other, like be respectful of other opinion, even if you're totally against it. Um, I'm that's what's great. Just I don't, I'm here for whatever. My hands are reminding me how alive I am. That's what it is. Right, little kitty? Oh, shit. Okay, so I'm gonna move this. Oh my God, can you hear them? Her and her husband are both yelling. I hope you guys can't hear them. Sometimes you say you can't hear them yelling. Hold on a minute, I'm trying to get in my chat so I can see because I haven't been paying attention. Of course, I might have been on. Well, I just tried to show you what I see. Okay, I should scroll up so. Yeah, I'm glad you can't hear them because sometimes it's a bunch and, if they're both yelling, she starts running, when she starts yelling in Russian. Mm, okay, who just subbed me? Blackjack, you'll see where I belong. Me and Lewis said to you. I see you, Blackjack. I already saw some, I think, chickadees and some other stuff. And one reason why I wanted to put it out, Blackjack, is the last few mornings. Um, the, um, shoot, uh, wood thrashers have been so pretty. I still have not, for some reason, seen, um, woodpeckers. Heard them. Maybe they're building nests for the winter. I don't know why all of a sudden they would have moved off. Hopefully the hawks that were going around weren't finding them. How far do I want to put this back? Depends upon if you guys want me to talk. Do you guys want me to talk? Because if you want me to talk, I'll move it further back and zoom in. Or sit with you off and on. Let me move it back. I'm going to have to get my other ones. I think I need to bring my shoes because my stepson and his girlfriend like that, arguing all the time, crazy. Like the makeup set. I don't know about this woman or not. It could be, but some people are like that, but I don't know. She seems to be unhappy a lot. It just, this don't seem like, you know why I say that? Blackjack can't be the makeup says, because she yells at the rooster. She yells at the dogs, the rooster, her kid, her husband. But it can't be makeup says, because he's like, nope, show us your cats. No, I'm not. I'm showing birds. I tell you what, I'm going to smack my hands together just very lightly, but no, I can't even touch the one. So I won't do that. I tell you what, either later feeding, the best time, if you want to see a bunch of cats, now when the weather gets cooler, it'll be more than that, but the best time is in the morning if you want to see a bunch. Then that's the best time to see. I'm going to make this go a little bit. Well, I do want to, I know Blackjack likes it when it's closer so he can identify. What I'm hoping, I haven't gone over the film the last week when I wasn't streaming, or in the last few weeks, but yet I filmed. All those birds that I was telling you, maybe you'll get to see them. What do you mean there's no birds though? There will be. Haven't you ever heard bird watching and you have to be patient? I just turned it over here. You're awful bossy. I know what you are. You're a test for me to say no. I'm not meowing either. They scream all the time. Worked for Portuguese bricklayers as a laborer. They scream all the time. Well, my dad was Irish, and I have cousins and uncles and other stuff, and they scream all the time, still do. This woman is Russian. Her husband's American, but she's Russian. Right, see, Dark, Blackjack's here, he's for the birds. He's actually teaching me a lot. Blackjack, see, I have so many different friends and so many different groups that usually those kind of comments are my other friends on some of the 420 channels or later on in the afternoon. If I streamed like when I've almost streamed 24 hours, yeah, I get different crowds at different times. Not possible. Okay, I need to. I should jump on my phone. I'm glad everybody's having a good time. Actually, what time is it? I don't know what time it is. I've been streaming 9 hours and 4 minutes. That means you can't go over 12. I can't stream 3 more hours. I can put up another one because I was going to do a bird stream. So I'm only going to go 2 more hours. I'll have to look at my camera and see what time it is. Bird, bird, bird is the word, Dark. Peter Griffin says. Yep. He's teaching me so much. He introduced me to the call of a red-tailed hawk. And I don't know if I have it down yet, but what's the beautiful bird? Is that the thrasher? What's the one that has the really lacy? 8:38. Okay, so I won't go past 10:30. I could go to 2.5. 10:30. I could go to 11, but before that, look at Daphne. Right there. See her on yellow. Hey, there you wanted cat stream. See? You just wait. There's cats that are on this statue enough and around it. How old are you, Dark? You sound like you're like 4 years old. I want this. I want it. I want it. Crazy cat lady. Does it say anywhere in my title, Crazy Cat Lady? I need to make a northern flicker. Wood thrush I knew, but still thrush you helped remind me of, yeah, and there's, or thrasher. Oh, the wood thrush. Okay, isn't there also thrush? Nuthatch, you taught me. Yes, you did. Even though I knew what those were, I forgot what they looked like and kept seeing them, and my mind could not click. I'm losing that. The guy said I don't have early Alzheimer dementia or whatever, or, like advanced like cognitive or other stuff, but I could not remember nuthatch for the life of me, even though I know that name well. So yeah, northern flicker definitely, and the thing. The wood thrush, maybe that was the sound. So actually, Dark, a few weeks ago, there was all these birds, and I think it was streaming. I tried to catch some on stream, but I believe I was also time-lapsing. And just these flocks of birds were coming down here. They weren't huge flocks. It'd be like 6 or 8, and then 2, then 3, then not be any for a few minutes, and then more, and then more. 41? Oh, I thought you were 42 or 4. I thought you were 42 or 43. So that's why we watch birds. You're usually sleeping by now. Cat when I used to stream and nobody watched, which was, I shouldn't say nobody watched because they did, but I'd stream cats in the morning, then sometimes birds in the afternoon, but I didn't even. Sometimes wouldn't even stream once a week, or I'd only stream once a week. And then once or twice I was able to go up on the hill at night and stream the moon. But there's been some beautiful moons out here at night. And some people like quiet streams, some like talking. But yeah, Blackjack, I'm so glad that I met you. That's not the only reason why, but yeah, and to teach me and help me. Ornithology, the study of birds, is one of the first subjects I ever wrote a book report, either in third or fourth grade when I lived in California in downtown Hollywood, of course. So see, I'm Nature Girl. And the other one was on not, anyway, oceanography. That wasn't it. But like water conservation, so I've always been into all this stuff about the environment and blah blah. I don't spray, I don't use chemicals. If they were pine siskins, they were gray and green, the size of a sparrow. Yes, they were, I thought the size of a sparrow or slightly smaller. And to me, they did seem green. And because they weren't dark like a crow or raven or anything else black, to me, they were darkish and they were going quick, that they looked gray, but not only gray, some other color. But I was streaming and I was in that shed. That's what it was. I was streaming and people were talking. I think it was, sorry, motherfucker. Excuse my language, I'm sorry. I think I was filming clouds or something, and I was in that building, working and cleaning out some stuff, and I had my headphones on, because sometimes I would do that when dogs and other stuff would compromise, so that I could hear what's going on outside. And I could hear all that flapping, so I came out to look. I was looking in the wrong direction, but yeah, they look like that. I'm gonna have to look. Siskins, pine siskins. They usually go in packs of groups. That's what this was like. It was like 10, 15, 20 went by me the first time. And then I'd see, and they were all coming from the south, coming north, up into some of these trees. And they were coming down the driveway. They were coming, headed north. They were coming down the driveway this way. And then I'd see two coming from the trees slightly over that were in the trees, and then there would be three on the other side, and I'd see a couple that maybe came from the hill, but most of them were coming, they were all flying in this direction. And some were higher, some were lower, and then you wouldn't see them for a few minutes, and then here'd be a whole nother wave, and they'd come in different batches and different groups. Thank you, Dark. I know, but I still should control myself, kind of, because I really used to never say that word and not be that crude, but that's how I talk to. That's how I talk to it when they grab a hold and won't let go. I'm cooperating. I'm much more mellow than I used to be. I could just let go sometimes. I mean, you haven't even heard me sparking and stuff, and not that that's the most important, but see why I don't say anything? Look at all my friends. That's not pity or nothing. I don't always use the right words. But most of you guys have nature around you. If you were spouting off in the dark again, you'd be banned. I know that that count's still on my phone, right? Spouting off in the woods. That wasn't in the dark. It was that I started that. If spouting off in the woods, I could post stuff on that account, but it's just too funny. I didn't do it to um, really even come in my channel or uh, be a subscriber or other stuff. I actually started that, was going to do that as a second channel or to mess with some of my friends and communities where I would get feistier, and was like, if you, because some of them would see me be feisty about some things that I was saying, like, if you ever see me under a different name, especially because of like my bird streams and cat streams, I was like, if you see a name that says Spouting Off in the Woods, that's me. Well, that's a simple little thing, thank you. People tell me not to feel sorry, and I fart. I fall. I feel okay. Take 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. I feel sorry about something. That wasn't that. Thank you, but that's minor. So should I back up? I must have missed that stream. What stream? Oh, that was a very long time ago. That's at night. You don't come to many of the night ones, I don't think. And that's when I used to be probably more fun and joke around at night and stuff like that. A few months ago, probably what, dark? How long ago has it been since you had your shot? And then I think since I knew you waited a month or 6 weeks or more to get your shot. I think I'm going to go into the house and get the other stuff and get coffee. I might get sick. So just keep. Uh, I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? I'm not going to get sick. I'm not going to get sick. Yeah, you stupid. Birds will come eat. It's still early. Oh, dog's probably heard me. You know what, guys? I gotta look in the other one. I don't remember. Do you remember what I said I was going inside for? Because I don't remember what I said I was going outside. Still raining? Oh, that's not good. Why do you think that's awesome, Blackjack? Do you watch Netflix at night? That's good. Well, I should release a lot of them. There's been times where, and Dark's been here, where actually some of my friends, now Willie may know or not know, but people that I've known for years, um, go over to Willie's. Oh, look, here goes the cat. And so there's been some contentious talks. Dark knows where people, anyway, there's been funny ones, there's been quiet ones, there's been ones I'm reading, there's ones goofing around, there's ones with serious talks. I have a girl that cries that comes in once in a while. You may have seen her in one of my day streams. So, anyway, but oh, one night we watched a spider. Some nights. I think I used to sometimes start them earlier, but there's so many people at certain nights, at certain times of the night that that there's shows, but usually somewhere around 11 or 12 if I start doing a night one, which is pretty late for a lot of folks. Last night um, I read a couple of spooky stories, and then I started reading part of another one or another one, and then I was going to read owls because owls were out here last night. You could hear owl. But then I started reading Louis L'Amour, a Western story. John and Sin over here being like, supportive. Tonic might get sick or, okay. Yeah, I didn't even read that you said it. No, or something else. Anyway, tonic. Actually, you know what? I should have tonic. My hands are, I may not know. I did make a video. Well, no, I need to learn how to do that. I know if other people clip it, they'll get millions of views. I need to do that, a short video. I guess I need to put, I got my computers back. I need to install, well, it has YouTube, but put my YouTube account on there. Because what I'd like to do is for people that like quiet ones is take out the parts when I'm talking, or if something conversations are too private, people don't want it in or whatever. Like I could save the whole video, but um, I like you short stories, Susie. You're a good. Thank you, Blackjack. But I think I have a hard time just saying thank you, and then I have a hard time saying thank you and letting it go. But compared to how I used to read, I think actually it's will be good for my mind, and because of um, oh the epilepsy is in two different lobes, so it's in the logical, where your logical logistics, whatever, maybe language stuff like that is, and I had noticed for years it seemed like well, I shouldn't. I count the last few years, like my comprehension, maybe even for years and years, that things weren't sticking like they used to because I was, anyway, had a very good memory. And so with doing this sometimes in reading, I think it's actually will help maybe. Because I do things like Sudoku and other puzzles. I like puzzles and stuff like that. And with working on the computer, there were things that that have taken me a long time to learn how on YouTube that people probably learn right away. I have much to learn, but see, look at all the words I babbled to say thank you. But I started reading Louis L'Amour. I have to, I think, find the right story. Um, I noticed I was going to read out of a book that I just bought on vintage horror stories, which is great, but some of those stories are written in like 1800s, early 1900s, and so they use different words, and I don't know how to pronounce them. Who was it? John Freeman gave me, he was saying that, because I was saying, I should call it something like Sousa's make a playlist, like Sousa's, not imperfect, something like that, story hour, or dark tales. He said something like tree whisperer tales or something like that. I'd have to look up in chat. They don't save vertical chats. I heard they save, I thought somebody told me recently that it saves the chat for a few days and then it disappears. Now with the vertical streams, I am not sure. You made clips? Sudoku. Yep, I do Sudoku and crosswords and mahjong, stuff like that. I think I finally saw that. I don't, so are they posted on your account? One time I saw that. I don't know how to see it. Like, you said you put it on my channel, I don't know how to see it. One time, when I was a teenager, before we would love listening to the radio stories and use your imagination. Oh, I did too. Campfire mysteries, or I still have it. They have it on here. Like they have Spellbinders. If you look up that channel, I have some of those on. But you'd listen to the old westerns, or on the weekends, listen to the scary campfire stories. People have wanted me to make them up, but I'd be laughing. I still laugh once in a while. And sometimes I think I should do different voices and characters, because sometimes I would anyway. My mind in fluctuate. But last night, John Freeman, he was just like, no, just read normal. But so I started reading Louis L'Amour, which is a Western one. But a lot of people wanted scary, and then Judas had, oh, told y'all way too much tonight. And look at him doing that with your head. You did that to me all the time because you told me your name. Do you remember? I still remember your name, but I won't ever tell. So, if I remember. So, anyway, a lot of people wanted scary, and I had gotten those ones. I was going to say I'm not much of a scary, like, story reader. Even I do have quite a few Stephen King, but some of them I wouldn't read because they do get pretty graphic, whatever. But I do like detectives. That's kind of the same thing. But maybe it's because it's more like a puzzle. I have been doing word puzzles when the wife and I are waiting in the house. We do them we don't have a cell phone. It's funny the looks you get. I bet doing old-fashioned ones. You know what? That's good though. You're also exercising your hand and your dexterity. I think the more ways you do something, you remember, at least me do, does show up after a few hours or half a day after posting. I do see, I know you've told me that. Um, uh, but I don't always see it. Art Bell has great stories. I know who Art Bell is. Yeah, I listen to Art Bell. There you go, look at that. Which one are you? You're definitely not. That's one of the kittens. Look how big she's grown. That's Andy. That is named after one of my friend that I've known about 4 years. That's, no. This kitty is named Andy, and it's from, it was the one lone kitty that was born, and this is named after a friend of mine. a guy in Australia, and his name is Andy. He's on. If you wanted to watch his channel, look up the real Vlad or the real Vladimir Putin. He makes videos that are great editing, but be prepared because he's very adamant in his beliefs, and his videos are graphic. But he's been a great friend. I love him dearly, and his name is Andrew. So he'd been wanting to name a cat for probably a year, and then there weren't any kittens that weren't named, so there were these 7. Come here, yeah. So uh, that's a girl. So girl can be an Andy or boy. I don't know. You trusted me, Dark. That's all I can say. You wanted to share, maybe because I picked up on something, you wanted to share something more personal. I don't know. Why did you tell me? Yeah, Art Bell was great. Good morning, Willie. I hope you're doing well. We don't always get enough time to chat, especially when the days when I was streaming a ton, and then lately I don't want to say I didn't feel good. I was, okay, let's say this. I was surrendering to what was going on. That's what I was doing. And then you and I stream a lot at different times. I can't do driving videos very much because of my Meniere's. Oh, she did. Yeah, what did I do? Oh, I did, Willie, but I'm in the middle of weaning myself down. That's kind of why I haven't been around. My body's reacting. I don't. There's some other things going on too that I'm not talking about. Oh no, did I just drop a big piece? But I think it's mainly me adjusting to um them. And it takes, please let me find that. Oh no, where'd you go? That was a big piece too. I need to pull these weeds just so I find that. That will suck. That sucks. I'm always doing that. But I did take them. I took them. I took them early, Willie, because um, I've been very good lately about taking them because my body is rebelling. I do not want to. I actually have somebody that I've met that some other people tell me anyway that I think I can trust that maybe is working with some people with epilepsy. And if I find out that it won't kill me off my medicine, then I'm gonna try to get off it. That's what they make it. Dag nabbit, I dropped another piece. I should sit down because my hands are so... That's good, I found the other piece I dropped. Broccoli all over the ground out here in the dirt. It's because I can't, my hands aren't functioning this morning. Yes, they are. You can hear me rattling around. I was a podiatry, you were, oh, you were at a podiatry appointment? I should look at my others and sit down. Yes, Willie, your channel is, if you didn't know, is the party channel, and this one's going to be chill and where everybody can just like, it's not a downer to talk about stuff. This is not therapy session, yeah, like support. This is, I know, certain time I stream, it could be, no, that sounds arrogant. Sue's support hour or something. Uh, anyway, all our community. Stop worrying about what? I don't know what I was worrying about. I'm gonna jump on my other phone because I don't know if that one is. I can only stream basically 2 more hours. Real life channel. Hey, that's kind of me. You know what? I never did a good job trying to please everybody else because I'm so different. And I am a people pleaser. And I'm so different. People like it until they're around me a lot. And then they find out I'm like too much. And anyway, yeah, I'm about, sometime I'm still kind. I'd like to think I'm never going to be not a fighter because I've always been kind of or whatever, or just bounce back, go somewhere else, or even if I ran away from somewhere, go start over or something. I don't know what I'm babbling about, but yeah, nowadays maybe it's because I'm on this medicine, and it can make you. It has like all the bad side effects emotionally. Like it can make some people suicidal, depressed, angry, uh, schizophrenic. Who knows what else? Like I said, just paranoid. All the kinds of like bad emotions. And so that's why I take this other pill. But they're both like bad. And the dosage I was getting for epilepsy, they give kids that medicine. I think the lowest dose is like 5 milligrams or 15. And I was taking max, which most people aren't on. So I don't think I need that much. I don't know what I'm telling you all that for. That could be it. Anyway, yeah, just real life. A day in the life of Sousa. Oh my God. You can't even imagine. I don't think I could imagine. You know what? I would even be surprised. I would be embarrassed. You know what, look, Willie, that's not, actually, that's kind of true, but there's days I'm here that I would be here all alone. Not as much, so much, but tonight I started, when I was streaming tonight, because there's even a lot of musical channels that are now doing like verticals and other channels and so many different ones, and of course, and to me, it's not a competition, whatever. I just know some people like night ones. What was the guy going to say? See, I don't even remember what I was going to say. But I had the first few people that were in here were trolls. And then what was so funny, it was like 3 or 4, and the one guy must not have been a troll. Because there was nobody in here that had a wrench. And I was talking to him. And then the one guy was like telling the other guy, will you stop spamming the chat? I was just like laughing, like, oh, this must be good that now that I got trolls. I went live 900 hours ago. 9 hours, yeah, I did. Well, Wally, everybody, I guess, was missing me. I don't know. I wasn't going to go up. Sorry. Just so you know, Wally, you weren't here earlier, Wally. Yeah, I might say the F word. So, if I say the F word, oh no, Lubo, are you part of what the other ones that wanted me to say one digit more all last night? Oh, right there you go. That's the exact number that. Oh, so there you go. That's the number that some people were like, and then another person. You could be a different one. I don't know what it means, but yeah, people trying to get me to say that. I did say that. Then there were other ones. So, were you here earlier? Did you get told to stop spamming the channel? Who knows? Must mean I'm famous. Let him go. As long as he doesn't say anything, it's going to boost the algorithm. Oh no, who knows? You've been here all night? You had a sleepover? Oh, did you hear me reading stories? You know why I stayed up all night? It, sorry guys, it wasn't totally because I missed you all. I was on owl alert, and I thought that if I stayed up and just kept talking and talking and talking, no owl would swoop in the middle of the night and end up making me have PTSD the next day. That's why I said I had to do, uh, I was going to say cat countdown, cat inventory when I said that. Blah, 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 blah. So instead of just blah, 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 I decided to read. So I wrote two or three out of the spooky stories. And then I started reading Louis L'Amour, Western stories. Thank you, Ollie, for being here all night. Sorry if I made anybody worry. Some of the people were. But yeah, totally. I don't want to get. You saw I already blocked somebody earlier. It doesn't do nothing, so I'm just going to make another channel. So it's really. Oh yeah, he was asking name and location, etc. I'm not sure if it was a barred owl or a barn owl. It was pretty. It said it was pretty common. I mean, it said. Not it said. My mind. Okay, it that said was my brain. It said it was a more common owl that I've known in the past. So that it was my brain. So that was just a little brain glitch. That could be a sign that I'm having seizures because I'm taking less medicine. Big deal. As long as I don't hurt myself too much, which I plan to hopefully. I hope so. Even like around this girl, all these rocks, they came from other beds around here, and where she was in a different place. Anyway, that I need to redesign a lot of those. The plants have grown so big that I can go walking through areas and trip and fall easy, and it's time for me to. This fall and winter, when a lot of this dies off, will be a great time for me to do it. I might need to sit down because my feet are starting to get numb. So, I'm not exactly sure. I'll have to release this live. I always say that, Blackjack, because it pretty much would have been at the beginning. Cinnamon, you were here a lot last night. John's not here. He was here a lot. And Wally, if he was, but he was sleeping. I can't remember, Willie, did you stop by last night? There's some birds. Oh, do you know what's bad, Willie? Do you know what's bad, Wally? My hands hurt. I can't hardly use my lighter. I got it there. Cheers. But in one of these upcoming mornings or afternoons, or if I start another one, Blackjack, maybe you'll be able to help me find out what did you just say that gray and Blackjack. What did you tell me that gray and green bird was? Pine siskin? Did you say pine siskin? If you said pine siskin, I'm going to be so happy that I remembered something a half an hour or an hour. I think that's what you said. You fell asleep at your live. I did remember. If I showed you my two hands, my right hand looks like it's malformed. Yeah, I remembered one. But I would, so I wonder why I had so many coming to roost here for the mate here. Plus, I don't spray anything. Like even the plants around, which a lot of people do for insects or whatever, spray around their houses, spray around their gardens. I don't because of the animals, but even if I just don't. I planted a lot of things and for for pollinators or birds or other stuff, and then with all the native. You are winner, Caesar. Today I am. I won't say it all the time, but today, tomorrow may be another day, and I have to ask you again what that gray and green bird is, and I may not even remember the color tomorrow, Blackjack. But I'm thankful for this moment that I remembered, and I hope that is that bird. And if not, if it's not flocks of pine siskin that I saw, I hope to one day see what a pine siskin is and see what the other birds. I see cardinals above me right now. If I back up, I bet you there were. They're probably heading to Canada for the winter. Oops, sorry. I was leaning into that. Like I said, I think I need to sit down, and I'm gonna, okay, guys, give me a minute, because my hands aren't working. I'm gonna keep that in the same location, but I'm gonna lower this because my hands aren't working, my feet are numb. I'm synced. I think I can still get it from there. I don't know what I'm doing. What am I doing? Do I know what I'm doing? Maybe it's because I... Come here. Come here. I can't get you to do it. I can do this. It's gonna have to work. I'll make it work. Sorry, guys. I should just mute my ass. Look. Maybe that's where they're headed. Maybe that's why they were all headed north. I turn my mic off to swear, and then I see you say perfect right as I'm moving it again. Thank you. Maybe we'll see some. But as long as I plan my... I'm just going to have to still surrender. But anyway, don't worry, guys. I'll try to let you know. And if I put up quiet streams or sometimes I'm not talking a lot, it's not personal. 8:20? Oh, is it? Because I don't have a camera in front of me. It's just... Fuck. I'd like to punch who's ever grabbing me. Fuckers. Good night, Dark. How many trains is that? It'd really help if I'd roll one or two. There's no way I could roll. I'd be lucky to break it up. I just should, I just need to, like, mute myself, but I can't. $10.20. Is it $10.20 already? I have no idea. Where's my other key? There's been a bunch of, trains. 9:20, 9:22. I'll tell you what. Sorry, I'm having a talk with myself and I'm having a talk with my body. Not my body. It. It. Mm. I could throw peanuts at the girl. Yep. I have to make a list. One thing I gotta do this week is find a closer doctor. This week. I'd get a closer neurologist if I could, but I know there's none out this way. It's one thing about being rural. I am like gonna... I'll start talking to myself bad, telling myself to shut up about stuff. So my friends know that. The vice grip, uh, yeah. Who's coughing, sneezing? At least I don't feel like I have an ice pick in my eye or being hit in the head with a hammer. There goes one right now. What was that, Blackjack? Did you hear that noise? It flew over my head. I was talking, you may not have heard it. But if they were migrating, they might have stopped over in these trees and then went somewhere else. I still have the door over there. Need to be able to walk over to the building at some point. Close that door. I've got the door open. There could be all the little kitties in there. Could be a snake go in there. See the leaves all falling from the tree. Got so much rain, but I think when we had that cold weather, and then it got dry, and then to me the leaves look really dry, even though we just got downpours. Seems like the trees have been dropping leaves already before they're getting their fall color. Did you say go today, Blackjack, or tomorrow? You see, I'm already asking things. I don't know why. Yep, see the leaves falling, maple trees are turning orange and scarlet. Tomorrow, Susan, that's what I thought you said. Because you probably wouldn't be here otherwise. I hope it goes well I'm glad you have good health care and good doctors watching over you. I am having a brain fade for a month. Oh, that picture does not look clear at all, does it? To me on my phone it is, but on this other one it's not clear. I think it's my eyes. Oh, only 15 minutes away? That's awesome. See, there is a hospital down the road. The one here in the town I live in got... Okay. I just got my eyes checked. I fell in the ant pile. I broke my new glasses. Um, uh, shoot. See, those can be seizures. Could be just me having brain fades. I don't know what I was gonna say. Oh, there's a hospital down about 15 miles away. So slightly. Thank you, Wally. Thank you, Blackjack. It's me. I think that's called something. I think all this head stuff's related. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe I haven't smoked enough. See, aren't I kind of mellow though, guys? You all confirm everything for me, okay? You probably do a better job, a better job than my. I I have a doctor, so leave it at that. I don't need to say bad things. How are you doing, Wally? Halliburton Halliburton Hospital just got a new MRI machine. Good deal for us old folks. Excellent. That's fantastic. Old folks aren't the only ones who need MRIs. But yeah, that's even... Oh, maybe good folk because you don't have to travel? That's wonderful. What I'm hoping is since um, if I don't want to pay to go, if I don't want to go to the epilepsy clinic and have to pay for all the different tests, one thing that could show stuff in some areas was he was saying an MRI. I don't know how much I'd have to pay for it. So I'd like to see if down here at this hospital, yeah, you're not going to get me back? Otherwise 1 to 2 hours for an MRI. That's what it would be for me. Maybe not two. It depends. Because when I did the epilepsy ones, I had to go to different hospitals for different kinds of tests because they didn't have them all in the same place. We're going to have a 90-degree weather day tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Today's going to be in the middle 80s, I think, like 86 or 87, I think. And then tomorrow, I think, is 90, 91, 92. And then the next day, it's supposed to be 79, if I looked at it right. Pigments. Yeah, we do have Medicare and Medicaid and insurance and, no. I used to. But even if I did, um, signed up, I'm not taking privatization when I do it, which I don't know very many people. Do you have that, Wally? Used to work for... I wish I knew that because I want to just take Medicare straight. I don't want privatization because of being so rural. I want to be able to go to any doctor I want. I want to be able to, you know, not have to get referrals for the specialist if I need it. Be in work and out of network because I'm out of network anyway. And I've seen people, I don't want to talk about that one guy who was shot, but I just see them basically rolling the dice in the US on people's lives, on what's approved or not. Sometimes they make people, there's shows I could share on like More Perfect Union, other ones, and just about how to some of them, you know, it's almost like a game to them about it, and making people basically fight for the things their coverages are supposed to care for. That normally, in some situations or last year, I'd be more infuriated. I'm still infuriated, but I talk about it a lot more passionately. It's just ridiculous. No, they change every quarter. Every quarter, do they? Yeah, wait till if they take it all away. Wait till you see how many people go bankrupt then or die. Because they, anyway. I have friends that are really worried about all that right now. You know, that need assistance and other stuff like that. Or certain types of medications or machines and other stuff that they wouldn't survive without. Yeah. Well, not just that, it's corporate greed. But I want to go standard, or that's what I'm going. So I think I think you have to pay, if I'm not mistaken, I think you have to pay 20% of the, is that right, Wally? With Medicare? So even when I went kind of blind, they told me I couldn't qualify for nothing, or with epilepsy. But most people said you have to fight it, like apply a few times. And when you're going through stuff and going through changes, it was like, and alone, it was like, last thing I wanted to do was go get a lawyer and fight for stuff I just didn't. Depends on the plan. See, I don't want a plan. I would just want, well, I think A is what everybody gets, right? Where that's hospital. And I don't know if that's a portion. But B is when you go to doctor's offices and stuff like that. Is that right? And then C and all the other ones are when, and D is drug. Isn't that when, I don't know. I know there's ones when they first set up Medicare that was total government. That was before parts of it were privatized. Down here, Alabama does not. They do not have good medical coverage. Now, there's some plans. I used to have a Blue Cross Blue Shield one that was really good. That was a long time ago. But we're ones, some of the states in the U.S. Blackjack have expanded it, so every state's different. And some states have great coverage. Where my mom is in Colorado, they have really good coverage. I think I've had a friend in Minnesota. They have good. I can't remember if Missouri does. Where are you again, Wally? You're right. You're right north of me. You're north of me. So at least well, I'm thankful my medicine isn't expensive as at least now. Yeah, I'm getting bit by something. I don't think it's mosquitoes. It's like whelping up almost instantly. Can you see? See on my hand right there? See the one right there too? That little one on my thumb. But something just bit me like 10, 15 minutes ago. Got one on my right there. Must have been some kind of fly or something. I don't think a mosquito would do that right away. I know. You saying damn, Suze, because I forgot. I knew you were right above me. Are you saying damn because of that? I know. See, I'm sitting down. It wasn't a deer fly. They usually don't, I don't think it was a deer fly. Because they usually don't, I usually got those in the heat of the day and when I'd be sweating and working up at the greenhouse. I know. Look at that. I mean, that was quick. That was in just a few minutes sitting here. Maybe my body's leaking out some kind of toxin or something, or I did. But I felt something really quick, so I didn't see what it was. And then it was itched, and I looked down, and yeah, look at how quick that was. How big that is. I'm sitting down in a chair I didn't go to. That was not a flea. But yeah, fleas can do that. This is much bigger than that. No, it wasn't a flea. Because that, anyway, I kind of saw it, but it was some kind of fly. There's been, what else was I going to say? We have so many bugs down here. So when are you guys going to start sending your birds down here? Oh, you guys, since that's, uh, since that's not, let me show you. So you know how the birds always land on that bush behind that? Like, especially the cardinals? Cardinals like to perch before and, oh, something's biting me again. Dang it. It's some kind of little fly. So I would tell you guys that the cardinals will land on them. It was going to have these berries in the fall. Well, that's as close as I can zoom in right now. Geese are on their way for sure. Black fly? It was small. It was small. Maybe. I got one on the other arm too. I want to call them names too. Nice. But see that plant right there? That's Carpa americana, American beautyberry. It's host foods for a lot, but birds will eat those. And if you go over there and look at them, they're magenta. They're vivid purple, and they're gonna be about the size of, well, half my fingernail. It's bigger than the end of a pen or pencil. Maybe twice the size, 3 times. Alive here. They will here too, Wally, but I don't spray. I have a lot of insecticidal and other stuff in essentials. We have a cage of off. I don't use it. I won't use toxins on my body. I use more toxins than I care to, and that's by using shampoo. I haven't been making my own. I should just use my own soap on my hair. But I do have a bunch of essential oils in there that I could use. But I used to make 4 different types of insecticidal soap and some insecticidal spray. But isn't that pretty? I'll have to take some pictures. American Beauty Berry. I have almost like one of the state champions in this yard. I moved it and then it wasn't as big. But it's getting so big now that Um, it's getting hard to walk up the path. Are small and a pain in the. Maybe that's the one that didn't. That maybe those are the ones that bit me. Things are changing. And a lot of those, well, see those purple plants, those ones that you would ask me in the back about that would always be so tall? You should see a lot of them. They got beaten down from how hard rain we had last week, a few days ago. I think I saw once. Witten bit. Oh, does she? Well, I also have, I do have allergies. I don't know if that would be connected to, I had something that they diagnosed when I was a lot young, but dermographia, and it means super sensitive skin. Doesn't really affect me now, but I don't eat the, like, citrus. I'm not really allergic to it, but if I would eat too much citrus and say I scratched myself, it would look like somebody really scratched me and rubbed it, or if I'd barely like tap myself in the face, say with my phone or something. Anyway, it would look like somebody really, um, or like on my arm. You know what I mean? Barely rubbing your arm. It looked like somebody had grabbed my arm and there were welts. Rub some vinegar on them, take away the itch. I know, need to. I'm a glutton for punishment, see? Not really. I really need to smoke. I really want to roll. Maybe I shouldn't say that on camera, but it's the truth. It is a medicine for me. So much better. And if I'm just staying home, not harming anybody, and basically not harming myself to where or whatever, I could have accidents in the house. But yeah, find out about, that's what I'm going to find out about. I didn't want to everybody know, but try to find out about those whatever life alerts or whatever. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Hold on, hold on. Okay, so sorry about that. Excuse me for coughing. Mm. So that's one of my goals this week. Find a doctor and get paid this week. Woohoo! So budget, responsible stuff. I was gonna maybe put together a bench, or what was the other thing I was gonna do? I need to go get some paint, but I mean, as far as I've got 3 different benches. I don't know if I should stream when I do that or just put it up. There was something else. Oh, I don't know if people would be interested to see what I mix my bird food up with, like the different kinds of stuff. on for 10 hours. 10 hours and 13 minutes. So I'm only going to stream like one more hour. Then I can throw up another one right away so people can talk. But yeah, I heard if you stream over 12 hours, YouTube doesn't count it. It doesn't save it. And it doesn't count. Like the viewers or the viewer hours. So I'm looking at the screen right now, 10 hours and 14. I can't remember what my longest one was, 11 hours and something. I think it was longer than 11 hours, like 11 hours and a half, 11 hours and 40. Because there was quite a few of us talking. I passed out before I said you were sleepy. That's okay, I never know. I have some friends that never say hi and told me that they're always lurking. So I assume that she is. Yeah, that would be cool to mix the bird food and cat food. Okay, I'll have to do that. I mean, it could be a short one. I could be the other thing. I have, I have other stuff. Like I could show some of the other stuff that I never put up this spring that I hope I get ready. But there's some different bird houses and like one of the suet feeders, those metal ones where I've got some of the videos where they're in a round hanger. I have another one. It's been sitting near the ground, but I need to trim some of those trees up and put those back up. The raccoons pull them off. And they take round suet balls. You can break up the square ones and put it on. But anyway, from that same company, I bought a collection that has all these different type of suet feeders for birds with all different kinds of suet like balls or pellets or the one most people know in the green cages. And so I could even, I've opened it, but I haven't really unboxed it so that I can, and some of the other things that I use. I've made suet in the past and like seed logs. I've thought all these things I've thought about sharing or showing people, but I just don't do it. Ah, one of the cats. Advantage. Did she get up there? One was up there. You was at Judas last night? I was for a while. I didn't go up for a while. I wasn't feeling good. But everybody misses me kind of, and I go up there because it's kind of chill, like how I'm talking to you guys right now. But usually, well, you've been there a lot. Um, well, you probably, if you've been there lately and seen me, I'm not as talkative or laughing and stuff. Some nights I'm giggly, but anyway. Yeah, that's why I was telling you, Blackjack. If you want to go, is at Judas's, who may pop in around noon, but I'd have to start another stream. Is sometimes people are talking about, you know, flour, but a lot of times people talk about all kinds of stuff, but things that they're dealing with, which also pertains to smoking. What? Not too many birds today, Susan. May have slept in, I know. See, all you guys do, I knew it. People follow me around, don't they? But I post it. You're not the only one that lurks there. I know that. So you've probably heard all kinds of conversations, haven't you, Ollie? And you've heard sometimes where sometimes it's more about growing, but you see some of us talk about all kinds of stuff. I think some of the people used to get irritated about some things. Try not to overtalk, but yeah, he likes when I come up. Because some of the channels, and it's not say anything bad because I go to him and some of the people, but everybody just sits around and smokes. So or they talk about their stuff, which is great that they're doing. So if you were there last night, yeah. So Wally, is that true? Have I been quiet? I found you in from Willie. Well, Judas found Willie from me. I mean, Judas found Willie from me, which doesn't matter, but all of it's coming around. Yeah, probably from me going over there. I think Willie popped into mine. I don't know which one of us did, but hello, Sailing Cook George. How you doing? You gonna watch for a while? Thank you. Good morning to you on the water in Canada. These little boogers. Oh, you better not listen. I might have a different attitude. There's so many communities, Wally. That's why I was reading scary stories for him. But for all of you guys, I can't remember. There's a bunch that want Uncle, um, Animal Farm. Did Uncle Skin just recently go to um, uh, what do I want to say? Shoot, like a resort or something? Yeah, there's a lot of people that are there. Have you seen Wally? Have you seen Jan? I've just been wondering, kind of thinking about her a bunch. I don't think I've seen Lynn in a while either. You haven't? Yeah, I've known Jan for about, and she stalks me around and says that too. Got a couple of female ones, but so does Cinnamon. And then my friend Nils from Norway, if you know him, for like, anyway, 4 years. But I guess I've known Jan about 2.5 years or something. Something like that. Anyway, I was wondering because I know she'd come there, because so many people come over there to party and hang out and have good conversation. She'd usually go, I think, every day over there, every day or every night or whatever. And then most of the time, if not every night, she'd stop in once in a while and say hello. So I was wondering. I hope everything's okay with her. When you get used to somebody being around, right? I usually follow a lot of guitar channels, but it gets boring and don't want to talk real news or global events. Sadly, how much? Yeah, and that's the thing about like with some of the different communities that I belong to. You're kind of not always isolated, but you're in with different people. You go, and then you're on some channels where they don't let people talk about anything personal or spam the chat or talk about your own channel or a foreign language or do whatever. But, you go to a channel, it attracts all kinds of people. And they just, yeah, listen to music. But some of them chat. And they don't want to talk, they don't want to talk stuff like that. Like, it's not only them there. I've been to news channels. You want to talk about some strict channels, go to some of the news channels. They'll kick you off in a heartbeat. Blackjack, get this. I subscribed to a Canadian channel that follows Edmonton, right? Went there and were welcoming stuff like that. A guy was welcoming and stuff like that. And everybody else was like, go Oilers and stuff in caps or saying all this other stuff. But when I did it and was all in caps, Nightbot kept telling me, to stop spamming. And then the guy on the channel said something. I was thinking, you're not so friendly. Anyway, I don't know what that had to do with. But some channels are really strict about some stuff, and yeah, some don't. There's some right now talking about, really talking about what's going on right now, like just recently happened. And seems like on I'm not sure if on both sides, but it seems like YouTube is very much censoring talk about certain subjects. No, because I've had enough stuff to pay attention on and worry about. I know enough. I used to be absorbed in stuff more, but 90% at Willie's or here. I bet you are. You two have been friends for quite a while, haven't you? I don't mind you. See, now Caps, there's a lot of, I've been on when, like, sometimes even when I have my seizures, like said, get ticks in that eye, or if I feel like I've got like an ice pick to an eye, or I'm having really bad headaches from that and stuff, there's times that I'll close one eye and or something that I can't see and I'll use all caps. And yeah, I've been on channels where then Nightbot's telling you or other people are like, no caps. I've had ones that I never texted much ever in my life or used emojis, and now on YouTube and that I do, and I've had channels that have been like, they just don't like people using them. Like I said, as long as people aren't disrespectful, there's got to be a way to get your point across or something, or talk about things you're passionate about without being rude or something. I don't know. Look how nice. I don't know what the temperature is right now. It's beautiful. You're not going to be in the 90s tomorrow, Wally, because it's going to be 92 here tomorrow. Today is like going to be like, I think like 86. Tomorrow's going to be like 92, and then the next day, Wednesday, is going to be like 79. And I think maybe rain Friday. I was hoping I could get a lot more of these weeds pulled, but if they're too dry, it's almost better if it's a little bit wet. Truth either way can be, I mean, the truth either way, just not really taboo subjects, but I don't know. Just I've had different people on different kinds of sides of things or talking about the different issues that are telling me their channels have gotten taken down or their stuff isn't getting pushed out. Some have told me their comments are either disappearing or they're getting, it's not always music, but they're getting strikes, like some just for a few days. Somebody was just getting off like a 30-day strike for something, for things they posted about current issues. I guess too touchy or whatever, depending upon. Who knows? Who knows what words throw them off? I have no clue. Do you know how many copyright strikes I've gotten? I don't even play music. I've gotten copyright strikes on my own birds here. Not my own, because I don't want to say I owe them. But if you look, there's one of mine that says SME stole, because I don't have very many lives released. And it has Vulture that got up on the cat table. It was one of the best lives, was clear. And before it could process, Sony, I don't know, maybe if you set it up ahead of time and have it for that people can't do whatever, but they claimed it. So at first they said I wasn't going to even be able to show it, and I fought it, but I would have had to like go to court against them. And if you look up SME, Sony Music Entertainment, they've done that to other. But I do their shorts from their music list, and we'll have a music. And a few weeks ago, I had three like bounced in one day. Takes me forever to get my shorts fixed and with the music, and I use approved music and get copyright strikes. I have no clue why. I don't know. I don't know the rules. I do think that StreamYard looks interesting, but I don't know how I'd be able to do that considering, I'm remote and I actually probably wouldn't have stable enough internet. But what I like about that is sometimes you could even have private groups. And what's weird is if I go through YouTube and pause it and go in there, I have my signals clearer, and I can go in further out of range than I can sitting here. Isn't that weird? Yes, I told you guys. Well, the sky has no clouds in it right now. There's no birds. I'm kind of turned around. I can see a couple cats, but basically everybody here is enjoying the beautiful day. So how's everything going with you, Wally? Did you get any of your tests back? I've been missing so much. I mean, I know, and on people's channels and on other stuff. I just haven't really been watching TV. Well, I don't watch TV anyway, but I mean, except at night if I'm awake. I was sleeping. I made chowder yesterday, and then I don't know what time I woke up. Like 7 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, something like that. I was late. And sometimes when I'm there and if I'm quiet, I was like the night before, I was just laying on the deck on a blanket, had my sound off. I mean, yes. Oh wait, let me. Yes, yes. Then they will send me to a different doctor. Mm. Oh, that's good. Tell Willie I said hi. He was here for a little while. Is he streaming? Maybe he's going for a drive, or maybe party started. Morning party. My eyes are burning. 10:30. I can only go another hour. Well, if you would be so kind, will you please say hello back? I need to find my other phone. 14 minutes. Yes. He's just doing a chill stream. He always tells me that, like, I inspired, like, at first he didn't want to do night ones or walk away, or felt like he always had to be there. I felt like that, and then I think I put out a post or something. I can't remember. There was 2 or 3 people, and I was like, I didn't feel like streaming. That's why now sometimes I just do it. But look how many times in the last month I've just gone off and fall asleep. Well, you're probably already sleeping, Wally. But um, I'd put out a feeler, and people were like, some of them were like, yeah, it might be nice to just stop by and talk. I don't even know if those people stop by and talk anymore. But that's what they do at like bird streams or meditation streams, right? which is nice. Then you have a place you can go to. You don't always have to. Anyway, I need to try to do it from my computer. I have so many things I want to upload. See, I only have one radio station here. It's like country, probably, the most popular. I'm sure that would get copyright strike. I wonder how they decide that. Just by the artist or by the type of music, or you just kind of roll the dice? Oh, let's see. He's just doing a chill stream. I have to be careful not to mix up the keyboards. Oh, why are you going to say something bad in one of the streams? No. I know you like being in two. Sometimes I'm in two. Right now I'm reading the screen, so I'm not even looking at my um other one. Yes, then they will. See, you're laughing. The sun's kind of in the sun only a little bit. I bet you if I back up after a while, I probably will put another one up. Bound and determined. See, I really would like, I would really like, and that doesn't mean that he would have to watch, but if I find out that that's pine siskin that is migrating on their way to Canada. So I wonder, since he said pine siskin, I wonder if those birds live in Central or South America, or Mexico even, and are working their way up. My arse hurts sitting in one of these metal chairs. Did you hear that, Papa? Last night, did you? Well, you were sleeping. I probably heard 10 last night, in the middle of the night. That's why you type in caps. I figured it out, Wally. I know why you type in caps. Where'd I put that? Where's my... I might have to go get the cable for this charger. You type in caps because you're on two channels, and that way, uh, you can see and make sure... I'm kind of... You can see and make sure that, that what you type in each chat. Oh, oh, no. I didn't break that, did I? I hope I just didn't break that. Or did I might have had something fly out of it. Yep, I'm losing more stuff than anything this morning. That stinks. Did you hear her yelling? Maybe she's talking to a dog, a chicken, who knows. That's pretty bright. I did hear, yeah, you heard another one pop pop. Quite a few. What are you doing? Are you working? Oh, did I pin your words, Wally? I thought you'd. Ah, dang nabbit. Oh, wait a minute. What did I do? Unpin message. What did I do? One has a 65-inch T on and 58 on the other, still having double reading. I'm sorry, Wally. Those are big TVs. I know. That's what I was saying earlier, Blackjack, that I've been yelled at for that because there's times when I couldn't see when, like, for my vision and also kind of having seizures. Sorry, trying to move it back. Still might be too bright. And people would think that either to troll or be told. Like, don't use cap, be all irritated. Oh no! You said Willie's doing a chill stream? So is he? I said he was the party stream and I was the chill stream. So is he going after both of them? Now I won't be the chill stream. Ah, that's not nice. You are, yeah, what? You're at work? You're sleeping? You're what? I don't know. I have to keep watch on that clock. And I need to look at 39%. Uh, I'll go get a battery pack because I'm going to have to turn it off after a while, but Cinnamon's probably on two chats too. Cinnamon, are you on two chats too? Watch him say, he's probably on four chats. I would go down to that one little lake if I could. I mean, I still want to drive down there, but I just don't think. Just because I really would like to go buy some water. Maybe I'll, actually, you know what? I think maybe I'll get some tonic water while I'm in there. That's why I had to have this battery pack off. I was supposed to go get a battery pack. So, um, 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 I'm gonna take, I left all that stuff over there. I'm not gonna take it in now, I will. I gotta remember battery pack. Maybe that was what I went in for before. That was probably what I went in for before. Damn it. Oh, God. I'll be right back. Guys, I'm just gonna turn off my stream. So I hope everybody has a good day. All right, take care.